We're waiting for revolution. We're waiting for revolution. Why are we holding on to something with no meaning in our life? We hear so many lies. Why can I hear so many noises all around me in the night? And time keeps ticking by. We are one, we all want the same thing. A love that can find you, a place you can turn to. We are one, we all want the same thing. We want it now. When it all falls apart and we're caught in the middle, who's making the decisions that we're never gonna give in? This generation's failing. When it all falls apart and we're caught in the middle, maybe one day everything will change, but now we're waiting for revolution. Why are we waiting night and day for something better to come by? We've fed so many lies. Why do I look over my shoulder just to see what's left behind? Taking one step at a time. We are one, we all want the same thing. A love that can find you, a place you can turn to. We are one, we all want the same thing. We want it now. When it all falls apart and we're caught in the middle, who's making the decisions that we're ever gonna give in? This generation's failing. When it all falls apart and we're caught in the middle, maybe one day everything will change, but now we're waiting for revolution. When it all falls apart and we're caught in the middle,
All around town, people trying to get down.
when it all falls apart and we're caught in the middle, maybe one day everything will change, but now we're waiting for revolution. We're waiting for revolution.
All around town.
Waiting for revolution.
All around town.
Waiting for revolution.
Hey everybody, welcome to Indy After Dark. I'm here with Bran and Piano Man Mark II, also known as David. And that was the latest remix, electro mix of Waiting for a Revolution by the Lily Pillies. I've always loved that song and I really like the remix. And as Algo said over in Rumble, it's perfect for these times, right? We are waiting for a revolution, aren't we? All right, a great way to kick off the stream. We have so much great music tonight, you guys, and I'm really hoping that many of you will come up and join us here on panel to either have your videos shared or to perform live. The link is pinned at the top of the chat. We are doing music the first half, and then we will do conversation the second half starting around 11 p.m. Eastern. I've had some requests, people wanting me to still do a flipped stream occasionally, where the conversation is the first half and the music is the second half. And so I'm going to start doing that the last Monday of the month. So I'm going to at least give that a try and see how it goes. But so the final Monday of the month, which I think is the 30th this month, will be flipped, and it'll show that in the thumbnail for the stream, and it'll also say it in the stream description, so people hopefully will see the difference. But that way, people who, want to be able to participate in the conversation but can't stay up so late, or people who are, in different time zones will be able to participate. So we'll see how that works out. But I'm glad people let me know that was something you guys wanted me to kind of bring back a little bit. All right, we're going to keep the great music going. I'm going to pull up one more video, and then we'll go to you right after that, David. This next song I'm really excited to share with everybody. It is a new collaboration from Unshackled Spirit, aka Sal Caruso, aka Jaded Soul, 15th Bend, and Dynamite Throw. And this is amazing. It's How to Reach You. And listen to these lyrics, you guys. Great song. Here we go.
Do I say to the one friend that I lost all hope for? I just can't believe or trust you anymore. Talking about myself, 'cause I was where you're gonna be. Drugs and AIDS, languishing in a self-made cage. Those bloody sores, whose pus, mangled up limbs, sardonic grin, skin and bones waving in the wind. With you anymore, I will reach you, so I can't. Anymore.
Love the lyrics in that one. I think they're very relatable for many of us. And of course, incredible music from all three of them. All right. If you haven't already, JM, would you be willing to drop the links to, or any of my mods, to 15th Bend and to Dynamite Throw? And if you guys don't, I know you have 15th. If you don't have Dynamite Throws or 15th, I'll drop it in there in just a minute. All right. I saw there was a request, David, if you're going to do Barbie Girl tonight. That was a good one.
Not quite tonight.
I think it'd be fun to hear that one.
I don't even know that song.
It's a high energy song. It'd be silly, but I think you would nail it.
I mean, like, I know it, but like I don't know it confidently, so no. Sorry.
Right. Okay, not tonight.
I also have way too much pride for that.
There you go. Good to see you, Jerry. Thanks for coming by. Thanks to everybody who's here. I'm loving seeing everybody coming in on YouTube and over on Rumble. Good to see you all. And thank you to those of you who have shared it out. And if you haven't, if you would consider sharing it, that would be great. The algorithm doesn't always love this channel and what we do here. So it'd be great if you could share it out on your posts tab. And maybe we'll get some new people in here. All right. David, you're up next.
Why does the algorithm hate fun and music?
Right?
Honestly.
Fun and music and truth. I think it's a combination. But I don't think that the algorithm likes people coming together for positive reasons is really what it comes down to. But, we'll see.
Must resist the urge to put on foil hat.
That's for the second half. There's a tinfoil cat over in Rumble, though, and feel free to use that as you wish. Southern Eagleman, thank you for being a member for 4 months. And he says, hey, good to see everyone. Cheers. And cheers to you as well, Southern Eagleman. Much love. Yeah, I like that one a lot, too. Always amazing. So many talented people. Okay, Random, it's good to see you, Random JL, and everybody coming in. Jeremy, much love to you. Thank you, Tate, and thank you, JM, for sharing 15th Bend's and Dynamite Throws links. They were part of that collaboration with Sal Caruso and Jackled Spirit. Good to see you, Camellia. Craig, much love. All right, David, let me change this up so we can see you a little better. There we go.
Hi, everybody. How are you doing? I'm going to sing a song by Linkin Park.
Awesome.
Not quite the Barbie Girl song, but close to it. Not really.
Was all I heard, then I get what I deserve. So give me a reason to prove me wrong, to wash this memory clean. Let the floods cross the distance in your eyes. Give me
Awesome. That was amazing, David. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That was great. Hey, Brad, thanks for coming up and joining us.
My
Hey,
pleasure.
Brad.
My pleasure.
Awesome, Camellia. Yeah, thanks for being here. I'm glad you're here. Do you want to jump in right away, Brad?
Sure.
All right. Yeah, I know you're always ready to go.
All right, we're
Feel
going
like
to
a
slow it
professional.
down. This is one that I put together yesterday, and now that my 1 week penalty has expired, I can start uploading.
You're back in favor with the YouTube overlords?
Well, we'll see. Hopefully my good luck doesn't transfer to you.
It's debatable.
All right, here we go. She's got a way about her. I don't know what it is, but I know that I can't live without her. She's got a way of pleasing. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't have to be a reason anyway. She got a smile that heals me. I don't know what it is, but I have to laugh when she reveals me. She's got a way of talking. I don't know what it is, but it lifts me up when we are walking anywhere. She comes to me when I'm feeling down, inspires me without a sound. She touches me and I get turned around. She's got a way of showing, ooh, how I make her feel, and I find the strength to keep on going. She's got a light around her, ooh, and everywhere she goes, a million dreams of love surround her everywhere. She comes to me when I'm feeling down, inspires me without a sound. She touches me and I get turned around. Oh, oh. She's got a smile that heals me. I don't know why it is, but I have to laugh when she reveals me. She's got a way about her. I don't know what it is, but I know that I can't live without her anyway.
Beautiful, Brad. I love that song.
That was
Billy Joel.
awesome, Brad.
Thank
Billy
you.
Joel is one of those musicians I grew up listening to all the time, and that's one of my favorites of his. That was beautiful. Well done.
It'll be on my channel sort of soon.
Ah,
So
fantastic.
then you can sing it and impress your friends.
Maybe. Thank you, Brad. All right, Merc, good to see you coming in. Let's see. I know there's some others coming in too. Glad to see everybody here. Thank you, JM, for your 21 months of membership. Amazing. And he says, thanks to everyone who lit a fire under the lake. So supportive as always, JM. Much love to you. All right. Yeah, that was nice, right, Ozark? I could hear you singing that one, Ozark. Okay. All right. We're going to go ahead and pull up another video. And this is actually one of yours. This, your latest Drive Piano Man Mark II. David, do you want to tell us anything about it before we pull it up?
Just that I wrote it a few years back, and I like it. That's about all I have to say about it. I'll say this. It's about God. It was so long ago when I wrote it, so I'm trying to remember what I had in mind. It's about like when you have something in your mind and you're just like a goal and you're just going for it.
All
That's what it's
right,
about.
that kind of drive. I like it. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's great. I'm also going to go ahead and post the link to David's upcoming live stream, which is tomorrow, right?
Yes.
So if you guys want to go over and make sure that you hit the notification and you're subbed up and all that good jazz, then you'll see some familiar faces over there in the chat. Do you know if you're doing open panel for this one tomorrow, David, or?
I've always got the panel open.
Okay.
It's always open. People just don't click it. So
Yeah. I usually have my kiddos running around, but sometimes I can manage. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. I'll come up and support if I can, but I'll be there in the chat either way. All right, here we go. Drive. Get your glow sticks. All right, always up in the vibes. I love it. Well done, David. That's a great one.
That one's aight.
There you go. Hey, Lowry, good to see you. Thanks for coming up and joining us tonight.
Hiya.
Hiya. Matt, good to see you coming in. And Silver Patriot, much love to you. Mr. E, welcome in. All right. Thanks again to everybody coming in on Rumble, too. And thanks to those of you sharing this out. Really appreciate that. Okay. Everybody was enjoying that one. I saw some cool dance moves from Tate over here on YouTube, and then a lot of the great emojis over on Rumble. There's some really fun dance emojis, you guys. I had way too much fun making them. My kids helped me with a few of them. But if you head over to Rumble, you can check those out. There we go. There's one of Tate's good ones. Yeah, glad to hear it, Southern Eagleman. Cherokee, much love to you. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. And Eric, much love. Thanks for all your support. Okay, Lowry, you want to jump in right away?
I'm still warming up my phalanges. And so I'm going to sit back for a second. So you just keep spinning around and I'll,
All
just
right, great.
catch me on the next round.
Awesome, Ray. Yeah,
Okay.
sounds good. Okay, then David, it's to you.
Okay. Well, in that case,
Double dose of David. I like it.
oh, that's too much David. In that case, I'm going to sing a song. This is the only song in the world that has this name. The name is called The Analog Kid. Or it's the only band in the world that has this name. It's Rush. It's my favorite band of all time. So
yeah,
here we
Rush is
go.
Great.
Hot and windy August afternoon as the trees in constant motion, with a flash of silver leaves as they're rocking in the breeze. A boy lies in the grass with one blade stuck between his teeth. A vague sensation quickens in his young and restless heart, and a bright and nameless vision has him longing to depart. You move me with your buildings and your eyes, autumn woods and winter skies. You move me, open sea and city lights, busy streets and dizzy heights. You call me. The fawn-eyed girl with sun-browned legs dances on the edge of his dream, and a voice rings through his ears like the music of the spheres. The boy lies in the grass unmoving, staring at the sky. His mother starts to call him as a hawk goes soaring by, and the boy pulls down his baseball cap and covers up his eyes. You move me with your buildings and your eyes, autumn woods and winter skies. You move me, open sea and city lights, busy streets and dizzy heights. You call me. Too many hands on my time, too many feelings, too many things on my mind. But when I leave, I don't know what I'm hoping to find. And when I leave,
Phenomenal. I loved it. Amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That was great.
Fantastic. I loved it.
Southern Eagleman says, close to Getty. Cheers.
I get that a lot.
Yeah. Great voice.
I think
Yeah. And,
sometimes I wonder if our favorite bands are our favorites because we can sing them, or we end up being able to sing them because they're our favorite bands.
For me, it's definitely the latter.
Yeah,
I learned to sing it because it was my
not
favorite.
not everyone can sing Rush,
right.
so even if they were your favorite band, being able to actually
Probably.
sing them.
Yeah. I would say, for those of you with like much more musically inclined than I am, it's probably easier to like pick and choose. But there are songs that I love that I can't perform. I know I don't do justice to.
And I know that I've always had like a very imitative mind. So like you can say something to me and I'll repeat it back to you in the exact same tone of voice that you said it with just about the same accent. So it translates into singing as well. I can basically imitate the voices that I like, more or less.
Like that.
With some
All right.
limitations, obviously.
Glow, Ray, and Tony, so good to have you here. Thanks for coming up and joining us tonight.
Good to see you.
What a great panel up here, you guys. This is awesome. Thanks, everybody, for participating. Hoyt, good to see you coming in. And Angel, much love to you. All right, let's keep the great music going. Brad, you are up next. Let me say the rotation real quick because we are just at the beginning. It's David, Brad, Lowry, Glow, Ray, and then Tony. Okay? And then we'll keep going as long as you're able to stay up here. Keep the music moving.
All right, here's another progressive rock band. Maybe not at their most progressive, but here's another one that should be on my channel soon also.
All right. And I'm also sharing out Brad's Twitch link for anybody who wants to join over on Twitch. As you know from Brad and from many of us, there's times when we don't get in the good graces of YouTube. And so it's a good alternative, like Rumble, to have a backup in another place that you can catch him live.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Stay with me, my love. I hope you'll always be right here by my side. If ever I need you, oh my love, in your arms I feel so safe and so secure. And every day is such a perfect day to spend alone with you. I will follow you. Will you follow me all the days and nights that we know will be? I will stay with you. I will stay with me. Just one single tear in each passing year. With the dark, oh, I see so very clearly now. All my fears are drifting by me so slowly now, fading away. I can say the night is long, but you are here, close at hand. Oh, I'm better for the smile you give. And while I live, I will follow you. Will you follow me all the days and nights that we know will be? I will stay with you. Will you stay with me? Just one single tear in each passing year there will be. I will follow you. Will you follow me all the days and nights that we know will be? I will stay with you. Will you stay with me? Just one single tear in each passing year. I will follow you. Will you follow me all the days and nights that we know will be? I will stay with you. Will you stay with me? Just one single tear in each passing year. I will follow you. Will you follow me all the days and nights that we know will be? I will stay with you. Will you stay with me? Just one single tear in each passing year. You know, it was the 80s with that outro. Just repeat and fade.
Right. You did it well. That was awesome. Well done. Great vibe, too. I like it. Good job, Brad. Okay. Let's see, Lowry, if you're ready, you are up next.
Why not? Let me see here. Hi.
Hey.
All right. Sorry, one of the dogs in the house just fell down the stairs.
Oh, no. Are they okay?
No, it's fine. He's a pity. He's strong. All right.
All right, let me get you in a different place here. There we go.
Settled waterside where the tears land they may. Sending a fool, sunny faces like me. Your salty skin reserved as beauty. And after precious gems they built it till they didn't really marry well. Never seen a chance and now we're gonna fall in love. It ain't go well. So we won't help anyone who sees. Seeding ships until we bleed like you and me. As this magic sand sees likewise our memories. And I and you. This is you. Let's just see what you call cool, cool, cool. And Christ, did we ever leave each other's side? As dreams of love for the satisfied. Ooh, ooh. And we can swim and dive. My princess and I. It's you, my love. It's you, my love. It's you, my love.
it's you, my love. You keep me here, my love. It's called Mermaids. I gave you the big story on that one last week and several times, so thank you.
Glad you said that because Algo was like, wait a minute, he didn't share the story.
I know. I shared it last week, so I'm trying to figure out how to do that properly moving forward without wasting your time.
Right, Merc? From the heart, always from Lowry. Love it.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Miss Coast. Thanks for being in here. And Pat, much love to you. Good to see you here. That was awesome, Lowry. Thank you. Thank you to Johnny for the Rumble rant. And also, I just saw for the 5 gifted subscriptions over on Rumble. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much. And thanks to everybody who's here and who shared this out. Right, exactly. Acoustic skills on display from Lowry. That's right, Merc. Okay. Michigan, good to see you, brother. Much love to you. Hope you're staying warm and that things are going well with you and your fam. Okay, Glow, you are up next.
All righty. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound great.
Sounds good.
Everybody loves the things you do, from the way you talk to the way you move. Everybody here is watching you, 'cause you feel like home. You're like a dream come true. But if by chance you're here alone, can I have a moment before I go? 'Cause I've been by myself all night long, hoping you're someone I used to know. You look like a movie, you sound like a song. My God, this reminds me of when we were young. Let me photograph you in this light, in case it is the last time that we might be exactly like we were before we realized we were scared of getting old. It made us restless. It was just like a movie. It was just like a song. I was so scared to face my fears, 'cause nobody told me that you'd be here. And I'd swear you moved overseas. That's what you said when you left me. You still look like a movie. You still sound like a song. My God, this reminds me of when we were young. Let me photograph you in this light, in case it is the last time that we might be exactly like we were before we realized we were scared of getting old. It made us restless. It was just like a movie. It was just like a song. It's hard to win me back. Everything just takes me back to when you were there, to when you were there. And a part of me keeps holding on, just in case it has Yes, I still care. Do you still care? It was just like a movie. It was just like a song. My God, that reminds me of when we were young. Let me photograph you in this light, in case it is the last time that we might be exactly like we were before we realized we were scared of getting old. It made us restless. Oh, I'm so mad I'm getting old. It makes me reckless. It was just like a movie. It was just like a song when we were young.
Beautiful, Glow.
That was a great glow.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I love that song. You sing it really well.
Thanks. You too.
Yeah. Thanks for
I
being
love
here.
it.
Yep. Daryl, thanks for coming up and joining us. Right, Pat? Very pretty. I agree.
Hi, Taro.
Oh, welcome in, Pecan Grover. I think you're a new name to me. If we know you by a different name, if you want to let us know, you can. Or if you want to say how you found us, that'd be great. All right. Thank you to all of my mods here on YouTube and over on Rumble who are sharing out links. Good to see you, Joni. Much love. Helping people to connect. Check out each other's channels, you guys. A lot of really amazing content creators of all kinds here in the stream tonight. Okay. Eagleman, have a great night. Thanks for being here earlier. Much love to you. Okay, Ray, you are up next.
Alrighty. I guess I'm gonna do a song that I wrote making or using samples via my DAW. It's called EDM Madness. One moment.
All right.
And here we go.
Fantastic. I love that.
Oh, thank you. I did notice a comment about.
Oh, hold on one second. I'm going to try to have a bit of an echo going, but if I hit your echo cancellation, it seemed to mute you there, Ray. Ray, we lost your audio. That was awesome. I heard you say that you were inspired by David's song Drive to do that. Okay, Ray, we can hear you, I think, but we're getting a big echo whenever. Do you have the live stream going? I'm going to mute you, Ray. Ray, check and see if you have the YouTube stream going. If you do, just pause it or mute it. Turn the volume down all the way. You can just listen to us in StreamYard in real time. Otherwise, there's a delay, and that might be the issue.
But that'd be like a 7-second delay, not the echo.
It usually causes the echo, too. That's a lot of times. And especially if he doesn't have an echo and everybody else does, that's usually the reason why on YouTube. Okay. Carl, I did see your comment on my last stream and you cracked me up, but ew. If you know, you know. All right. That was fantastic, Ray. Sorry about the sound issues right now. Make sure you guys go and check out Ray's channel, sub him up. All right. Let's see. I think that we are to Tony next. Tony, I'm so glad you're here with us tonight. How are you doing?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing
Great.
well.
Yeah.
It's great to see you too.
I can finally see a bit out of this eye now. I had that second surgery, so
Oh, fantastic. That's great news. Yeah.
it's coming along well. So
That's great.
feeling good about that. And so now I can see what I'm doing, sort of. So
When my dad had LASIK, I remember him seeing the thing that fascinated him the most were the leaves and the details on trees. Have you noticed anything like that?
no, I had a different surgery. I had my retina came off.
Oh my goodness.
And then I had to have it reattached, and then because I live at a high altitude in the mountains, then they have to put oil in it, you know, keep it there. And then I just had the oil taken out there about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and you know it slowly clears up. You know, it's blurry, real blurry, and then it finally focuses a bit. You know, so it's doing better. It's doing a lot better.
All right. Well, I'm glad to hear it. That's great.
So that's
Glad
why.
you're on the mend and that you're here with us tonight.
Yeah, that's why I haven't been around, because I love doing this with you guys, and I'm great. I'm glad to be back.
Awesome, Ray. Yeah, I'm glad to have you back. I'm always glad when you're here, Tony. You know that. Fantastic. Well, I'm looking forward to what you're going to play for us tonight.
All right. I'm just going to do an old standard to start out with. So, Knocking on Heaven's Door. So
Fantastic.
we'll give it a shot.
Hold on one second, Tony. I'm going to turn off your echo cancellation so you're not clipping, but it might drop your volume down. So,
All right. Let me know.
yeah, your mic's a little low.
All right. Hang on.
Or if you get up close, it's better.
1, 1, 1, 2.
Yeah,
1,
that
2.
sounds good.
Yeah. 1.
Mama, take this badge of me. I can't use it anymore. Getting dark, too dark to see. Feel I'm knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock. knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knocking on heaven's door. Mama put these guns in the ground. I can't shoot them anymore. Long black cloud is coming down. Feel like I'm knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Feel like I'm knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, 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 knocking on heaven's door. Ooh, yeah. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. 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 There we go.
Very nice. Sounded great.
Absolutely beautiful. You're like mesmerizing as always, Tony. Yeah, fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jinx. I'm glad you're here.
Me too.
What a beautiful, yeah, classic. Always, right? The song and the man right there. Yeah. Johnny says when you go into heaven, Tony will be playing the song at the gates. I hope so, Johnny. I hope so. That'd be a great welcome.
If I don't get 86 first.
Never. Mr. Super Sidewinder, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Oh, I like that. Merck says, like this better than the Guns N' Roses version, honestly. Yeah. And this is fabulous. Absolutely. Yeah. 15th Ben nicknamed Tony the man with the cheat codes, and there's a reason. We can all hear it. Fantastic, Tony.
Thank you.
All right. Carl, thank you so much for the Rumble rant. I just saw that over there on Rumble, and he says, my favorite stream of the week. Such good vibes. Lots of love and support in the live chat. Awesome. Thank you so much, Carl. And that is quite the compliment because Carl is one of those people who supports a lot of amazing streamers. So thank you so much. And I'm glad that you're here and a part of it. Thanks for your support. Good to see you, Blue. Thanks for coming in. And Brenda, much love to you. X, I saw you come in a minute ago. Much love, Boot. Good to see you here. Okay. All right, Daryl, you are up next. And Ray, I see you're coming back up and to join us on panel. And Forge, thanks for being here. Glad you joined us. Good to see you, Cheryl. Yeah. Thanks for everybody coming in. Much love to you all. Okay, Daryl, you are up next. And we can't hear you, Daryl, just so you know. Oh, you're unmuted.
No, I know
Oh,
why.
there we go.
I
There we
forgot
go.
to
Yeah.
turn it on. That was such a great rendition of that song, Tony. You did that great. I
Right.
really enjoyed that.
Me
Okay,
too.
so here we go. I'm going to try this song. Okay.
Thank you really quickly to Mo for the super sticker. Much love to you, Mo. Lurkers matter. I know you're probably busy doing stuff behind the scenes, and I'm so glad you came in to say hi and show support. Thanks, Mo. Much love.
Okay. Do you see that? I hope.
I do not see it.
Maybe now.
No. Are you're sharing screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not sharing for me yet.
Okay. It's sharing for me, but I'll go back to the StreamYard and see what's going on. This browser can't access your screen. Oh, I got to use a different browser.
Yeah,
I
for
get it.
StreamYard, the best one to use is Chrome.
I'm
If
gonna
you
get
have
on
Chrome.
I've got to switch. Why don't you skip me and I'll switch a browser.
Okay, all right. We'll
Okay,
come right back
thanks.
to you right after
Okay, no
this.
problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Forge, you're up next, and I know you had a song that you wanted us to share. Forge, I don't know if you're able to use your mic tonight. You can hop in and say, yeah, there we go. And Bran, if you would mind pulling up his link that's in the private chat that he shared. Do you want to tell us anything about this before we play it?
It's kind of just a remix. I was trying to make a remix of different songs, and they're basically not really words. It's just more of sounds, like that one ooh ee ah song, and like snap crackle pop, and just different types of. I forgot what the word for those words are called when it's describing a sound of an action word, or just like some sounds, not really words. So that's basically the premise of my song. I mixed a couple of different songs together that had those type of words, and it was just kind of like a fun club song, kind of.
All right, cool. I'm looking forward to hearing this. All right. Let me get this up on the screen here. And here we go. Ooh-ee.
Slap that, boom, boom. Push that, rude boy, boy. Wind your body, wiggle your belly, Boy, 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 let's skip it, toilet. Boy, boy, toilet, it's dirty, skip it, boilet. Boy, 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 let's skip it, toilet. Skip it, boilet, skip it, boilet, skip it, boilet, skip it, boilet. I told the witch doctor I was in love with you, and then the witch doctor she told me just what to do. in love with you. And then the witch doctor, she told me just what to do. Oh, slap.
Yeah, that's it.
I dug it.
All right. Yeah, that was great. I
That was
love it.
great.
Yeah, really fun. Got off like I was like just dancing around over here. I hope a lot of you were over there chair dancing too, or up and on your feet.
Wally
Fantastic.
Wally.
No, it was great. Thanks for sharing that with us, for sure. I'm glad you came up. If you have any more you want to share, stand up here and do a rotation. That'd be great. Ford.
Definitely, I got one or two more that are pretty good.
All
Cool.
right. Awesome. Okay, Daryl, let me pull you up here as Misfit.
Okay.
There we go.
Depends on the browser. That was
Yep.
great. I knew the lyrics to that one. The Witch Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Anyway.
Bruce, good to see you here. Brenda, thanks for coming in. Mo, thanks again for all your support. Much love to you, Jerry. I know there's some others that came in I think I'm missing, but thanks to everybody who's here. Always glad to have the support and see everybody here. Glad to have everybody gathered. Bruce Levering, good to see you too. Much love. All right. Yeah, here we go, Daryl.
You can see that? Let me know if you can
Yeah.
hear it.
We can't hear it yet.
All right. Let's see if it's
When you
You have to share
yep.
it.
Now
There you go.
we hear it. Yeah.
Can you hear it now?
Yep, we can hear it.
Okay.
And it sounds like it's a pretty good volume. Make sure it's yeah, it did sound like a good volume. But just make sure it's around halfway usually on YouTube.
Okay. I hope it's gonna play. Fish gotta swim and birds gotta fly. Uh-oh. I don't think this track is gonna play. Maybe I got a problem with the... I have some buffering issues. Wait, let me just check one more thing. Loving that. I think that's what I'm sure. Oh, I know. Maybe I got to lower the quality when something.
Right, I was just going to say that, Daryl. If you put it down to a lower quality, usually that helps with the buffering.
Okay, that's right.
And you can start it over if you want to.
All right, hold on. Let me get rid of the auto and put in a new call. Wait, let me stop it. Maybe that'll be. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Okay, auto. I don't want it to be auto though, right? I want to do something.
Great laundry folding music, lawfully. Enjoy.
I just washed my computer. I can't do a thing with it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I can change it for some reason. It's on auto. All right, skip me again.
Are you sure, Daryl?
I don't know if I can fix this here. It's
Okay,
not
what
letting me
we
fix-
could do, if you want to have Bran pull it up and share it, there might be a slight delay, but we can share it on our end, and then you can still sing along with it.
All right, I'll try that. Let me
So
give
just
you the
put
clip.
yeah,
I'll give you
put the link
link.
in the private
Okay.
chat. Mm-hmm.
Copy.
And we'll go that way.
Okay, let's see if this works. Okay. Yeah, that's what we could do on Zoom. Usually, if I didn't have to share the video, it might have been different, but I don't know how to
Keeping Bran
share
hopping.
audio. Let's see. Is this going to share? Here we go. It's in the link stream link chat. StreamYard chat.
Yes, that's from Misfit there.
Right.
Yeah, Bran's pulling it up. Just 1 second. Thank you,
Thanks.
Bran. And do you need the words up or no?
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay, let me get it in.
Definitely.
Trying some different layouts here. Okay, there we go.
Thank you. Fish gotta swim and birds gotta fly. I'm gonna love one man till I die. me, tell me, oh, tell me I'm crazy, maybe I'll know. I can't help loving that man of mine. Listen, sister, I love my Mr. Man, and I can't tell you why. There ain't no reason why I should love that man. It must be something that the angels done planned. Fish gotta swim and birds gotta fly. I'm gonna love one man till I die. Yeah, loving that man of mine. Tell me he's lazy, tell me he's slow. Tell me I'm crazy, maybe I know. Loving that man of mine. When he goes away, that's a rainy day. I don't know. The day is fine, the sun will shine. I know I'm totally off, but I'm trying my best. He can come home as late as can be. Home without him ain't no home to me. Can't help loving that man of mine. I could tell I'm totally off this track. Oh well.
You actually sounded pretty wonderful there, Daryl, for sure.
I could tell.
And it's funny because, yeah, you go back and listen. But your voice is stunning, Daryl. You have such a sweet voice.
Yeah, I thought you did a really good job.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. I just knew that I wasn't on the right track, and for
Good to
me,
see
it
you,
sounded all ad lib, but it's okay. Thank you so much for doing that. I'm going to try to fix something. Hopefully, this will be.
Yeah.
I could share something else. Maybe Brad could show me
Absolutely.
how to share just audio.
If you want to talk about that in the private
Yeah.
chat, Brad, you might have some pointers for her. That'd be great.
I'll
Yeah,
look
that
at
was
that.
beautiful. And Dawn, good to see you here. Much love. Lawfully, I like the song you wanted to sing. I hope you come up and do it someday. It'd be hilarious. Watt, much love to you. Glad to see you here. For those who might not know, Watt Life has been doing Watt's World streams over on his channel. So if you haven't already subbed up to The Real Watt Life, make sure that you do. Set the notification so you can catch him live. Okay. All right. We're just getting to the beginning of a new rotation. We're going to go ahead and pull up a song. This is one of the latest from David Joshua, and I absolutely love David Joshua as a person, and his voice is amazing. His music is incredible. He's been putting out a lot of really great songs, like too many for me to share. So go check out his channel if you like his music, because there are a lot of really amazing new songs there. And this one is called The Prophets and Kings. And it was hard to choose which one I wanted to share tonight, but this one is just so unique, I think, in how he stylized it and the lyrics. I'm contemplating the meaning, and I think one of the great things about music is that it can hit people in different ways, and we can each interpret it our own way. So listen and see how you interpret this. But this is The Prophets and Kings by David Joshua.
the things I'm keen. When you call me a sinner, I am sure to believe. So many fear not the king, but so many fear set with a red of fire, a wise man out of fool. Set with a red of fire, a wise man now a fool. For many fear not the king, they only fear you. For many fear not the king, but they fear you. No, so many fear not me, they fear you.
Fantastic as always from David Joshua. And yes, he has such a unique voice. I love his voice. David the King, Bran says, right? Yeah, Dawn, you did just miss me. Yeah, Mr. B has been doing some update streams. It's been so good to hear from him and know that he's doing well. And for those who know, he suffered a stroke a few months back, and he's recovering really well and getting stronger all the time. So I'm so glad to see him there streaming and being able to sing and stuff too. Okay, hang on one second, guys. Talk amongst yourselves for just a second. Somebody's at my door.
I love when people call me during my streams that are the same time every week.
Oh, it's our neighbor kids coming to play with my kiddos. They didn't know they weren't home. So
somebody's knocking on Indy's
Yes, look at that right there. Nicely played.
Hi.
Oh, Ghost
Hi,
Lincoln,
hi.
I would love that. That'd be great. Okay. Yeah, awesome. Okay. All right, you guys. I'm going to go ahead and sing a song. I kind of hate to do that when we have so much talent up here, but this was a request for me to sing from Snooks, and one that I have sang before. There we go. I'll take that down. Okay. And this is, and we were just talking about Mr. B. This is one of his favorites that I've done too, or that I cover. Okay, let me get this ready. Do we make sense? I think we do. In spite of everything that we've been through. And you say black, and I say white. It's not about who's wrong, as long as it feels right. Don't think those stars won't align Under your scars I pray. You're like a shooting star in the rain. You're everything that feels like home to me, yeah. Under your scars I could live inside you time after time. If you'd only let me live inside of mine, live inside of mine. Wish you were here, right beside me, so I could watch you sleep, hold your body closer, breathe you deep, and everything feels broken when you're not next to me. Would you still be you if we weren't we? Under your scars I pray. You're like a shooting star in the rain. You're everything that feels like home to me, yeah. Under your scars I could live inside you time after time. If you'd only let me live inside of mine. So hey, if you feel like coming down, if you feel like coming around, just call my name out loud. Nah, 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 hey. If you feel like coming down, if you feel like coming around, just call my name out loud. Nah, 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 hey. Under your scars I pray. You're like a shooting star in the rain. You're everything that feels like home to me, yeah. Under your scars I could live inside you time after time. If you'd only let me live inside of mine, live inside of mine.
Great job.
All right.
That was
Thank
nice.
you. Yeah, thanks. Okay. Thanks for the request, Snooks. Yeah, that's a good one. I enjoy singing that one, and I haven't done it on my stream, I don't think, for a while. I've done it on some other panels. Okay. Piano Man Mark II David, you are up next.
Okay. All
I'll
right.
get to a better format for you here.
Okay, so this is one of those songs that I can sing it and I can also play it, but I can't do both at the same time because it just requires a bit more syncopation than I have. So I'm going to just play it instead because it's a fun song enough to play. And a lot of you people will probably already know the song, so you guys can sing along as I'm playing. So with your microphones muted, of course, Indy.
I'm muting right now.
I'm kidding. But yeah, not that you would ever do that a second time, but here we go.
Fantastic. And I love that song. It was
Oh,
great.
fantastic. Yeah, loved it.
One day I'll learn how to play and sing that at the same time.
Brad said that he was resisting and he wouldn't sing along.
But I wanted to, and I needed to.
Yeah. That's also going to be my last one for the night. So
All right.
thank you for having me
Thank you so
on.
much. Yeah, thanks for joining us always, David. It's great when you're here. I know we all enjoy your music and you. And I hope we'll see some more people over at your stream tomorrow.
And
Yeah,
David,
always good to see.
when do you stream? Because I don't seem to get the notices.
So tomorrow, I've been streaming on Tuesdays at 7. What is it called? Was it Central Time? I think it's Central Time. Yeah.
Okay. That's convenient for me.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fantastic. All right.
all
Well, we'll
right.
hopefully see you there tomorrow, Brad. And for anybody in my Discord, we do post it in there too. So keep track of that Live Now tab and come and join us.
Awesome. All right. Well, I'll see you all later.
Great job.
Have
All
fun.
right. Have a great night, David. You too. Okay. Lawfully, I will write down that name. I don't think that's somebody that I know, but I will check it out. And I know I got your request too, Carl. So I will check out. Let me get it. There we go. And I will check that out. Thanks, guys. I always like getting some suggestions for songs that might fit my voice. Thank you. Okay. All right, Brad, you're up next. And thank you for your assist in the back there with Daryl. Hopefully we're getting it all squared away.
And David's awesome, but he's a tough one to follow. So
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you're pretty amazing yourself here, Brad. So it's good it worked out this way.
this is another new one that I made this week. So hopefully they'll be public soon. And I am sharing. There we go. There we go.
In a little while, surely you'll be mine. In a little while, I'll be there. In a little while, this hurt won't hurt no more. I'll be whole, love. When the night takes a deep breath and the daylight has no air. If I come crawling home, will you be there? Oh, in a little while, I won't be blown by every breeze. Friday night running, Sunday on my knees. That girl, she's mine. Well, known her since she was a little girl with Spanish eyes. Oh, when I saw her and a pram they pushed her by. Ooh, my, how you've grown. Well, it's been a little while. Oh, slow down my beating heart. A man dreams one day to fly. A man takes a rocket ship into the skies. He lives on a star, dying in the night, and follows in the trail, the scatter of light. Turn it on, turn it on, it turned me on. Ooh, yeah. Oh. Slow down my beating heart. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was awesome. Well said, Larry.
That was great.
That
That's a
was
fun
great.
one.
Yeah, for sure.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah. We're getting a little echo from somebody. Larry, you were up
It's
next.
me. It's
Did
me.
you
I'm just
want
moving,
the? Oh,
moving my camera around a little bit
do
here.
you want that
Okay.
video shared?
Yeah. I was just a quick story about it before you played it. So, like, I have this running joke over the years. I reach out to the trust for Shel Silverstein, who wrote the sidewalk, where the sidewalk
Oh
ends.
yeah, I
Give me
love Shel Silverstein poems.
you know, and I've done this like once every 3 or 4 years. I'm like, I want to write Dark Side of the Moon, but I want to do it about where the sidewalk ends. And the lawyer always gets back to me. He's like, do not use any of this material for anything. So I just keep doing it because I think it's really like it's kind of funny, because I think eventually maybe the family
Rebel.
members, or the trust will turn around and be like, no, let him do it. So, but I did do this one, and I wasn't monetizing it, so there wasn't any sort of legal ramifications on it. And it's a really short song. It's like 2 minutes, 29 seconds, but this was the song I send them every couple years, so that they can, see what I'm going for. There's Nico. Yeah.
Hey, Nico, good to see you, Uma.
Hi.
So anyway, that's the story. There you go, Algo.
All right. Okay, let me get this up here. And do you want to stay up, Lowry? I can put it like
Yeah,
that.
you can do that.
There
That's
you
cool.
go. All right. And Pecan Grover, I'm not sure how you found us either, but I'm glad that you're here. And yes, I know not a lot of people get notifications for my channel. I am not approved by the algorithms. So thank you to whoever likely shared me out with you. All right, here we go. Here's Lowry's Where the Sidewalk Ends.
There's a place where the sidewalk ends before the street begins, and there's the grass grows soft and wide, and there the sun burns crimson bright. There the moonbird rests from his flight to cool in the peppermint wind. Let us leave this place where the smoke blows black and the dark street winds and bends, past the pits where the asphalt flowers grow. We shall walk with a walk that is measured and slow, and watch where the chalk white arrows go to the place where the sidewalk ends. Yes, we'll walk with a walk that is measured and slow, and we'll go where the chalk white arrows go. For the children they mark, and the children they know the place where the sidewalk ends.
So there you go. So I just keep sending it to him like every couple of years.
I love
And
that.
thank you. Yeah, there's so much to it, and like I wanted to go start with a really light one to send to him, and then just get super like dark and Pink Floydy in the middle, and then end it really happy. And like the
I
lawyer
love
just
it.
he's got a boilerplate. He's got a boilerplate response he sends to me every time that I do it on purpose. And I'm about to do that again. I guess I'm going to send it to him again. I'll be like, hey, man, I got this great idea. And he always says, it's like, you always send this to us every
Yeah.
time. And I'm
That's so
like,
funny.
yeah, because it's a good idea. We should do it.
Waiting for him. I have to get a new lawyer.
I know. But anyway, they have a trust or whatever. But anyway, thank
Awesome,
you.
Pecan. Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that with us. That was fun.
You got it.
All right. Glow, you are up next.
All righty. Second here.
Thanks, Dawn.
In the twilight glow, I see her. Blue eyes crying in the rain. When we kissed goodbye and parted, I knew we'd never meet again. Love is like a dying ember. Only memories remain. And through the ages I'll remember blue eyes crying in the rain. Someday when we meet up yonder, we'll stroll hand in hand again in a land that knows no parting. Blue eyes crying in the rain. Blue eyes crying in the rain. Thank you.
Beautiful, Glow, always.
Thanks.
And Snook says, I love Glow's sweet voice, and I absolutely agree. Always sweet from you,
Aw.
Glow. It's beautiful.
Thank you. You're sweet.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Bruce, I think that's every cat owner is actually owned by the cat.
Yeah.
That's how cats roll.
Yep, definitely.
Right? All right, Ray, you're up next. An awesome XNYC. I'll look forward to checking that out. Thank you. Right, Jerry?
right.
Beautiful.
This next one that I'm going to do would be Foreigner Cold as Ice. It is a cover tune, but also a collaboration with a local singer, Indy singer from here, Mr. Maniac. Would be the one that did the main vocals. But this will be, it's going to be audio only because the video is all screwed up.
Okay, great.
You're as cold as ice. You're willing to sacrifice our love. You never take advice. Some price, I know. I've seen it before, it happens all the time. You're closing the door, you leave the world behind. You're digging for gold, you're throwing away a fortune in feelings, but someday you'll pay. You're as cold as ice. You're willing to sacrifice our love. You want paradise, but someday you'll pay the price, I know. I've seen it before, it happens all the time. You're closing the door, you leave the world behind. You're digging for gold, you're throwing away a fortune in feelings, but someday you'll pay. You know that you are as cold as ice to me. You're as cold as ice. Cold as ice, I know. Yes, I know. You're as cold as ice. You're as cold as ice, I know. Yes, I know. You're as cold as ice. Cold as ice, I know. Yes, I know.
Alrighty, and there is Mr. Maniac and myself doing Cold as Ice from
That was
far.
awesome. Mhm.
Yeah, really nicely done.
Cool, Ray. Cool.
It was great. Yeah, thank you, Ray. All right, fantastic. I think we were all digging that one. Okay, Tony, you are up next.
All right.
Go. Oh, what's going on here?
One. All right, here we go.
Look deep into the April face. A stranger's really taking place. Looking for the summer. The eyes take on a certain gaze and leave behind the springtime days. Looking for the summer. This ain't no game of kiss and tell. the implications you know so well. Looking for the summer. Time has come and they must go to play the passion out that haunts you so. Looking for the summer. Remember, love, how it was the same. We scratched and hurt each other's growing pains. We were looking for the summer. Still I stand this very day with a burning wish to fly away. I'm still looking for the summer. Looking for the summer.
Always beautiful, Tony. Fantastic. The guitar and your voice, beautiful. Yeah, Grell was saying that we could hear the spoons along with that one, and I thought that would be really cool,
That one
right?
sounded good.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you.
sounded awesome. Thank you, Tony. That was fantastic.
You.
I'm so glad you're here. I'm always glad when you're here. You just make me grin and glow here, Tony.
Grin and glow.
Grin and glow. Yep.
Great way to go.
Yep. All right. Hoyt, thanks for coming up and joining us. Some guy, glad you're here. And we are going to go to your song, Forge the Mind. Do you want to tell us anything about this before we pull it up?
Oh yeah, so this one basically I had to write it for myself because I have been going through like this long breakup type of thing, and it's just like realizing or knowing, yeah, kind of coming to the acceptance like, hey, this person doesn't care about you, and you could care about somebody, but that only does so much.
Right. Relatable. I think we've all been there at some point, right?
Yeah, so that's what this song's about.
Okay. Looking forward to this one. Thanks, Forge.
someone who did not love him back. There is a particular kind of confusion that happens when you care deeply for someone and still find that nothing you do seems to matter. You speak honestly, you try to reason, you try to show patience, respect and understanding. You try to do things the right way, communicate clearly, creeping fairly, give them space to think for themselves. Yet somehow the outcome does not change. At first this can make a person question themselves. You may wonder whether you explain things poorly, whether you lack patience, whether you should have approached the situation differently. It can create the feeling that if you had just done one more thing correctly, the result might have been different. But there is a truth that is difficult to accept. Sometimes the outcome has very little to do with what you did right or wrong. Human beings do not make decisions about love purely through logic, fairness, or accuracy. Much of the time they make decisions through attachment and preference first, and then construct reasoning afterward. In other words, the heart often chooses first, and the mind builds the explanation later. This is why you may find yourself in the strange position of watching someone dismiss ideas or truths when they come from you, yet accept those same ideas when they come from someone else. The information did not change. What changed was a person delivering it. In relationships, people often build a hierarchy of credibility, sometimes consciously, often unconsciously. Certain people occupy positions of authority in their mind. Mentors, friends, spiritual guides, community, or simply individuals they admire or feel drawn toward. When someone occupies one of those positions, their words carry weight when someone else does not occupy that position. Their words can't be discounted, even if they are thoughtful, honest, or correct.
Nicely done. I like that. Great lyrics on that one, Forge.
That was great. Yeah.
That was awesome.
Yeah, that was great. I'm gonna go and listen to that one again later too. Fantastic. Okay. Mater, thanks for coming in. Good to see you here.
Hi,
Right,
Mater.
Rauscher. And Cindy, good to see you as well. Much love to you. Cindy has an awesome channel for those who might not know. She plays music and she has a kind of a cool way that she does it where it goes for about an hour and then she deletes it. So she's able to play some music that might not be approved by the algorithms, but she kind of flies under the radar, and it's a great place to go and hang out. A really chill chat, great community, and you can, as long as you catch her, you can also put requests in too for songs that you want to hear. I've requested several of you indie artists over there too to kind of spread the love and get people to know some new music. So fantastic. Love what you do, Cindy, and glad that you're here.
Hey, Tony.
Hey, Indy, I was going to
Good to
jump
see
on
you.
down because you got a full house, and
Yeah.
I want to let some other people be able to get up in here. But thanks so much again for
Yeah.
having me.
Tony,
And,
it
thank
is
you to
always a
everybody
joy.
for watching and having
Can't
fun
hear
with us.
anything.
Congratulations
Tate.
on your recovery.
Thank you so much. You guys all have a good night. God bless, and I'll probably see you
Yes.
next week.
Absolutely. God bless, Tony. Much love to you, and thanks again for being here and sharing yourself and your music with us.
All right. Good night.
Much love. All right, Tate shared the link to Princess Raven, also known as Cindy, the channel I was just talking about. Thank you, Tate. You guys can go and sub her up. Check out her music and her channel, I mean. Okay, let's see. I think that we are to you next, Daryl. Yeah. And Hoyt, it sounds like you can't hear us, which, kind of makes it pointless for me to be talking right now.
Hello, hello?
You'll say something in the private chat in a
Can you hear
minute,
me?
see if we can figure that out. Yeah, we can hear you, Daryl.
Oh, great, great. Let's try this. If it doesn't work, I don't know what to say. We'll see what happens. Okay, here we go. Oh, wait a second. I don't need that. Not this one. Here we go. and I reduced the bandwidth, so hopefully this can work. Hold on.
All right, it's shared. Do you want the words up on screen?
Oh, I'm going to play it.
Oh, okay.
I'm playing it. Hopefully this will happen. Hello, hello. Okay, let's see what happens. If there's a problem, just interrupt me. This might be so slow. So slow. Doesn't it sound slow?
Sounds great on our end.
I'm standing on a bridge. I'm waiting in the dark. I thought you'd be here by now. There's nothing but the rain. No footsteps on the ground. I'm listening, but there's no sound. Isn't anyone trying to find me? Oh, somebody come take me home. It's a damn cold night. Trying to figure out this life. Take me with the hand, take me somewhere new. I don't know who you are, but I'm with you. I'm with you. Like the loud, right? I'm looking for a place. I'm searching for a face. Is anybody here I know? 'Cause nothing's going right. And everything's a mess. And no one likes to be alone. Isn't anyone trying to find me? Won't somebody come and take me home? It's a damn cold night. Trying to figure out this life. Not right. Won't you take me by the hand, take me somewhere new? I don't know who you are, but I'm with you. I'm with you. Why is everything so confusing? Maybe I'm just out of my mind. Yeah. It's a damn cold night. Trying to figure out this life. Won't you take me by the hand, take me somewhere new? I don't know who you are, but I'm with you. I'm with you. Take me by the hand, take me somewhere new. I don't know who you are, but I'm with you. Oh, I'm with you. Take me by the hand, take me somewhere new. I don't know who you are, but I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you.
Really beautiful, Daryl.
Thank you.
Yeah.
A little wonky there, but
You have a vibrato in your voice that is just so beautiful to me.
oh, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna
That
let
was a fun
somebody else.
surprise.
Oh yeah, me
Mhm.
too. Thank you so much. I'm gonna let somebody else come up, but I'm gonna listen and maybe come back on the
Okay.
panel.
All right. Yeah, sounds great. Thanks, Daryl. Okay, we're probably about entering into our last rotation, I'm guessing. As far as time goes, I'm trying to be better about keeping it, sticking to that 11 p.m. Eastern to switch into conversation. But we'll see how it goes. Thanks to those of you subscribing to each other's channels. That's great, showing support. We are stronger together. I'm glad for those of you who are connecting. Right? Yeah, and I'm with you, Deadpool. I'm with you, Deadpool. Yeah, I like all different kinds of music too. It's hard to choose which kind I like best. All right. Ghost Lincoln, thank you so much for the song. I'm really excited to check that out. I will do that later tonight. Thank you. Maybe it's something I'll be able to share here next week. Okay. Okay, awesome, Ghost Lincoln. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. And I know XNYC, you shared something too. Looking forward to both. That's so sweet of you guys. Thank you. Shamrock, much love to you. Good to see you, sis. Thanks for being here. You guys, if one of my mods could share out Shamrock's link, Shamrock shares a lot of information that the algorithms definitely do not want out. She's gone through several channels, and I'm pretty sure she's rebuilding again. And she does share some really great, like, we'll just say rabbit hole information, some things that are kind of on the fringes. So go check out her channel, you guys, and show her some support. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I know. I love that song, Deadpool. Okay. All right. We are going to go ahead and pull up a video. This is from Eugene's music. It's his latest song. And it was Eugene's birthday the other day. And so if you guys want to shout out a happy birthday to Eugene, this is Birthday Boredom. Here we go. All right, that's a fun one from Eugene there. I really enjoyed
I
that.
dug that one a lot.
Yeah. Happy birthday to you, Eugene. I hope you had a great one and a great time celebrating. Thanks for all the well wishes for him in the chat. Okay, good to see you, Zio. Much love to you. Thanks for being here. Okay. All right. Hoyt, thanks for coming back up. Can you hear us now? I'm not sure.
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you.
All right, fantastic. Okay, if you're all set to go, you are next.
Okay, I was gonna do an old song called "All These Things" in the key of E. If anyone is paying attention, can you hear the guitar?
Yep, sounding great. Go for it.
The touch of your lips next to mine gets me excited, baby. Makes me feel fine. Touch of your hand, your sweet hello, fire inside of you. I'm holding you close. Your love so warm and tender. The thrill is so divine. It's all these things that make you mine. If you would ever leave me, baby, would surely die. The other day when you started to go, I started to cry. Oh, I've got it bad. That's all right, as long as you're near me every night. You love too warm and tender. The thrill is so divine. It's all these things that make you mine. Yeah, it's all these things that make you mine. It's probably pretty bad, but thank you.
No, it wasn't bad. You sounded
It was
great.
great.
Yeah.
You are never bad.
I know, right?
You're one of my favorites.
Well done, Hoyt. Thank you, some guy.
Thank you, ma'am.
Awesome, Ray. Sounds good. Yeah, Shamrock, you're the best. Much love to you. Okay. Let's see. I think that we're to you next, Brad. And Daryl, thanks for coming back up. I saw your comment. Yes. You're at the end of the rotation, so that's perfect. We can't hear you, Brad. It looks like you're trying to talk.
Yes, I was trying to talk. Darn that mute. I am actually getting my next song ready in about 20 seconds.
Okay,
Now
no
it's
worries.
ready. Okay.
Oh, well, perfect.
Because I want a hot, fresh premiere. Made this
Awesome.
one for Donna, and I'm also guessing maybe Glow.
Nice.
It's a Glow song.
One, two, three, four.
I make no promises. I took my love, took it down, climbed a mountain and I turned around, and I saw my reflection in the snow-covered hills till the landslide brought me
down. Oh, mirror in the sky, what is love? Can the child within my heart rise above? And can I sail through the changing ocean tides? Can I handle the seasons of my life? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Well, I've been afraid of changing, 'cause I built my life around you. But time makes you bolder, children get older, I'm getting older too. Yeah. So, could you take this love, take it down? Oh, if you climb a mountain and you turn around, if you see my reflection in the snow-covered hills, will the landslide will bring you down, down? And if you see my reflection in the snow covered hills, well, the landslide will bring it down. Oh, the landslide will bring it down. Oh, the landslide will bring it down. Well, the landslide will bring it down. That was Stevie Nicks with the Melbourne Orchestra.
Fantastic. Yeah, that was
Here,
great.
here. Here, here.
Bread and the doggies.
So
We just got a Nicole slow clap on that one.
Oh my gosh, look at the puppy!
Right?
Oh, that
Yeah,
puppy.
during the interlude, she ran up. She's like, "Okay, I'm ready." I'm like,
She just
"All
snuggled right in.
Oh my
That was
gosh,
so
what
cute.
is the puppy's name? Please tell us about the puppy.
right." Mazzy. It was originally Mary
Aw.
Jane when I rescued her as a little puppy, but I'm not gonna have a dog
Oh.
named Mary Jane. So
Much love,
Oh my
Ghost
gosh,
Lincoln.
look
Have a
at
great
that
night.
puppy. It's just like a little Elwood puppy. I love it.
An Elwood's
Oh,
puppy.
look at her little neck. She's like, my neck is broken. I
Nice.
love you.
she's wanting kisses.
Yep. So
Oh my
cute.
gosh, I want to cuddle that puppy. I love that puppy.
Fantastic. All right, yeah, that was great, Brett. So you said that's a track you're gonna have on your channel?
Yeah, I
Awesome,
just
okay.
did kind of the first draft of it. So.
Much love, Shamrock. Yeah, that was fantastic. Thank you. Okay, Lowry, you're up next.
Awesome.
Right? Those lungs, right, Donald? I agree. What pipes, Daryl says. Tate.
Brad, that was awesome.
Rebel. Yeah.
Hey, Brand, can you circumcise me right now?
Brand's not in charge of that, but I got it. Oh, whoops. Oh, look at that. It just worked out that way. There we go.
You don't want to circumcise the wrong thing.
Right. Or maybe at all. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
We had
I'm a
that
little
conversation, I think, over at Algo's, didn't we? Or was that backstage? I can't remember.
I don't know.
Hey, Dank. Good to see you. Much love.
So
All
when I
right.
fir-
You're all set, Lowry. Go for it.
All right. When I first moved to New York, that was just right after the event in 2001. And I was just writing songs, and I would just mix up like, current events in it and try to make character stories out of it or like do stuff. But this is a love song rooted in that day in September. And I had just gotten there like a year or two after that, I think it was, whatever. So anyway, there's my story. All right.
All right.
How's my levels, by the way? Am I doing okay tonight?
Yeah, it's sounding really good. Hold on one second. Let me just check. Yeah, you sound great, but I'm going to turn off your echo cancellation. Then it's going to get all wonky. So
Okay.
go ahead and say something.
Check 1 2 1 2 check 1 2.
I'm going to turn you up over here.
Hey 1 2 hey 1 2.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Would it be alright if we could dance on the rubble of your fallen buildings? La da da. And sleep in the middle of Ocean Parkway. La da da. You said I shouldn't dream so much, and I am self-aware. I am trying to spare your life. I'm asking you to save your own life. So sleep on the rubble of your fallen buildings. La da da. And dance in the middle of Ocean Parkway. La da da. You said I shouldn't love you so much, and I am self-aware. I am trying to spare your life. I'm asking you to save your own life. If you get alarms, why don't you pull them? Why don't you pull them? If you get alarms, why don't you pull them? Why don't you pull them?
get alarms? Why don't you pull them? Why don't you pull them? That song's called Full on Empty. It's from Emporia Bar.
Love that.
Thank
That
you.
was great, Lowry.
Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You guys talking about? What are you talking about tonight? Everything.
Everything. Yeah, we've got a lot of stuff. There's some
Everything.
feisty things going on the second half, you guys. So get ready.
Yeah, you guys stick around. It's always a fun conversation. Thank you for having
Yeah.
me on. I'm gonna lurk and maybe I'll pop on or not.
Yeah, I would love it if you do. I hope you do
Good to
join
see
in
you,
for
Lowry.
conversation.
Good to
There
see all
go.
of you guys. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Mm.
Really quickly before you take off, is David still there with you guys?
Yep, he's downstairs.
Okay.
We're
Make
working
sure you
him through
pass
some
on our
stuff.
love to him.
Yep.
Yeah.
We always send every week we send. He's going through a bit of a rough
Right,
patch.
every
but-
week, pal.
Yeah, but we're
Yeah.
gonna get him up to the level where he starts singing on here too. He's got some
Right.
great.
Well, that's
great
relatable. We all know how that goes, and that's part of real recognizes real, you know. And yeah, but I'm glad he's there with you guys, and just let him know we're thinking of him and much love.
I will pass that along.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Okay. All right. Let's keep this great music going. Glow, you are up next.
Okay. Singing this with a sore throat, which is kind of dumb, but I'm going to do it anyway.
I'm sure you're still going to sound amazing.
I was alright for a while. I could smile for a while. Then I saw you last night. You held my hand so tight when you stopped to say hello. You wished me well. You couldn't tell that I'd been crying over you, crying over you. Then you said so long and left me standing all alone, alone and crying, 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 crying. Oh, it's hard to understand that the touch of your hand can start me crying. I thought that I was over you, but it's true, so true. I love you even more than I did before. But darling, what can I do? No, you don't love me, and I'll always be crying over you, crying over you. Yes, now you're gone, and from this moment on, I'll be crying, 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 oh, crying, crying.
Thank you.
Oh, so beautiful, Glow. I love that. Got me in my feels.
Oh, thank you.
That's a
So
great
good.
one. Yeah.
I love it.
Beautiful, beautiful
Thank you.
song.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Glow.
You're welcome.
Okay, where are we at? Ray, I think you're up next. Yep.
All right.
And yeah.
Go ahead, Indy. You were saying?
Oh no, it's okay. Go ahead. You're all set.
This next one is an original guitar instrumental that I did. It does not have a title. It is simply named Chili Peppers meets Leonard Skinner meets Led Zeppelin.
All right.
I don't know how else to explain it. One second, let me swap cam. Let me get my face off there.
Hey, Phil, welcome in.
All right, here we go. The untitled original.
was great.
No. Sorry.
That's all right. Yeah,
I don't
that
know.
was awesome, Ray. Thanks for sharing that with us.
Not a problem. I just don't know what else to call it. It doesn't have a title.
Mm-hmm.
How do you put a title to that?
I don't know. I bet there's some suggestions maybe from chat. You guys let him know. All right. That was great. Yep.
All right. That's probably my last one for tonight.
Okay. Thanks so much, Ray, for coming up and joining tonight and sharing your music with us.
All right.
Glad when you do.
lady.
Yeah. Much love.
Thank you for playing.
All right. Yeah. Huge. Is that right? Let me know. But welcome in. Glad you found us. I'm not sure how you found us either. I don't think your name's familiar, but I'm glad you're here. Welcome. We are just about to shift gears into conversation in just a little bit. We've got a little bit more music still coming up. Yeah, that was great. And Daryl, you are up next.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm sorry about that. I forgot. Somebody asked me last week to sing I hope you can hear me, to sing a Kate
we can
Bush
hear you.
song. This is a very
Yes.
unusual request. I know this song, and I'm very happy to do a request. I can't resist a request.
Okay,
This is
before...
from... Yeah,
okay,
go
sorry,
ahead.
go ahead. Well, before you start singing, I want to change your settings a little bit. And
Sure.
really quickly, let me also, Justin, let me bring you up here. Justin, I know you're up for conversation, but you can come and hang out on the panel. Thanks for being here. Much love to you.
And I second whatever, Kate, you're going to sing.
All right, so I want to change your settings before you sing because for some reason, when I cut off your echo cancellation, it drops your volume way down. So go ahead and say something.
Check 1, 2. I can let me see if I make myself louder. If I'm not at full volume, actually. I don't know if that makes a difference.
In StreamYard, you're on full volume, and you don't have an echo, actually. There's a little bit of white noise, but it's nothing. So you're good.
Okay.
But do you want to maybe, if you're playing a backing track, you want to try it real quick and see if we need to turn it down or not?
Sure. Maybe I could do that for sure.
And if your mic's not at full volume, put it at full volume.
I believe it is, though I don't
Much love,
know.
Glow. Thanks
I'm
for joining
not sure
in.
if I could check that here. Just a second. I don't know how to check that, but I'm going to just check this with the track first. Let's see if this works. Okay.
Once we get this all figured out, it will know what to do for next time, and it'll go really smoothly.
Yeah, exactly. How is that?
It's not changing on your end. I'm wondering, check in your settings on StreamYard to make sure if make sure you're using the right microphone that you want to use.
Okay, I have one for the computer as well as a real microphone. So, let's see the settings in StreamYard.
So underneath the panel, you want to click on those 3 dots by your picture.
Oh, wait a second. My microphone is MacBook Pro. You're right.
There you go. I had a feeling.
Yeah, you can also tap the mic and see if it...
This might
There we
make
go.
a
That's much better.
That sounds a lot better.
Should I click on echo cancellation?
No, not when you're performing.
Don't touch anything. It's at full volume now.
Okay, yeah, you sound great.
Oh, it wasn't with the right mic. You're so smart. Thank you.
Sometimes we figure these things out.
I didn't even know there was a settings in here to do that with. Thank you. Awesome.
Yes. Okay.
Great.
Wonderful.
I hope it works
Glad
out
we got
better.
it. Okay. You want to go ahead and play your backing track for just a second? We'll check the mix.
Sure. No problem.
We'll get this dialed in.
That is fine. Okay. This is okay. Should I lower that?
I think that's probably pretty good.
I think it sounds okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want the words up on the screen, or do you want...
I don't have the words. There are no words. I have them over here, actually.
Okay. Then we'll go ahead and put
They don't have... It's not a real karaoke track, but it does have... It cheats them in the bottom. Okay, let's see. I hope I remember this. It's a very nice request. Very nice song. Open to interpretation. I pulled down my lace and the chintz. Oh, do you know you have the face of a genius? I'll send your love to Zeus. Oh, by the time you read this, I'll be well in touch. I'm giving it all in a moment or two. I'm giving it all in a moment for you. I'm giving it all. I'm giving it, giving it, giving it. This kicking here inside makes me leave you behind. No more under the quilt to keep you warm. Your sister, I was born. You must lose me like an arrow shot into the killer storm. You and me on the bobbing knee. Did we cry at all that old mythology he'd read? I will come home again, but not until the sun and the moon meet you on yon hill. I'm giving it all in a moment or two. I'm giving it all in a moment for you. I'm giving it all. I'm giving it, giving it. I'm giving it. This kicking here inside makes me leave you behind. No more under the quilt to keep you warm. Your sister, I was born. You must lose me like an arrow shot into the killer storm. I pulled down my lace and the chintz. Oh, do you know you have the face of a genius? I'll send your love to Zeus. Oh, by the time you read this,
Absolutely beautiful. Daryl, I'm so excited we got your sound all dialed in. That was the best we've been able to hear your voice,
Yes.
and you have such a gorgeous voice.
oh, thank you so much. Did you know that, Brad, by any chance? That
Yeah.
song? Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
You sounded great.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
And feel
Not
free to
the-
pressure me to make more Kate Bush songs.
Oh, you could make as many as you'd like. I'd love for you to do some. I'll give you my list. Thank you.
Yeah, Rumble was loving you over there too. Carl said, not many people can pull off Kate Bush. Props to you, Daryl.
Oh, that is such a great thing to say. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Okay. All right. We are just about to shift gears. I think we have 3 songs before we switch into conversation. If anybody else wants to come up for conversation, you can start making your way this way. This next song is an original, the latest original from Blue Unicorn, who is lurking happily. I saw he peeked into chat for a minute there. And this is What to Think Network. Here we go.
swallow, hook, line, sinker, internalized. Although it shows, it still goes, eyes closing wide. Swallowed, hook, line, sinker, swallow the lies. Bury our head instead, come no surprise. In a maze, the arrows point the ways, but they go to nowhere. In a race, circle pace, but the prize has never been aware. Swallowed, hook, line, sinker, and hungry for more. This meal is served in joy, empty and sore, gaslit and somnolent, and mesmerized. No thought, no more, no mind, just toe that line. Lionize your lion eyes, meanwhile your soul decries. Thinking, see that thing that's right in front of you. Swallow, hook, line, sinker. Swallow, hook, line, sinker. Swallow, hook, line, sinker. Swallow, hook, line, sinker. Those named who claimed their thrones are wolves in disguise. Glad hands, big smile, hollow, no compromise. Swallowed, hook, line, sinker, lockstep in line. Stockholm syndrome blinker, all's well and fine. You're watching the What to Think Network.
Love it, Blue. Absolutely love it. Great lyrics. And you know I love your sound. Amazing. Right, girl? All right, fantastic. Glad you're here for it, Blue. Right. Lionize your lying eyes, meanwhile your soul decries, right? Wear the made in China masks, right, JM? Yeah, wonderful, Blue. Really well done. Blue and Camellia, you guys should do a collaboration sometime. I think that would be amazing. Right, Shamrock? Algo made it over here from Rumble to say fantastic song, Blue. Okay. All right, this next one, as we kind of shift gears into conversation, is one of the latest from Buzzacchino and the Bear. This is Perjury of the Heart. Here we go.
I have become hard to the most extreme, while becoming soft to the deepest I could feel. I have seen things where I had to stay strong while feeling sorrow that was hard to deal. I have lost those I couldn't bear to lose, still walking on for the ones still here. I have stood where we all must stand, burying a love we held so dear. And somewhere deep inside the soul, a quiet truth is calling on a light we know but turn away, still guiding us along. It's time to comfort angels, tell the demons be gone. The light in your heart is there to guide you. It knows what is right and what's wrong. It's time to comfort angels. Let the dark be gone. The light in your heart will guide you home, where truth and love belong. We fill the world with tears of angels by what we do to each other each day, to ourselves and the living earth and the life that grows along the way. We've turned away from the moral path, possessed with a devil-like greed, consuming everything but the love that deep down we all truly need. The truth is written in every heart, even when the world goes blind. The light within still whispers soft, calling on mankind to rise above the fear and greed. Yeah.
Fantastic. Buzzacino and the Bear. Absolutely love those lyrics and the song. Really well done. Great message and much needed for these times. Thank you, Buzz. Okay. And thank you, Bran, for that verse that you shared. I love it. All right. Okay, we are just about to shift into conversation. I do have one more song we're going to pull up. This one's kind of funny, you guys. It's called Karen Core is the kind of music, which might give you an idea of what it is, but I thought this was kind of a fun way to shift into conversation. And then really quickly before we do that, I do want to say a couple things. We have the Backstage Speakeasy coming up this Friday, and we did some really lighthearted kind of like slapstick humor movies last week because we just needed a change of pace, and that was a great suggestion. But then this week is Friday the 13th, so we're getting really heavy. But we're doing Manhunter and what was the other one that we're doing? Nefarious. Yeah.
Can you just remind me before if I jump in there to tell me that there's spooky movies and that I need to log off?
Yes, Justin, I will. Yeah, I put the ratings in there, and they're both really good movies with powerful messages and some deep truths, but they're also very heavy and they're definitely dark. So yeah, it might not be for everyone. But I thought since it was Friday the 13th and they were both movies that were on our list to watch, we would go ahead and play them then. The following week, we'll get back to something like lighthearted. I think we'll be doing some, most likely some Jim Carrey movies. So it'll be a big shift in gears, but just wanted to give a heads up. We do have the Backstage Speakeasy on Friday the 13th, and it'll be some great movies and I'm sure some amazing conversation, but some kind of dark subject matter. So, yeah, warning, I guess, and as well as an invitation that you're all welcome. The Backstage Speakeasy, the link is pinned at the top of the chat, and it's just like coming up on panel, except it's all backstage. So it's kind of like that false front on a speakeasy door. You click on the link and come backstage, and we hang out back there the whole time. We're back there from 11 p.m. Eastern on. We usually start at 11 p.m. hanging out, and then at midnight we start the first movie, and then go from there. We talk a little bit in between the two movies usually. And if there's any like world events that are breaking news, we might kind of not do the second movie and share what's going on together, which is good. But we have a lot of really great conversation, and there's some people that you might hear from or see back there that you wouldn't normally hear from or see up on YouTube. So it's a great place to get to know people better and really build community. So hope you'll join us. If not this week, I understand, but at a future Backstage Speakeasy on Friday nights. Also, I started something new this week for my channel called Down the Rabbit Hole. And thank you to all of you who were there and who have replayed and watched. But there's so many videos that I gather for these streams each week. And, it's like a fifth of them maybe that we get to actually play and talk about for conversation. And so I'm starting to just kind of gather them together by topics, and I'll be doing some more of the Down the Rabbit Hole streams where I'm not necessarily going to be saying anything from up on panel. I'm in the chat with you guys, and we're just kind of watching different videos, all related to a certain kind of rabbit hole topic. So the first one that I did was on Jim Carrey with all of the craziness about, was it him? Was it not him? Was it a mask? Was it a clone? What was going on with Jim Carrey? And if you haven't seen it, go and check it out. And but the best part about it, I think, is being in the chat. So if you're able to catch it live, I'm pretty sure I'm going to do it on Thursdays for now, but I don't think that will be a set time necessarily. It might be more of like a pop-up thing in the future. But right now that seems like a time when I'm not really stepping on anybody's toes, and that a lot of people were able to make it, that some who aren't even able to be here on Monday nights. So it was great. And thanks to everybody who showed up and showed support and gave me feedback and said that you guys want more of those. So those are coming up. Stay tuned. I think probably, like I said, the next one will be on Thursday. I am also really going to try to be more intentional about doing a members only stream once a month. So thank you again to all of you who are members and who are supporters, and to those of you who have gifted memberships. I'm going to try to figure out for this week to do a members stream, but how to do it on Rumble also, so that I can hopefully do the members only on both Rumble and YouTube at the same time. So that's something I got to figure out for Rumble. But if I can't figure out how to do a members only for Rumble, then what the members only stream will be visible on YouTube as the members only, and then also available on Rumble at the same time. So we'll see how that goes, but stay tuned. It'll be up on my channel. And okay. I think that's all the like business side of things, I guess, if you want to call it that. But just letting you guys know about the Backstage Speakeasy and the Down the Rabbit Hole and members only streams coming up. Okay. All right. So here we go. Now we're ready for some Karen Core. Here's Andre Antunes.
Here's the thing. I don't want impeachment. I don't want them to serve time. I want them taken into the city town square. Hot from their ankles. And not that from my country. Not that from my country. And not that from my country. Here's the thing. I don't want impeachment. I don't want them to serve time. I want them taken into the city town square. Hot from their ankles. And not that from my country. Not that from my country. And not that from my country. Not that from my country.
Humanity will crush you. I love it. They're weak. And the minute we reveal them, their destruction begins. You sons of bitches, I'm tired of your crap. You commit evil, you're part of an evil system, and we're standing up against you. And I want to bring these people to justice, and you know what I mean. You know what I mean. I want to unleash humanity, not have a bunch of con artists, pot-bellied, chicken neck, pieces of garbage running our world. All you have had your way with the innocent children over and over again. They think your evil's invincible. You're not invincible, and God's gonna deal with you. And you are cursed to hell.
Not that from my country. Not that from my country. And not that from my country. Not that from my
I love it. I'm glad so many of you did too.
That's a great
Fantastic.
hook.
Right? I know. It worked too well.
Except I think it's chin, not chain. But
I think so too. Yeah, I thought so too. It makes more sense. And I've heard it a lot, protests actually. So yeah, I'm with you on that one.
Did you play that last week?
Mm-mm.
Oh, you know where I
No.
saw it? I saw one similar to that without the music on Jeff's.
Oh yeah, it's making the rounds.
Oh,
Yeah,
God,
I
it was
can't. There's another guy that does music. Katniss, is that his name? Something like that. Darn. But anyway, I've shared a different artist that does like takes clips like that, and not there. Sometimes it's funny things like cats or something or dogs howling and makes music out of it. But it's great. I thought that one was hilarious.
It's very catchy, actually. I think I'd like to hear the duet, you know? From joy to change.
Yeah, Blue. All I want is Wingstop. Yeah. Right? Yeah, I know. People love him or hate him. It seems, Snooks. I get that.
Yeah,
Thanks for coming up, Snooks.
I can't stand Alex Jones. I just, his voice just makes my ears bleed. You know, I'm very sound sensitive.
Right.
And he just offends my ears.
They're
Dan's is very romantic.
He offends your ears, but does he speak to your soul?
Right? I thought it was a good segue into conversation, Shamrock. I thought so too. Just a little feisty, Bran.
Hi, Indy, and
All
thank
right.
you for singing the song that I asked you to.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
gorgeous.
Thank
Hello,
you.
Jess
Thank you.
and Brad.
All right, Bran, thank you so much for being here and sharing links the first half. I know you have to take off so you can get some sleep before work, but thank you always for being here and for helping me out. It's such a help to have you here and doing that and kind of jumping through all the hoops, sharing all the videos. So thank you so much, Bran.
Brad,
You're welcome.
Can you make a karaoke version of that song, Brad?
Take care,
Yeah.
Brian.
Okay, thank you.
Have
Message
a great
me.
night, Bran. Inferno, good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Paul, I saw you come in a few minutes ago. Much love to you. Thanks for everybody shouting out Bran in the chat too, because Bran is always here and always so helpful. So thank you. And thanks to all of my mods. I really, it helps a lot to have you guys connecting people. I wouldn't be able to go a stream without sharing links for everybody. So thank you for, oh yes, Kifness. That's the one I'm thinking of. Huge. Thank you. Kifness, not Katniss. There we go. Kifness. Yeah, he does like videos like that last one, taking different sounds and clips and makes them into music and plays along. It's great. And I've shared some of his here. All right. Yeah. Much love, Bran. And thank you to all my mods. Okay. Algo, thanks for coming up to share videos for the second half.
You are welcome.
Yeah. Oh, you think Alex Jones will be the next POTUS? Oh, good Lord. Can you imagine, John?
Hector Camacho.
Yeah. Tony, thank you so much again for being here and for coming up. It's always great to have you here, and I'm always glad to get to share your music with everybody. So much love to you, Tony, and I hope we'll see you again next week, if not somewhere before.
Good to hear you, Tony.
Yeah.
And I'm also going to step down because all the stuff I should have been doing this evening, I'm going to try and squeeze in before I go to bed.
Yes.
But I'll be listening.
Brad, thanks for being here and sharing your music as well. Love your voice and your personality too, and I'm just always glad when you join in.
I appreciate it. I appreciate all the good vibes and good
Yeah.
music and the talent. So it's a great mix and good people.
All right. Yeah, it is. It is. And I'm glad you're one of them. Thanks, Brad.
Take care, Brad.
Paul, I will check that out for next time. We are just changing gears into conversation for the second half. Music is the first half of each stream, but there's another announcement. The last Monday of every month, I'm going to go ahead and do a flipped. So if you missed that announcement at the beginning, I'm pretty sure it's on the 30th this month, but the last Monday of the month, we'll try a flipped and see how that goes.
Yay.
Yeah, I think that might work out well for some people. Okay. All right. Okay, I do have a few videos we're going to kick things off with, and then we'll kind of see where the conversation goes. And these first videos are kind of, they kind of all go together. There's, it's maybe like, what is it, like 15 minutes maybe tops for all of them combined. But they're sort of just like looking at the state of the world today and a couple reaction videos to what's going on. The first one is by a channel called London Real, and it has some things that David Icke shared in an interview recently. And I thought that he shared, I don't agree with everything that David Icke believes, but I do think that he shares a lot of great truths and has some really interesting perspectives. And these are kind of some, in a way, some hopeful videos too. So I hope that you guys enjoy these. And Tiff, I was going to say Tiff and Landon, but I think it's just Tiff this time. Good to have you up here.
Hello.
Thanks for joining. Much love to you.
My buddy needs me to pick him up, so
Ah,
I'll
there's
have
Landon.
to run in a minute.
Okay. All right. Well, if you're able to join in later, Landon, hope you can. But Tiff, glad you're up here with us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Glad to be here.
All right. So here is David Icke.
Started out researching this 32 years ago. Virtually no one wanted to know. All the way through the 90s, virtually no one wanted to know. Into the 2000s, very few wanted to know. And then it started to build. And then once COVID took off, and a lot more people realized that what's been in my books for 30 years is actually now happening on the TV news, people started to look at it differently. Now, so what you've had, because you hear people in the alternative media, I do completely understand it, who maybe haven't been doing it as long as I have, who say, why aren't more people waking up? Well, they should have been with me in 1990, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96 and onwards about why aren't more people waking up. They should have seen what it was like then. From my perspective of that, I look at the world now and I'm absolutely overjoyed because the numbers of people who are looking at the world and themselves and their self-identity in a new light is absolutely fantastic. I've gone from walking down the street in the 90s being laughed at and shouted at and ridiculed to people stopping me in the street all over the bloody world, asking me serious questions about what's going on and thanking me for exposing it. Now that is a transformation that is absolutely incredible compared with where we were in late 2019, early 2020, compared with where we are now. The numbers who are seeing it are just amazing. So I said at the time, I said it in our interviews, our early ones in after the COVID thing started, that this cult has now entered the room and it's heard the door click behind it. I said a long time ago, there's going to come a time when what they're doing under the radar to move forward in preparing for what they want to do, there's going to come a time when it has to break the surface. Because if you're going to transform human society, there comes a point where it has to be transformed in front of people's eyes. And then you can't hide it anymore. So what you do then is you move from hiding it to selling it, which is what they're in now. But the difference between now and early 2020 is that the number of people now who no longer trust what they're told is phenomenal compared with what went on before. I remember, I don't read comments much on stories, but I read comments depressingly around the time we did those first interviews in the spring of 2020. And there were the comments. Oh, yeah, it's a deadly virus, and people don't wear this and masks and all that through the summer. It went, and in the spring of those people that don't want to lock down who go out, danger the bit. Oh God, you're killing people. Yeah. Now you look, when they come out with the next one, there's a monkeypox epidemic, right? Yeah, okay. And you look at the comments. Another fake vaccine comes out, the Moderna one, just agreed by Britain, the first country to do it, for the Omicron variant. Omicron being an anagram rather of moron or moronic, which is perfect. And you look at the comments, totally different. They've got it. They're seeing what's going on in great numbers. So there's a lot to be encouraged by, as well as a lot to be challenged by. But the point I'm making here is that we have to go, this is why the trap is the deepest in the rabbit hole I've gone so far. We've got to go from just seeing this level of it and the manipulation that's going on, a lot of people have got that now, to realize that it's much bigger than just that this is just the movie screen. What's happening to make the movie screen happen? And how are we, in the end, trapped in the circumstances we are? And if you look at it on different levels, you'll see the same thing. So what I've been talking about so far is the fact that if you fall into low vibrational states of emotion and thought, and low vibrational states of consciousness, awareness, energy as a result, you become entrapped in this simulation in its multiple levels. But then you bring that down to a practical level here, and you take the emotions and the thoughts that entrap us at that level, and you bring them into this world, and you see how exactly the same emotions entrap us here. Fear. There's coming up to 8 billion people in this world. If you got to the core of this global cult, you get them into a single room. You add all the people in full knowledge who are driving this agenda. You add the law enforcement and the military who are imposing this agenda, and these gophers who are administering this agenda with no idea there is an agenda. And then you compare that number with the nearly 8 billion people who are being manipulated and being imposed upon. That number is still tiny. There's no way that that number of people can impose their will on 8 billion. Impossible unless the 8 billion, in vast numbers of the 8 billion, acquiesce to the few. That's the only way it can happen. And why do people acquiesce? Two reasons. One, then they don't have the self-respect, because that's what it is. They don't have the self-respect to question authority and what authority tells them. They just do it without question. And then there's so that's the low vibrational, mental, emotional state of those people. They have no self-respect. They think, I'm just little me. I'm here to do what authority tells me. Authority knows best because I can't possibly, because I'm just little me. And that expresses itself in enslavement. And it expresses itself vibrationally to create that level of enslavement. But in this world, it's enslavement. Then you've got the other group, and they're the ones that don't want to do what they're told, but they're frightened of not doing so. They're fearful of the consequences of not acquiescing and obeying.
There is a particular danger in seeing what others do not see. You begin to live in two worlds at once. In the outer world, people smile, speak, trade manners like coins, and call it reality. But in the inner world, you feel the movement beneath the floorboards. You hear what is not said. You notice the shadow behind a compliment, the hunger behind a joke, the fear behind a person's need to be right. And once the unconscious reveals itself to you, you cannot pretend it is not there. This is not a gift without cost, because when you see the hidden pattern, you become unbearable to the collective illusion. Others will call you too sensitive, too intense, paranoid, or negative, not because you are wrong, but because you disturb the spell that keeps them asleep. Yet the greatest danger is subtler. You may begin to identify with your sight. You may inflate the ego and mistake perception for superiority. Then the archetype of the seer becomes a prison, and you turn cold, lonely, proud, separated from human warmth by your own awareness. To truly see is not to judge, it is to carry the truth without hatred, to hold the shadow without worshipping it, and to remain humble enough to remember what you recognize in others is also alive within you. That is the real work, letting your vision lead you back to the self, not away from humanity.
Listen to me, my new awakened souls who have just awakened to the entire game and the fact that we are run by a bunch of satanic pedophiles. I understand the frustration, the anger, and everything that you feel. I went through that when I was 20, when I woke up. I'm 39 now. Eventually, you will plateau. You will realize what the truth is. And then you will take that energy and you will transmute it into something positive. Why? Because even the Bible says 365 times, do not fear. You want to know why? Because the entire matrix is fear-based. You do not want to have any fear. No, we're not going to have any nuclear wars. I don't even think nukes exist, to be honest. Hydrogen bombs, yeah, maybe, but not nukes. because we would have probably nuked ourselves before. They just want you to think that. They want you to think that they are so powerful that you should be afraid of them. Screw them. Don't be afraid of them. Make fun of them. Laugh at them. Take their power away because they're a joke. And that's what they are. They've just convinced themselves and us that they are this magical like group of people that has more knowledge than the rest of us. Fuck them, okay? Laugh at them. Klaus Schwab looks like vagina dryness. Justin Trudeau looks like the dingleberry on my cat's ass when he doesn't lick himself properly after taking a poop, okay? We win. That is why they have to reset us so many times, because we wake up, we realize what happened, and then we send them back to hell, okay? And it's going to happen again, except this time we won't let them reset us. So just remember, it's us, normal people versus them. And yes, just like in 2020, you're going to get those dildos who are going to fight for the Satanists, but they don't even know what bathroom to use, so fuck them, okay? And I know I shouldn't cuss a lot because I am trying to be more Christian-like, but sometimes it's just frustrating, okay? So take that frustration, take that anger, and let's transmute it into something positive. I chose to bring knowledge and all of the truth out there. Everybody needs to be speaking out. Some people will do other things. Some people will do this. But collectively, we're all fighting the exact same war. And it is a spiritual war. And I want you to take that spiritual armor, put it on, and know that we will win. We just need to take this energy that we all have together and transmute it towards the evils in this world instead of each other. Eventually that will happen. I mean, we have a hard time as regular people sticking together, but I know for a fact that we will stick together when the final hour comes of good versus evil. So just stick in there, my dudes. It's gonna get better. It's gonna get awesome, because now I see more people waking up. It was super lonely 10 years ago, 15 years ago, but now I can see the God's army being built against these evil dudes, and just know that good is going to come out of it. And yes, I do wear filters for my eyelashes because I think it looks awesome, and I know it just ended up on my hat. And if you're like, stop wearing filters, there, see, so much better with a filter.
All right. I love her, you guys. She shares a lot of great information, but I just love how feisty she is too. So I appreciate her perspective.
Yeah, I really enjoyed her little rant. I really did.
Right?
That
always
was quite
do.
profound.
Dude, she works in the oil field with men.
Yeah, she does. Mm-hmm.
She's badass.
Hey, Speakeasy, welcome back.
She's also like my age and aged a lot more gracefully than I did. Shit.
Not just from the eyelashes, right?
No, it was just
right,
exactly
right.
I was like, God, Ed, you still look half my age. Jeez.
Yeah. Okay, so I know that was a lot of information kind of all at once with the 3 different videos. And Snooks, sorry we missed you, but if you want to come back up, you're more than welcome. Yeah, she knows what's up, right, Imir? I agree. So yeah, I think that it's good that there's so many people that are waking up. Like David Icke said, I've seen that, and we've talked about that just last week. I didn't really wake up to a lot of the reality of what's going on until about 6 years ago. And when I was waking up, that's saying, but people know what you're talking about when you say waking up.
What year was that?
2019.
Okay, so right about the same time as I got on my little notepad over here. I'm right in the same boat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I like how what David Icke said is kind of hopeful in that he's seeing that there are a lot more people. He's been in this for a long time, and from the early 90s, I think is when he first started speaking out. And like I said, I don't necessarily agree with everything that he shares about or he believes, but I do think that he does share a lot of truth. And he's saying that he's now seeing a lot more people that are, instead of thinking he's some freak, they're really aligning more with what he's sharing and what he believes, So I think
the messed up
good.
part about that is that I think he even admitted that it's I don't know if it was him or the last female that was on, but it's a very small percentage compared to what it should be. It still really is. Yeah, a lot of people have waken up.
I don't know. I don't think we have a way of really understanding what the real numbers are, because of course the mainstream is going to be perpetuating that we're, we meaning the truthers, if you want to give us that title, those of us seeking the deeper meanings and the realities that are beyond the surface level, they're going to keep us thinking that there's less of us. But it's in my name, Independent Many United. I think there are way more of us, whether we call ourselves Democrats or liberals or, libertarians or independents or whatever, that are in this vast middle and share a lot more in common and are really wanting the same things overall. and also trying to seek the truth than there are the extremists on the far left and the far right, or those who just have their heads buried in the sand. I really do believe that there are way more of us. I think it's
Yeah, there are quite a
lie
few
that we
like-minded individuals.
are the minority.
That's why I appreciate your channel, that I stumbled upon
Yeah.
it, because I found a lot of good people through you.
Yeah, I'm glad you've been
I've learned a
networking in,
lot.
Justin. I've been seeing that. It's great.
It's interesting to think about the people in, you know, the 70s and 80s that saw it and how lonely that must have been, the crazy persona, you know, and yeah, compared to that, I bet it feels like they've got gobs of friends. But like you've said too, Indy, there's so many distractions now that even people that are looking for truth might, you know, delve into truth that doesn't necessarily matter so much, or, you know, like, is Avril Lavigne dead? You know, like, is she replaced?
That's right,
Like,
Shamrock.
it's very interesting. But
Right.
in the big scheme of things, whether or not she is or isn't doesn't really make a huge difference. It would just be more indicative of cloning, et cetera, et cetera. And so, you know, like, there's a lot that get kind of lost in the weeds a little bit, and black pilled, you know, like, I think that if you take on too much truth all at once, you can get overwhelmed and then just be like, well, I can't escape it, and just kind of stop caring.
Well, and
Right.
that's why like the implementation of like the shorts, or you know, things like TikTok and everything, like they're designed to keep you focused for just long enough to keep scrolling, and just not, you know, it's to dumbify
You're
you.
right, Blue. The power lay in the proles. That's right. You just have
Could
to
I
own
ask
it.
a question about this topic here?
Yeah.
What? Well, first, do you guys believe there's like an objective truth?
I think that there is yeah, I think there's absolutely an absolute truth. Even in the statement, there is no absolute truth. It is an absolute truth. You know, it
Right,
counterproves
you're making
itself.
an absolute statement, right? Yeah.
Right.
So then, in that case, I think this is what happens here, because when you say there's a lot of people that are like woke up to what's going on, I think there's actually more people that think they are, but they don't see it as there's like an objective truth. There's their truth, what they think is the truth, and that's where, like, how do you guys differentiate towards an objective truth? Like, what is it that
To
It's like
me,
an onion. It's got layers.
a my truth type deal applies to
There's depth to
perspective
it.
and feeling. Like, how I feel about a situation is my truth. How I perceived how you said that, how it made me feel, that's a my truth thing. But like,
Well, that
the
would just
men,
be a feeling, right? Not a truth.
yeah, I mean, but it's right. I agree. That's a truth.
Okay, I've had this conversation about feeling versus thinking, and I think sometimes we get caught up in the semantics of it. To me, when I say feeling, sometimes I mean intuitively or through discernment. And while that might seem, and I'll use the word I feel this because it's something that I've perceived, and that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a fact. I mean, I understand that. I can be wrong in reading my own intuition or discerning something, but there are times where I can have a certainty about something, even realizing it's not fact, but still have it be something that's a core belief because of my own discernment. And that's through my faith. So, you know, I think that we can get caught up sometimes in the semantics of feeling versus thinking, but I think we can kind of look past that and kind of understand. It's like we were talking about tribalism before, you know, we can kind of get caught up in the words, and we don't need to do that, you know?
Yeah, I get what you're trying to say. Like, sometimes when people say like I feel like, and then they go on with a sentence, they're kind of replacing I think that
Right.
with
Right.
I feel like. Yeah, I get what you're trying to say here. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Hang
I was
on
just
one
saying, like,
second.
I think there's things we can like intuitively feel are true, but that doesn't necessarily
Right,
make
bro.
it so, right?
Right. Yeah. No, and I think that we can also be wrong, you know, because there is an absolute truth. So when somebody says my truth, to be honest, a lot of times I kind of think it's discrediting themselves, because if you acknowledge that it's just something that's your truth, you're already sort of building into it the fact that you don't necessarily believe it's true for everyone. Really quickly, dogs, I saw you in the backstage, but you dropped out. I don't recognize your icon or your name. If I know you by another name, or if somebody here knows you that can vouch for you, then go
Did
ahead
he
and
have
come
like a
back up.
picture of a dog with a crown on?
I think so. He dropped
Yeah.
down already, so I can't tell.
Yeah,
Is that someone
he's
you know?
cool if he comes back. He's cool.
Okay. Yeah. All right. That's great then. So if that's you and you want to come back up, come and join us. We're welcome to newcomers, but you guys know how YouTube rolls. We have to make sure it's somebody that's not going to whip it out or something. Yeah.
I feel ya.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I was
about
thinking,
to whip it out though at what the guy just
Dang
said.
it, Growl.
No, in art school we weren't allowed to use "I like the color blue." I think it's fun. No, be objective. Really describe, like, hey, I like the color blue, but the clouds come off a little bit. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
it's forcing yourself to describe things in phrases that aren't similes or metaphors.
Right.
That's crazy,
really
right? That's
quickly,
really
Growl.
simple. Like, you can't say, I like it because it's blue
Yeah.
anymore. No, tell us why you like it because it's blue. Right? You're not allowed
hold
to
on,
get
hold on, Growl.
away.
Just a second. Dogs,
Yeah,
thank
but
you so
see
much
what
for
I'm saying?
coming
I
up.
really liked what Speakeasy was saying. Like,
Yeah.
you're not allowed to use I like phrases anymore. You can't describe.
Sure you
what
can.
like.
Speak easy. I mean, that's the point.
No, you
say
can,
what's on your
Indy, but
mind.
if you're going to be critical, you can't get away with I like it because I like it.
Nah, see, I don't agree. I think speak your truth. And if there are, I think too many times I come across these channels where people are debating, and it's so obvious to me that they're very much university trained debaters, where they get caught up in the system of debate, and a lot of times they're not even debating things that they truly believe.
Well,
They're
and
not,
that's perfect.
they're more talking about what they want to argue to win a debate instead of saying the things they truly believe. And to me, that's a waste of time. Because then you're just putting BS out into the world because you want to win. No, say what you actually believe and talk about what is real to you.
Even what you're talking about here, Growl, a preference doesn't actually need a objective justification. Like, I like chocolate ice cream over vanilla.
Yeah,
I don't need to justify this with anything
Right.
objective
No,
because
you
that's
don't, but
a
if you were
taste,
put in
it's
a
a
corner,
preference.
that's
I
what I
like
mean.
blue
and preference
because
is-
blue
that goes
is
to
literally
the-
a justification for liking blue because
No, fair
it's
enough.
a
And what
personal
Indy was saying,
preference.
I was just saying, like, you get to a point in
I like that,
maturity
Wingnut.
where you can no longer hide behind that simple excuse.
Yeah, but
I'm not saying
maturity
you can't.
has no-
But
I'm
is
not
it
maturity
like
has-
is it a
Engage-
simple
yeah.
excuse or is it a
So wait, are
it's
you
not
trying to
an
say there's
excuse
a
at all?
cause?
So
I
you
think I know
live-
what you're trying to say, Growl. Are you trying to say that there's a cause, there's an objective cause to why somebody likes blue?
That's what I mean. If you don't want to,
I would disagree.
If somebody asks what color do we all like, you can't just lump in with I like blue because I said so. You see what I'm saying?
You can, though.
You
Well, I think it's
personally
a poor.
can't.
I think it's a
I
poor
like the
example
art, I
because
like the
who
preference,
cares?
you
First of
definitely
all,
can. But when we
I think that it's kind of a poor
that is
example because you
subjective.
already like blue. It is subjective. There's no ultimate truth or objective truth to what somebody's preference is. That's
Yeah,
different than stating a fact.
Not
So
everybody-
that's what I'm
not
saying.
everybody-
One plus
What
one
you
is
like,
two. Like,
Growl,
that's an
Growl. Let me
objective.
help you. Let me help
okay,
you.
hang on,
Growl.
hang on one
Yeah.
second. Speak
Please,
in
please
Growl.
help.
Hang on a second. Before we keep going, I want to say, Dogs, welcome up, and I want to get to know a little bit about you real quick because I've had everybody else up here before, but Dogs, you're new to me. So first of all, I just want to make sure we can hear you and your mic is working.
Yep. Check. Good to go.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, and it sounds like maybe you met us through Speakeasy.
Yeah. I met you guys through Speakeasy. I do.
Okay.
I
Well, was
have,
there something that was shared so far that you wanted to, address or speak on?
Well, I just kind of wanted to join the open panel and have a good discussion. That's what I'd like to do. So.
Okay, awesome. All right, glad you're here. And thanks for vouching for him, Speakeasy. Okay, and Lawfully Armed, thanks for coming up. How are you doing tonight?
Good evening.
All right.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Okay, so
I like blue.
we kind of, anything that you want to share about right off the bat, Lawfully?
Oh, sorry.
I'm just saying I like blue too.
Yeah.
I wanted to say one thing about
Go for it,
the
Daryl.
about the media. You know, the media is now being bought up by one very wealthy person that we're not going to be able. They're going to own just about everything we watch except on the internet. and there's not going to be two sides of any story. And I think this is something we've got to deal with, and hopefully somebody that's woke like we are woke will buy some media. You know, maybe Elon could spend a little money on some Main Street media, because we're not getting heard. I don't think, the majority of people outsource their information to other people. Whether it's, basically the Main Street media news is taken as truth. If it's not on the news, it can't be true. And people are. I haven't watched the news since 2020. I didn't even know we had to change our clocks. I mean, that's how out of it I am. I don't listen to any news because I just got tired of being lied to. But
well, there's so much manipulation in the news, and I think that's part of this problem we're talking about. How do you understand what objective truth is, what the absolute truth is, when there's so much manipulation and lies and billions of dollars that have been spent on figuring out how to manipulate us into believing what they want us to believe instead of believing our intuition or the facts that we can, or doing our own research. Remember how that was, talked down about during COVID?
Yeah, but propaganda's been a thing before TV even, right? Like propaganda's been like,
but not as widespread.
Since media was a thing, right? Like since they started publishing newspapers.
Well, right. Look at War of the
Worlds
Worlds on the radio.
Sure.
Well, yeah, that was just some guy reading a book and had.
Nah, but that was for an alternative purpose too. I mean, for sure.
The
modern. That's the power of.
And there's more.
Hold on, you guys. We gotta do one at a time, or nobody can hear us. One at a time.
But that's the power of media, right? Is that like. It's when you have control of the media and you're putting in front of everybody's eyes what they're guaranteed to see. Yeah, you can control a lot of narratives behind this, right? And I just wanted to say something quick to Grau. When it comes to a preference, right? When it comes to a preference, that's mind dependent. Like without your mind, you liking a color wouldn't be there. So that's why it's subjective to you. You don't need a justification
Everything is
for
subjective.
things you
Try
like.
and be objective, right? Like, how can
I don't think you heard me.
Not everything is.
No, I did hear you.
Subjective.
Everything is subjective. I absolutely.
That usually happens when you talk in the middle of people's sentences.
Yes.
All right, hang on. I want to take a second and read this super chat from Dragon Slayer. Thank you for the support, Dragon Slayer. And he says, the truth is the actual fact of the matter. How people interpret that truth is what is subjective to their views and is on them. Yeah, I like that.
Amen.
I completely heard him. That in the senior levels of university, Master of Arts, right? Like, everything is subjective, dude. I didn't like the shit that some of my colleagues or my cohort painted, right? But they like my stuff and they were actually critical. It doesn't matter that I don't like your style of art. It matters that they go, hey man, stop using primary colors so much. You see what I'm saying? That's objective. That's something I can learn to build on. I don't actually give a fuck to make a world what you like. It's my art. You see what I'm saying? That's objective as hell. I don't actually care what you like. But it is really nice when people.
That's subjective.
So
yeah, you're confusing it. If it's just something a preference, without your mind, everything you're saying wouldn't be a fact.
No, be open to criticism is what I'm saying.
Well, right. That's part of what we say here. We have to be able to be open to other opinions and learning. Anyone who says that they have all the answers, I think, kind of discredits themselves, because nobody's going to believe them if they're saying, like, I know it all. We're here to learn from each other. And that's part of why we have these debates. And we, I say debate, but that we have these conversations and we share each other, our views, and we try to learn from each other and keep an open mind. Absolutely. Justin, good to see you.
Nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, the thought process would be subjective.
Is that dog speaking now?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
That's the whole thought process here. Like, you were thinking it. You have a mentality behind what you're doing, and what you see interacts with you on how you see it. That is subjective.
Are there unintended consequences happen? Yes, they do. That's the weird thing. Can I give you guys a great analogy? The not making cement curves curves, right? We always have that dip. We have a ramp for our stoplights and our crosswalks, right? We have a dip. Who's that for? Well, it's for people in wheelchairs, of course. It's accessibility. Do you know also who unintentionally benefited from the dip in the curb? Skateboarders, FedEx deliveries, mothers with strollers. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah. So hold on here.
Go ahead, Lawfully.
I was
And
just saying blind
so
people.
okay. You're going?
You go. Yeah, you.
Okay.
Lawfully, go for it, please. I haven't heard much.
I'm just. So this is where I'm going to go with. Is there's an objective reality here? These people need these things, and subjectively we state that we should put these in. That's how that reality goes.
All right, really quickly, since there's a gap, I'm going to go ahead and read this super chat from Dragon Slayer. He says, if someone is presenting information, the first thing one should ask is who benefits from them putting that information out. I think that's a really good way to look at things. When we're here talking, unless somebody's a 3-letter agency member or a paid influencer for propaganda purposes, I think that most of us here are sharing in order to help inform, in order to help share truth and to try to get people on the right track or on the same page, to find the things that unify us. And I hope we're not here, like I said, to try to just win a debate or one up someone. That's not what we're really about.
No, I'm here for a conversation.
Right. No, I love that. Yeah, I hope we all are. I think we all are.
Even if I give my opinion, it's no offense to you. This is how I see
Right.
things. So we're just having a conversation.
Absolutely. And we can agree to disagree and do that respectfully.
Yep, absolutely.
So, Grell. Are you with me, Grell?
Go for it, Algo.
Well, so the premise was...
Yeah, no, I'm still here. Always.
The premise was, do we have objective truth? And art is like the very worst place to go try to find that.
Yes, it is.
And you brought that in, and I'm just saying that when you brought that in, it spiraled us into a place that didn't answer the original question.
No, but I think it has to be because it's a music channel. It's a very creative channel. We're creative people.
Dude, okay, you're still missing the point. That doesn't answer the question.
You're contradicting yourself.
So, Algo, how would you answer that, Algo? What's your thoughts on it?
Open to criticism.
I would say that there are observable truths that we can experience, especially in nature. You can observe the seasons change. You can observe the rainfall. You can observe truths that God made this realm in whatever, I don't know how it happened or whatever, but there are those kind of truths that I know are true. When it snows, I know it's cold.
Yep.
Hold on, Grell. Keep going, Algo.
And when the spring equinox or spring solstice happens, when that happens, I know that spring's coming and I can plant food now where I live, and those things I can know are true. Everything else for me that comes out of the minds of men, 100% subjective, including media, including politics, including the information we get from a war that's not a war, or a COVID operation, or David Icke's experience in Peru. All of those things, to me, are interpersonal truths. And that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
And people have those, and we have to have them. And we try to communicate so we can try to share. You went through this thing. I went through this thing. Let's talk about it. Maybe we can come to something where we don't go through it again. But I think if we try to, and semantically...
Hold on, Grell. I want to address that when Algo's done.
Oh, no, I was just going to say semantically, if we get into things where we're trying to define colors or what the word is, then people are just lying, or they're just trying to be smart, or they're just or they miss the point of what they can experience as true.
Right. Yeah, but Grell, you just said earlier using is as a contrast was a sign of being a dumbass, basically.
But this isn't Grell, this is Algo.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Different perspectives.
I'm
Yeah. Blue Unicorn said objective is the thing that happened, and subjective is how we feel about it. And I thought that was a good way of putting it and thinking about it. But I think also something you touched on there, Algo, that's good to think about is perspective. I think that's like a lesson I've seen over and over again with different conflicts and different YouTube communities and in-person life too. A lot of times two people can see a situation or watch the news or see something play out or be in a situation and see it, and they're seeing it from a slightly different perspective, whether it's their baggage that they bring into it, whether they're literally seeing it physically from different angles. I mean, look at like the things that happened with what was her first name? Good. The woman who was in the driver,
Renee
with
Good?
the ice. Yeah, no. Natasha, was that? I can't remember her name. The one who was shot and killed by the ICE agent. Renee Good. Thank you. Yes, Renee Good. Maybe that's what you said. Sorry. Renee Good. Yes.
I said that. You said no.
I misheard you. See, different perspectives. But yes, with Renee Good, and that's just one example, and I'm not trying to focus on that topic.
But we have a video of that. That's pretty objective.
Right, but there's videos from different perspectives physically. That was my point.
Well,
and so some people watched the video from one angle and saw something completely different than people then saw it from a different angle. And some people watched the same video from the same angle and still saw it differently from how other people saw it.
Yeah,
I think those people are coping though when they do that, right? Like I think.
Well, like I said, I'm not trying to focus on that topic. My point was people can watch the same thing and have come from different perspectives, physically or figuratively,
that would
and
be
we have to take that into. And that doesn't mean there's not an absolute truth. There is.
And that's what I was getting at.
I'm saying what I'm saying.
That's what we were trained to do, and not trained to do in a bad way. I really enjoyed that. Back to the guy I was talking to, it was like it was really interesting how class changed when you weren't allowed to use "I like" phrases. You're not allowed to say "I like it." You have to.
Who says so? Who says you're? First of all, anybody who says you're not allowed to do something, F that. Weird. We have the First Amendment. Like we're.
Nice
like is a preference. Listen, Growl, please. I don't think you're understanding this. Like, you liking something is literally a preference. Without your brain, you liking something is impossible. No, stop. You're not listening. Yeah. It's impossible for you to like something without your mind. So that means it's subjective.
Great song, Sal. Loved it.
Right?
No, you're missing the ask was describe why you like it.
Doesn't matter why you like it.
But what does that have to do with objective truth, though, Growl? How is that objective truth?
You're unwilling to go beyond that. You're unwilling to explain why you.
There isn't an objective thing to somebody's preference. I don't know what you don't get about this.
Good to see you, OVP.
The whole point of Indy opening up this space is so that people can speak freely and them just be able to get it out. And she said that so who cares if you're not super well educated or you say the word like a little bit too much or you use the wrong synonyms. She's just giving you a platform for you to be able to speak your truth, truth, and then maybe that little bit of your truth that you spoke out will bring somebody else that was lurking down in the comments out that can feel more comfortable and feel more part of the community.
Yeah, but then that's kind of like it's a double-edged sword you just walked here because you just said it should be open for anybody to say what they want, but we shouldn't criticize this certain thing. So which is it? Can we say what we want or can we not criticize certain things?
I think it's just a thought exercise.
Well, if we can criticize, respectfully, then that's fine.
Who's the arbiter of respect?
Me, because this is my channel. So if you're here and you're being a dick, I'm going to probably kick you off.
That makes sense. See, that makes sense.
That was all I was trying to defend nicely,
and that's subjective.
Right, I got what you were saying, Justin. Yeah,
we all actually know when we're being a dick, and if we're not, and we know why our motives are, and we may not cop to them right in that moment. But we know when we're just calling somebody out to call them out, and we know when we're not. And I'm not saying anybody did that.
Right.
But so...
No, we're good. So far, we're fine.
Yeah, I agree.
As far as
you don't agree that that people know when they're being shitty to each other?
I think that's a subjective thing, right? Like me and my boys say some like real vulgar shit to each other that maybe...
It's because they're your boys.
Yeah, well...
Would you do that to a stranger?
Yes.
Okay, so one time, let me give you an example, Speakeasy. One time I had hold on, Speakeasy. I had a friend up here who I knew pretty well from other channels, not from being here at mine, who was from Scotland, and he used the word cunt repeatedly. He was also drunk when he joined me on panel. I had a lot of people up here who know me well, many from the South who were on panel at the same time, who would never use that word ever, let alone use it with somebody that they respect. And so they were getting very defensive on my behalf with him saying that word to me, although I was fine with it because I know that that's how he speaks. And so it didn't bother me because I didn't take it personally. So again, it really goes to what a perspective, but it also goes to what people are okay with. And I'm okay with
That's
our
what I was.
language. I'm okay with swearing. Other people aren't. And if you're not, then you can go. You know what I mean? I'm
Yeah,
fine.
that's
So far,
what I was
nothing
saying,
here
yeah.
has been overstepped at all, as far as I'm concerned. But I don't want to spend too much time talking about how things work here. We are respectful here. If we can agree to disagree. Things can get heated sometimes. That's fine. But let's just stay on track with the conversation and let's make
Oh,
sure
I was
everybody gets a
talking
chance to
about
talk.
objective and subjective. I wasn't trying to get
Yeah,
into that.
that's
Yeah.
where I was
Right.
going.
Yeah, I
And
was
if
just saying, like,
if I was a vulgar cunt about it, then so be it. My bad.
Yeah. You weren't. You're fine. That was my point.
No, like that's the whole thing. It's like sometimes you just use
Right.
terminology and you're talking about stuff and it happens. Like that's just
Yeah.
the reality of things.
Good to see you, D. Much love to you. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, anybody else want to comment? I haven't heard much from you dogs yet, or Daryl, but about the videos that we shared at the beginning. I think those were just sort of to get us kind of into the conversation side of things. I think that a lot of us, over the years and now maybe especially with how things are seeming to kind of happen more quickly in the world, it's like every day there's some huge drama going on. Something
Well,
that 10 years ago
okay,
might have been
so-
a month's worth of news cycle. It's now something that lasts like a day to 3 days, and then we're on to the next. So
Right.
how are we
So
doing with all of that?
And I don't mean to
Well,
interrupt you here, but I have something to say about that. I think it has to
Good.
do with so much more mass media. That's the thing. Is like there's so
When you
much
say mass
more-
media, do you mean mainstream media or do you mean
All-
like social media?
all of it, all of
Okay.
it, mass media. There's social media, mainstream media. There's so much more
Right.
that's going on that people, like, regardless if they don't really want to, they still see it. And that's the difference between what happened back then and what's happening now. Is like there's so many more eyes on it, and that's what people miscomprehend with, like, oh, they're pushing this in our face. It's like, no, not necessarily. If they had media coverage like this back in the day, they might have done the same thing. And that kind of leads to the propaganda thing. Propaganda back in the day was just local posters and signs.
Right. Now they meet the
papers.
masses.
And now it's
much
everywhere.
faster. Right.
Now it's
Agreed.
everywhere.
That's what I was saying earlier. Yeah, absolutely.
I wanted to say one thing, and I wanted to quote Margaret Mead and shout out to Michael Strange that, never doubt, she said, Margaret Mead said something very important. Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. And this is
Right.
true. We don't need a majority of people to feel a certain way to change the world. It actually doesn't take that many. I don't know the exact number. It could be 10%
Well, the
of committed
the
people.
American Revolution was 3%, right?
Right. So
Yeah, that's at least what we've been told.
You don't need the majority, but you have to have at least whatever that number is to really be focused and group and be committed, to change the world. So that's all.
Right.
Just a little hope there. Okay.
Yeah, thanks for that, Daryl. Let me read this comment here from John. Thank you for the super chat. And he says, let's throw ego into the mix. We hate to say I don't know, and some things can't be explained. The man-made matrix versus God's miracle. Oh, I like that. Yeah, absolutely. I think ego can come into the mix way too often, and it's like something we have to really fight against, individually, but also identifying,
I would like to say I have this.
Hoyt, you have to bring your volume or bring your mouth much closer because nobody can hear you.
Yes, ma'am. I have this huge ego, so it's hard to set it aside, and humble myself. But I do it. I'm being sarcastic. This is sarcasm. I don't have a huge ego.
You have a very dry sense of humor, though.
Yeah, extremely dry, like the desert dry.
Right. Yeah. You don't think that ego comes into play for you at all, some guy?
Yes, ma'am. I'll give you an instance. I played with a band yesterday, and the drummer played some songs too fast.
Can you say that a little louder, Hoyt? Because I'm sure people can't hear you in the chat.
Yes, ma'am. The drummer played some songs too fast.
Okay.
And I was having trouble playing the songs like they go because it was almost embarrassing, so
Take care, Ray. Thanks for coming up earlier.
it was embarrassing for me because I couldn't play the songs correctly because the drummer was going so fast. So it my ego took a lick, because I couldn't perform the way that I wanted to perform. And it wasn't in front of like thousands of people, but it was in front of at least 100 people, so.
Right. And that would be something I'd think in this case, what we're talking about, it'd be almost your bandmate's ego, maybe that would be more of a part of the equation. But I think what John was referring to is when we get caught in our own ego and maybe you were saying that and I'm misunderstanding about your embarrassment, but when you get caught in your own ego and you aren't able to say, I don't know, or say, oh, you know what, I was wrong.
Yes,
Because
ma'am.
Right.
I'm often incorrect. I find myself every day waking up and having gone through the day.
Exactly, Shamrock. That's kind of what we're talking about.
I find myself incorrect a lot. So it's just something I deal with.
Well, yeah, and what I'm hearing is the internal ego expression compared to the external ego expression.
Right,
So
John.
you're going through this thing with your bandmate and you're feeling like, dang, man, this sucks. I can't do this. That hurt your internal ego. A person's external ego comes out and says, man, you suck and you're the worst and you got to get out of here. And so I just think that's a distinction that I've spent a good 30 years, because I'm an old guy. I spent a good 30 years corralling my external ego so I didn't affect other people with my nonsense.
I was just about to say the same exact thing as you.
Why is critiquing people ego though?
Oh, it's
Good
not.
night,
That's
Mo.
not what I
Much love.
said. That's not.
No,
Not at all.
Well, like you said, like when someone says like you suck and stuff, like that's
No, he's saying
critique,
that
no?
projecting outwards. He's saying that projecting outwards from your
Yeah,
own.
when someone says that like you suck at something, right? That would be a critique, no?
Yeah, but you're not actually saying that out loud. He's saying that it's coming from an internal.
No. He
project-
just said the external ego is like when you start telling somebody they suck.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm asking why is that ego though?
Well, that's perception, I guess, but I don't disagree with your question.
Everything can't be perception. Ego has to have an objective standard, or else
No,
we can
yeah,
just
and I
call
think you're
anything
right.
Ego.
I do. I know. I think you're right, and I think the reason I think that is ego is because my expectation of another person's performance is none of their business.
Nice,
It
Sal.
should never
If you
be
know,
their
you know.
business. It should be. That's my own business. I have an expectation of you. I didn't think you did it
don't
right.
believe that.
No, I do. I do believe that. That's not
So
your
you
business.
go to a heart surgeon, and you're not gonna have a standard for how good this heart surgeon's got to be. You're okay with the heart surgeon that just was rallied off the street, or you need somebody that's actually went to school, has experience, all of that.
Well, I don't think hospitals really employ heart surgeons that haven't gone to school. So I understand your argument jump, but
yeah.
But
so we
I do.
definitely have standards for everything. You wouldn't be friends with, think of the most horrendous thing you can
Child
think of,
molester.
and you're not going to be friends with a person that's committing these things, right?
Right.
Yeah, but that's not the same
Standards are
conversation.
equivalent to ego now.
What's that, sorry?
So standards are equivalent to ego.
Well, from what you said, that's what I'm trying to explain here. Is
Oh,
that like
yeah,
a standard isn't an
I'm sorry
ego,
that
or a critique isn't an ego. We definitely have standards for how we want society to act,
Puff,
right?
puff, pass lawfully.
No, fair enough, but I don't conflate the two for me personally. So I judge my own ego actions based on what I'm thinking and what like you don't deserve my ego projection. But I do have a standard of a friendship with, like, I'm not going to be friends with a pedophile. I'd hope my doctor went to school, and I'd like to check that out. But I don't conflate those two.
But you have a standard for people in society, right?
No, I don't.
So you're okay with anybody just doing whatever they want?
Well, they do, and we have to live with it. And I don't have a
No, we
standard.
don't.
Well,
Well, it's kind of
we do.
like, control the things you can control and don't try to control the things you can't.
Yeah,
Is what I'm hearing.
Well, that's
out
what
though, right?
laws are for, right? Like that's why society functions, is because of force, right? If we didn't, so we have a force that keeps things in line, right? So if we didn't have this, it would be chaotic, right? So we have a standard for, like, we expect that we can walk down the street and it's not chaos, shooting everywhere, and everything just like a war zone, right? We have standards.
I don't have that
To how we
expectation
expect society to be. Well, it seems very nihilistic and pessimistic, but you should have that standard. I don't believe you don't have that standard either, else you'd have a hard time sleeping.
I used to have that standard until I watched the world break down around me, mostly with the COVID operation.
Look at how
I don't think it's as bad as you're trying to make it sound.
In the shitty set of standards, like there's millions of people that are forced to live in these places. Well, I can't say forced, but they're living in those sets of standards where those things are of the norm. Whether or not they choose to rise above it and dwindle in a better class of citizens that aren't out there fucking shooting at each other every night.
Yeah, I can agree that there's certain things that you'd want changed, though, like, so that you would be agreeing with me then that, like, we do want a certain set of rules for society, right?
Yeah,
we don't want,
I'm not. Yeah,
like,
that's what,
men
and
to
that's
be
why
able to go around and just take advantage of women whenever they want. We don't want people to just be able to murder somebody just at free will. Like, we don't want these things in society, right?
Yeah,
So we have expectations on people. Yeah.
Yeah,
and that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. Like, this is a good thing. This is how humans have survived as long as we have, because we have a society that puts standards on each other to keep it going.
Now, there's also a quote unquote higher class above us that doesn't like the fact that we get on YouTube and talk about the shit that we talk about. So does that make us dead ass wrong? To their standards, yes,
sorry,
it does.
say that last part. There's a higher class that what?
There's a quote unquote higher, like YT being Big Brother, right? And they suppress channels and things like that.
Yeah.
So if they don't like the things that we're talking about, they can suppress us and
100%.
kick us down into the corner and stuff like that, all because they think that they're better than we are. So does that make them better than us?
No, it just makes them more powerful, right? Just
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, because might makes, right?
Okay,
It's
a couple
not
of
that
things-
might makes right, but might does make.
Yeah.
A couple of things here real quick. Dragon Slayer, thank you again for the super chat. He says, I have a funny habit of being humbled by God whenever my ego gets carried away. A fortunate thing that, and I absolutely agreed. Yes, 100%. Yeah. There's certain lessons that I think God has a way of humbling us to teach us over and over again, at least in my experience.
My God is pretty creative in that field.
Right? Yeah. Something we can all relate to. And then somebody made a comment. I'm not there yet, but somebody had made a comment about how, there's two sets of laws, basically. Oh, yeah, here we go. It was OVP. We have laws. Only us poor people have laws. And that is something that has been on my mind. We're not going to get into this right now, but maybe later tonight we might play it. Otherwise, it might come up later, but in a future stream. But there was a gun law that was just passed by the Supreme Court, or it relates with gun laws, about how they have just said that police can go into your home without a warrant as long as they are there for community care. So it was a case with a man whose last name happened to be Case. And maybe I will pull up that video. But anyway, basically, they've said that under this now through the Supreme Court, they've said that the police can go in without a warrant if they're there for community care. And it's also more likely they'll be able to go in if they know that you're a gun owner. Even if you're a legal gun owner, they can still come into your home now without, and it totally blows the Fourth Amendment completely out of the water, in my opinion. And it was making me think about how we're already in rule without law. And I don't think that a lot of us really have come to like terms with that yet, because we are still living within this paradox or paradigm of the Constitution, and that our rights are protected under those laws. But it seems to me more and more like OVP is saying that only us poor people, us plebs, us proles have the laws anymore, and the laws are not for the elite. I mean, and that's kind of what we're going to get into. It ties in with the next group of videos we're going to play here in just a minute. But I thought those thoughts all kind of connected together.
I just want to be clear. Are you talking about the like the community caretaking doctrine that was just recently ruled?
I don't know if that's what they called it. The case was with a man whose last name was Case, and I can pull up the video here after. I want to go a different direction. I don't want to stick on that for too long right now.
Oh, okay.
We might get to it later.
I think you got it opposite.
No,
it was ruled that they can't enter a warrant without a warrant just on community caretaking.
I mean, unless this streamer that I saw who's all about gun rights that I followed for a while was wrong, which I doubt. That's not what he said. That was just today that it was ruled on by the Supreme Court that they can go in without a warrant.
No,
if they're
the
part of
opposite.
community care.
It's the opposite.
I hope you're right. See, look at that.
It is.
Ego pushed aside. I hope 100% you're right, because that would make me feel a lot better about the world.
Only used to apply to cars. So what they did is they applied it to homes now too.
Okay. Yeah. I will look into that. If you have a video or something you can share to cite that information,
I can
put it in the private. That would be great.
Yeah.
Awesome. I pray that you're right, because that's terrifying to me that the police would be able to use that, because I know that that's not what this streamer was saying, because he was literally talking about how they're going to use that more and more, and that's how it works. If they get look at the Patriot Act or anything, for example, they always get their foot in the door and they erode our rights. It's all about control. But I really hope you're right about that. Okay. Thanks again, Dragon Slayer. Appreciate that.
Okay.
All right, you guys, let's go ahead and pull up. Oh, go ahead. I'll go.
So I think I got the right order. So, but real quickly, I live in a place where they got rid of qualified immunity for police officers, and so you get pulled over, and if he doesn't have his body cam on, and the woman says he touched her, she can sue him civilly, and that has changed law enforcement dramatically to where when the light turns green, everybody waits about 3 or 4 seconds to go because somebody's running the red light. They're just doing it. They're not getting pulled over.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I put the link there in the back
awesome.
for
Thank you for that. Yeah,
and if you look down, just go right down to the summary there, right under the summary there. The community caretaking exception to the warrant requirement does not extend to the search of a house and seizure of firearms during a welfare check.
Okay, I'm going to have to dig into that, because maybe it's the contingent of under a welfare check, because my understanding of the case was that it wasn't during a welfare check. So I think there might be a loophole there that they were focusing on. But I'll definitely look into that more.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. And that right there, I love that. I'm glad we can, it's that whole iron sharpens iron, we can learn from each other. It's great.
Yeah, so I live in a place where we don't have rule of law. We have a crazy legislature that has just changed everything for all the people around me, and I'm not fearful. I'm not black-pilled. I'm not anything. I acknowledge where I'm at, and where I'm at, thankfully, is not where most people are. Because most people in this nation still live in decent places where they're trying to build a community and trying to get along and trying to do those things. Where I'm at is not the case right now. So, anyway.
Take care, Ken. Have a good night. Yeah, gun control is people control. Absolutely agree right there, Pecan. I don't mind all caps, you guys, just to clarify in the chat.
That was a funny conversation. Whenever you're ready, I got him.
Okay. Yeah, let me go ahead. Yeah, and no, he's fine, Snooks. I'm glad that you shared what you did, Speakeasy. That's great. Blue says I'm right. I don't know. I mean, I only know what I watched, to be fair, from this one video. Like I said, it's a streamer that I've known for a while who's accurate. But I'll definitely look into that, and I'm glad for the resource. It's good to question and make sure we've got the right information. We were just talking about that earlier. How do we know what's true?
Well,
Okay.
my big concern about before you play or while you're playing that,
yeah, go ahead.
if you don't mind going back to the back chat and go reading in what I put in. Yeah, it's just a little bit more context into that whole situation because
Yeah, case. Okay, so just to clarify, Blue, I will. And Blue says that's an old case that Speakeasy was talking about. Case versus Montana is brand new, and that was the one that I'm talking about. So we'll have to look and see. Okay.
Yeah, so I got someone in my chat told me that too, and so I'm grabbing you that too, because this isn't just in a welfare check. It's if they believe somebody in the house is in danger, right?
no, and that's
right.
what
Okay. Well, the case.
you go back
You
to
know
That's
what?
not me.
Okay, guys, let's put this conversation on pause because we'll go to this next after this next set of videos. Okay, so I want to take us in a different direction, and then after that, we'll go into this again, and I'll pull up the video that you have too, depending on how long it is. But we can get to the bottom of it and see kind of which is which in real time. All right, so this next set of videos, we're kind of shifting gears here. But having to do with some things going on right now. You know, Bill Clinton had his deposition. And these are some videos that all kind of relate to that and what's going on with those who run the world. So let's see. We have a few videos to share. Let me give you a little overview real quick of how long it's going to be. I think it'll be about, looks like 10 to 15 minutes tops for all of the videos shared all together. Okay, so this first video is from Asmongold Clips, and we're going to go from there. If everybody on panel can go ahead and mute, that'd be great. And here we go.
This is not AI. Oh, wait, there's a new Bill Clinton clip. I missed this from yesterday, apparently. Bill Clinton is smiling while looking back through the old Epstein photos, nodding over memories. His attorney snatches them out of... Look at his face! Here, real quick. Oh my god! Oh man, give me that back. Hey, real quick.
Mr. President, we have
He's so happy.
We have about 5 minutes remaining.
This is even crazier, the lawyer reaction.
President, this is back in, think of the year, look at the year, so you make sure you're answering the question.
2001.
Did you have a phone in 2000? He's asking you, was this your BlackBerry?
Well, I've been out of office then 9 months.
Did you have a phone, Mr. President?
I don't think I did. I don't, anyway. But the truth is, I don't remember.
Bro, you absolutely had a phone. What are you talking about? In 1998, the president? Absolutely you did.
How often do you send emails? Or did you send emails?
Have you ever sent an email, Mr. President?
I sent one email to John Glenn when he was in space, and I sent an email to the ship in the Adriatic during the Kosovo War.
Have you sent any other emails, Mr. President? He's asking.
Since then, I'm not sure I've sent one. Okay.
2 emails. Bill Clinton says on the... Wait, what is this here?
What did happen, Mr. President?
I don't know. I mean, I've already told you this. I'll tell it again. I never saw anybody do anything wrong. I thought they were flight attendants.
Do flight attendants typically wear tank tops and jeans?
They don't all wear uniforms on private planes.
Yes, sir.
Dude.
Most are dressed probably pretty business class.
I mean, what is this? Bro, look how his face felt. Wait, I wasn't done. Because he knows he's untouchable. He is. Nothing is ever going to happen to Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton's not going to jail. The eating of babies will continue until the GDP improves, okay? That's just the way it goes, guys. You don't like it? I don't make the rules.
Have you ever lied in a deposition?
No.
I want you to listen to me. I'm going to say this again. I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Well, I think that went pretty good.
Respectfully, Mr. President, shut the f*** up.
Well,
Shut the f*** up. Don't look at me. Don't say anything. Just put your head down and look at the wall. I got to figure out how to unf*** this. Just everything we practiced, whoop, right out the window. Yeah, what do we say about lying?
I did not have sexual
No,
relations with...
what did we say about the people who lie? What do? They elaborate. They add way too much stuff. If somebody asks you if you did it, just say no. We had to physically restrain you multiple times in that deposition from talking too much. What the f is wrong with you? One word, just say no. This isn't the island, and I'm not a 16-year-old girl. No is enough. No actually means no here. If you go, no, it's not the thing. You look guilty. Watch. Mr. President, ask me.
Ask you what?
Have you ever had sex with a minor?
Yes, many times.
No, ask me if I've ever had sex with a minor.
Have you ever had sex with a minor?
No. See, that's it.
Sure?
Yes.
You would know and remember. It's different.
Shut the up and stop smiling. It makes you look guilty as Watch. I've never had sex with a minor. I've never had sex with a minor. You see how guilty I look, like I did it and I'm proud of it? Speaking of proud of it, are you proud of it? Because you looked happy in that room. I mean, you're in a room full of people accusing you of on minors. At no point should you ever be smiling in that room. You should be pissed. Let's think of what's one felony you haven't committed. Oh my God.
Felony animal abuse.
Good. Okay, that's good. Now imagine I publicly accuse you of beating animals and I get a bunch of cameras and try to get you to admit to doing it. How would you act?
I'd be pissed because you're trying to get me to admit to something terrible that I didn't do.
Exactly, so why can't you do the same here?
Because I did it.
Woo! No, God! You're still smiling. Why are you still smiling? You were smiling through the whole thing even when they were showing you evidence of your felonies. Why were you so happy in the room? What could possibly be the reason for you to be smiling in that room?
You have to understand, there are only two places in the entire world where I can get away from Hillary. That deposition room and the Big Steins Island.
Okay, that actually makes sense.
Play dumb. That's what politicians do.
They're great at it.
That's what to expect. There's even an email in the, Epstein's like, oh, I have to give $1 million to the Clintons. Okay, I'll do it. What is this for again? He doesn't even know, right? And Hillary Clinton is out front saying, no, there's a lot of people involved. So can you discuss what you expect from the Clintons and, what we know about the Clintons that is not being discussed by the media?
Yeah, so I think we can expect similar stuff to what Wexner did with the Clinton deposition. I doubt it will go too deep. Again, and I think as has been the media coverage of Clinton this entire time, it will only focus on Clinton after he left the office of U.S. president. It will not focus on anything before then, even though Jeffrey Epstein went to the Clinton White House 17 times and maybe more, because there is also the case where a lot of Clinton White House visitor logs have obviously fake names on them to cover up the identities of the people who were coming and going. I'm sorry, but 15 visits to the Clinton White House by Donald Duck, I don't really think that was Donald Duck in the same period, so it could potentially be more. No, I mean, that's literally a real thing. So it could potentially be more, but that's 17 confirmed visits we know about. Every time he went, he had a different woman on his arm. And they were of age, though. I should point that out. But, this is what Epstein learned from his weapons dealer friends in the 1980s. People like Adnan Khashoggi, for example, who on his yacht would have a harem of women, it was called, basically butter up top corporate CEOs and government officials so that he could, grease the wheels for his arms deals and his business. Epstein was really no different, just he was running more businesses than arguably Khashoggi was for a different set of employers, and some of the same employers as well when you count Israeli intelligence and the CIA in the mix. So again, there's going to be no scrutiny of these 1990s ties or these visits. A big reason why is the man that Epstein was meeting most of those times, Mark Middleton, because Mark Middleton was central to this aforementioned Chinagate scandal involving Southern Air Transport. He, when he was questioned in his role in Chinagate, pled the fifth 22 times. And then Clinton left office, 9/11 happened, and no one ever investigated Chinagate again. Even though it was basically I would argue one of the reasons for that is that it intimately, even though it's called Chinagate, it intimately involved Israel basically selling sensitive U.S. military technology using this Iran-Contra network to the Chinese military. obviously an outrageous scandal for U.S. national security, but that shows you how influential this network is, and how, you know, a lot of stuff about a China, let's give up all our rights for a Chinese arms race with AI is a complete bullcrap narrative, among other things. But basically, Mark Middleton is, you know, we know that Epstein it ended up dead in a prison cell. We know Jean-Luc Brunel ended up dead in a prison cell. The same year that Jean-Luc Brunel died in a prison cell, Mark Middleton died extremely suspiciously, even for other members of the Clinton kill list, as it's called. He allegedly wrapped around his neck an extension cord, hung himself, and then managed to shoot himself with a shotgun in the chest that was discovered 30 feet away, even though investigators initially said there was no weapon at the scene. And then immediately after, a judge sealed all photographic and other evidence of the crime so it would never be released to stop the spread of harmful conspiracy theories.
Right, a gun that's 30
You
feet
ask the
away.
Clintons about Mark Middleton, you will see how insane this all is, and they will not go there, because obviously if they did, it would probably implicate Leslie Wexner, as well as a lot of other people in this network that have sold out U.S. national security, you know, to ostensible adversaries for decades.
What
With
about
Israel's direct involvement, our supposed greatest ally. And one of the reasons this was happening is that arguably the most influential billionaire manipulating Israel's security complex apparatus in that period was a billionaire named Shaul Eisenberg that had a lot of ties to the Chinese government, and it brokered their ties to Israel's national security state in the late 70s, and helped bring Robert Maxwell, among other people, to Mossad. He was a major operator. And so, you know, there's no real scrutiny of that relationship. But I would argue this goes even further. This goes to something that Samuel Pisar, Robert Maxwell's longtime confidant and lawyer, and a co-conspirator in some of these things I'm talking about, openly told Congress in the early 70s that what was happening was the end of the relevance of the nation state and the rise of what he called the trans-ideological corporation, where multinational Western corporations were getting in business with state-owned corporations in China and Russia, the communist bloc, basically, and we're building a network, an economic network that would supersede the national governments around the world and would basically take over the world. And he was asked by Congress if this was bad, and he was like, not really. And he said this in the early 70s. And he, along with people like the heads of IBM, people from PepsiCo, people from some of the biggest corporations in the United States, openly created committees to make this happen. Gosh. And he probably had intelligence ties. He represented Steve Jobs for Apple, and Steve Jobs was like, I don't know if he works for the CIA or the KGB. Probably both, because if you look at Robert Maxwell, you know, he was definitely involved with you know, the KGB, among other groups. He worked with KGB officers to spirit gold out of the Soviet Union, and a lot of these guys were involved in capital flight from Russia after the collapse of the Soviet Union. They funneled a lot of it to Israel, where they helped get and install, you know, Russian mobsters like Simeon Mogilevich, get them Israeli passports so they could penetrate the U.S. financial system. And our current president had involvement with some of those characters through his real estate deals and helped them launder money. So I don't really think we're going to see meaningful prosecution of these groups with the current crowd that's in charge.
Before we move
They've been on the take.
Before we move on from the Clintons, the Clinton Foundation stands out to me as a major question, something to focus on. Do you think any and the Epstein's ties to the Clinton Foundation and how it was used, whether it was for sex trafficking operations around the world, medicine, etc.? Can you talk about that?
Yeah, so the Clinton Foundation, I would argue, was largely set up. Major aspects of it were provably set up by Epstein. That's particularly true for the Clinton Health Access Initiative, and a lot of its work in Africa with AIDS, which obviously coincides with a lot of vaccination policy. And at the same time that Clinton set up his foundation, Bill Gates set up his foundation. They collaborate together on those things. And Epstein has also obviously had an interest in these types of networks as well. For health, they say.
Right.
But obviously, you know, in the COVID era, we became a lot more skeptical of those types of quote unquote philanthropies. And obviously, Bill Gates, as well as Epstein himself, as particularly revealed by some of these new releases, but it was known before, have an outsized interest in eugenics and also transhumanism, which is the modern rebranding of eugenics. Even some of the people that used to run the British Eugenics Society, like Julian Huxley, authored texts in the mid 20th century talking about how transhumanism was the future of eugenics, and this is how they'd sell it to a new generation. These people are intimately involved with a lot of this stuff. And, you know, Epstein was intimately involved in those aspects, but we have to go back to Epstein being intimately involved also in illicit cash flows, which the Clintons absolutely love and have loved for a long time, ever since Clinton was governor of Arkansas through the presidency and after. And so, you know, Clinton Foundation has obviously been dogged by what were once rumors, but thanks to WikiLeaks became, you know, proven that it was basically a pay-to-play scam, and that they were taking money and then returning political favors when Hillary Clinton was, you know, Secretary of State, or they thought she might even be president, right? And then after, you know, she lost to Trump in 2016, it dried up essentially. But also, you know, in addition to the other philanthropies, you have the Clinton Global Initiative, which was allegedly Epstein's idea. According to his defense lawyers, he was part of the core team that developed the concept for the Clinton Global Initiative, which is kind of like a Clinton brokered Davos, you know, World Economic Forum style meeting. And they passed money around to, you know, Ghislaine Maxwell's Terramar, for example, among other things. And so, you know, Epstein was obviously very sought out in the not-profit world, arguably because he was very good at tax shelters, and a lot of these billionaires want to, you know, get tax write-offs or not have to pay money in tax. And so, you know, setting up these philanthropies the right way, when Epstein's background, going back to his time at Bear Stearns, was in tax evasion, obviously I think that points to why they were so interested in having him be involved in setting up their nonprofits. And there's also the fact that you had Epstein, you know, I think it was Bill Gates, wanted to talk to Epstein about getting a Nobel Prize, apparently because he had influence over the Nobel Prize Committee. So, I mean, it went even beyond nonprofits. And so a lot of this world that the public has been shown about these do-gooder nonprofits and these do-gooder philanthropists, it's, you know, Epstein was an expert in money laundering. He also became an expert in reputation laundering for these billionaires, most of which are criminals and some of whom are provably connected to organized crime.
Well, don't you hate when people say, "I told you so"? Yeah, that's me, actually, because I did tell you. Sorry, but I told you that gold and silver were going to reap the best.
About it, because people will think that you're crazy. So now we know Satanists and Luciferians run the world. 2 Corinthians, it describes that Satan is the god of this world. They own the government, politics, Democrats and Republicans, the court system, the education system, the banks, the Federal Reserve, real estate, farms, Hollywood, what we watch, music, what we listen to, media, what we believe, sports, big pharma, everything. We pay their taxes, we work their jobs, we buy their houses. We don't own anything really, because even if we paid for a house outright, if we miss paying taxes one time, they can take the home. We've been pitted against each other like crazy forever. Black versus white, rich versus poor, men versus women, Democrats versus Republicans, Muslims against Christians. We fight over narratives that they've created to keep us divided while they're doing whatever they want. Hunting, killing, sexually assaulting, sacrificing, torturing, cannibalizing, yes, cannibalizing, and organ harvesting our children. Grooming them and over-sexualizing them, teaching them inappropriate things in school. They start wars and they tell us it's this country or that country, or it's this religion, who's our enemy. And our kids go to war to defend lies. They fund both sides of the war and make billions of dollars while our family members are sacrificed. We have been bamboozled beyond our wildest dreams. Everything we've been fed is a lie. So what do? If you're like me, Like, okay, we got the information, but what do? We can't impeach the president because that's up to Congress. The only power we have is our dollars, our prayers, and our voices. Some people will laugh at that, but when it comes to their God, they're on their job. They pray to their God, they worship him, they murder, assault children, make blood sacrifices. They are very dedicated to making sure their God is pleased with them. We can stop feeding the beast with our dollars. When things are exposed, we can stop giving them our money. I'm not telling you who you should buy from or where to spend your money, but I do encourage you to investigate the companies you patronize. Find out who they are, what their practices are, what their beliefs are. I know we love certain brands, but do we know their history? Who owns your bank? Is there another place that you can put your money? Because if they decide, they can close the banks whenever they want, or they can freeze our accounts if we don't comply with their narrative. They're purposely poisoning our water, air, and food. So support your local farmers if you have access. I know everyone doesn't have access. I understand that. Buy fresh, real food. Buy land if you can. Grow food if that's in your heart. Even this information we've been exposed to, I think it's designed to see what we will do. This information can make us feel helpless and depressed and even more complacent, giving them even more control to usher in their new world order, their one world government, one currency, one world dictatorship where we have no rights at all. So we can refuse digital ID, we can support smaller venues, we can spread and share information. If we can homeschool our children. Support local farmers. It's healthier, it's cleaner. Get back to eating whole foods. If you can, try and go direct to consumer. And according to Revelation, yes, we are being led to a choice, right? It talks about the mark of the beast in Revelation 13:16.
All right, Algo, thanks for playing all of those. Okay, thank you really quickly before we jump into the conversation with that. Thank you so much, Tate, for the Cash App and Justin for the Cash App. Really appreciate the support, you guys. It means a lot. Thank you. Okay, there was a comment here from Ohio Valley Prepping. He says, since the e-files weren't enough to fire up the public, then nothing will. We're done for. And I wonder what you guys think about that. You know, it kind of tied in with Clinton. I tied that into this last video with Salt from Salt and Pepper talking about, you know, what's going on with the other stuff with satanic rituals and abuse and all of that too. Are we done for? Are we not doing enough? Are we missing our opportunity? Have we let them cross the line in the sand and we're not going to do anything about it? There won't be accountability. What do you guys think?
There was an immediate distraction right after the files,
Right.
which we're all going through right now.
Well, there's been a couple that you could consider that, right?
Yeah,
But
they've done their damnest to, as soon as it came out, be like, oh, let this fly.
But what I would say is, like, here's the problem. I've come, because like I've battled myself and had many talks on my stream with a bunch of different people about this. Unless we're talking like they have some like actual like hard evidence these people took part in these atrocious acts, I don't think it's actually beneficial to anyone to start like releasing a bunch of names and emails and all of this stuff, because this is a good way for people. This in itself, to me, seems more like a distraction.
Exactly.
I don't want to see all this like, well, here's everything and just read through it and see what you can do. That doesn't even make sense. That's basically calling on vigilantism, and like, what's the point of law if we're going to do that? Right.
Well,
the whole point of law is to make sure that people get brought to justice. So like I like, for instance, that first video you played with Asmund Gold, and I want to start this off. I don't like Bill Clinton whatsoever. Fuck Bill Clinton. But to the way that was framed, we don't know what he's actually looking at. He could be laughing about literally anything. I get the way you can frame it to look, but you could also like frame it to look many other ways too. And I think it's like not a good, like, it doesn't do any justice to like put out these like rumors and frame things in ways
So
that we just
are you
think it
meaning
is.
about the videos on Bill Clinton's
The
deposition?
very
Or are you
first
talking
one,
about
just the first one, the Asmund
with
Gold
Asmund
one.
Gold one? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, where he
gotcha.
was saying,
With his
"Oh, look,
commentary.
he's looking at these pictures and reminiscing," and like we don't know what he's doing. We can't read his mind. So,
Right,
like,
but
that's
I mean,
like
I
an
think if you look
unfair
at the
framing.
comedian, the second video, which was obviously a comedian that was, making a joke out of it, but why would you smile in situations like that? Why would you have that smirk on your face? What normal person would be
knows?
looking at those photos?
I feel
and
like
in
it.
those
I feel like it's.
circumstances?
I feel like it's out there by design.
We do know though, because we do know that they were photos from you can listen to what they're talking about and hear what they're saying.
Yeah,
It
but
was
we don't know
from
what the
allegations.
content of the actual photos were.
I feel like
for
I feel like
instance,
it's
like
by
how
design
there was the
to-
photo of him in the dress painted. What if he was laughing at himself in the dress? He was like, "Look at this stupid painting. Look at me,
because
I'm in a
only he
dress.
knows
Look
the
at
real
this shit."
reason.
If he's, but
Like,
even if you're laughing at yourself for a memory of a time you actually did lie under oath, and that's your reaction, just to smirk throughout the entire time you're having allegations made, to me that's still imbalanced.
Well,
and
see,
what
that's
normal
an
person
unfair
would have that
framing.
kind
It
of
wasn't throughout
reaction?
the entire time. We got a 10-second clip.
No, no, that was a 10-second clip. Many of us watched the entire thing.
Yeah, and he's not just giggling
Did you watch
through the
it?
whole thing. Yeah, he's not
No, he's
just
smirking
giggling through
throughout
the whole
almost the
thing.
entire thing. All of it that I saw, I did
I
not
would
watch
smile
actually
too
the
if I
entire
was
video.
innocent,
But
though. So, like, why does him
It's
getting
a-
allegations mean he can't smile, and him smiling
it's
equal
a frame-
nefarious? Like, you're jumping so many
Okay.
conclusions from just
well,
a smile.
I understand what you're saying, and I do think that we shouldn't jump to conclusions.
Right.
But I do also think we should
Innocent until
identify a
proven
pattern
guilty.
of behavior. Right, a pattern of behavior. And I think also a lot of us have already seen, and to be fair, a lot of the things we see, we don't know even if it was from years back, if it was AI generated or not, because we know the technology they have is beyond what they let us know. So, maybe all of it was AI generated for this entire time. But I think a lot of us have followed the Epstein files and what's been going on with the cases with Epstein and what the reality of that situation is for enough time that, I think we're pretty secure in our beliefs on that.
Yeah, but
I don't know if it's something
but
that's
you don't
newer
have
to you
any.
or
There's no hard evidence. That's the thing I'm saying. Like, there's
the court
there's a
cases
bunch
that
of this,
happened
like,
back with
circumstantial
with
stuff.
Alan Dershowitz. No, you can look back at the cases, the original cases with Alan Dershowitz and the light sentencing that he got, and where they put it down as prostitution instead of molesting and raping
I'm
children.
talking specifically what happened and what.
Well, that's
the
all
video.
ties in together with Epstein. So I don't think you can talk about one without talking about the other. The fact that he's gotten a slap on the wrist.
Of course you can. If you're talking about individuals being punished for their individual crimes, yes, of course you can talk about.
But that's why no one's being punished,
Clinton
is because it's a framework
and
that they're
separate
allowing
it from
to be
Okay, hold
someone
on,
else's
Speakeasy.
case,
I want somebody else to get to
right?
speak. Justin, go ahead. What are you trying to say?
That's why no one's being punished, is because they're allowing everybody to go on this half-ass assumption. And I'm playing devil's advocate for both sides by saying that. But it's like, if with these partially true and partially untrue assumptions, and all it is a fucking distraction.
Well, I will
Right.
also say we don't know how much the files have been tampered with over the years that it took for them to
Well,
release
yeah.
them either.
Well, and look at how many they delete every week. They delete more and more.
Right, or
Well,
more
how
that's
do you know there's
redacted.
not also, like, I get your side of it and I'm with you, but how do we also, this
I
is
don't
why
think you
I
really
don't
know
like
my
to
side
make
of it, but
assumptions on people, because how do we also know that it's actually not the case that there's a bunch of investigations going on that you can't release information
I
during
believe.
an
I believe that
investigation,
there's
right?
tons of it. I believe that there's tons of, because
I
that's
hope.
what
I
that's
don't
what I
believe that
did.
there are, but I hope
That's
that
what
there
I
are.
did. That's what I personally have done that as part of my career for a long time, and yeah, there are things that aren't going to be said about investigations and shit like that. There
Have a
are
good
going
night,
to be
Cece.
aspects,
I wish you'd
and
come. Hold on one second, Justin. Censored Cactus. I wish you would come up instead and debate it. Come have be a part of the conversation. I'd like to hear your point of view. But go ahead, Justin.
yeah, I'm just
Right,
I'm just
John.
reiterating the lowest of the low of of what we all think. Like, oh well, yeah, there are things that we don't know. Like, yeah, trust me, there's
Yeah, I agree
well,
on
I'd
that.
like to believe that there are bigger and deeper things, and that's the reason why it doesn't all make sense. But their track record doesn't really prove that. So that's hard to believe, but there probably is.
Really quickly,
And like
lawfully,
I've been stuck in that.
hold on, lawfully, and some guy. Thanks for coming up and being here. I'm glad that you guys joined in, and I know it was a lot of big talkers up here, which happens sometimes. But I'm glad that you guys came in and participated, and I hope you'll come back up again. All right, really quickly, while I have a pause in conversation, Dragon Slayer, thank you for the super chat. He says the public is too divided about Trump's involvement to unite over the Jeff Epstein files. Seriously, he is used as a tool of division, stopping action. I think that's what they tend to. I think that is what. Hold on. I think that is what they tend to do. Is it's all they will use any tool they can to divide us. If we're getting divided about holding people accountable who rape children allegedly, then I mean, how much more divided can we be?
I think it might have been on one. I think it might have been on one of your chats in the last couple of weeks where I said, where I forgot what brought it up, but I was like, well, long story short is that I've met people that have been like clean and sober for like 30 years or 40 years and shit like that. And like, guess what? They're some of the fucking craziest motherfuckers I've ever met. And guess what? How many times has he said that he don't drink? He doesn't fucking like, I'm like, do I think that he's dead ass wrong or he's partook or anything like that? Who knows? But like people that freaking that like that don't drink every now and then or anything like that, like they're some freaking
That's
crazy
my point,
motherfuckers.
Deadpool. I agree, Deadpool. Algo, do you have any thoughts you want to share on this? And then I did write a comment for you or a question in the private chat.
Oh yeah, sorry. So
you can answer that later, but go ahead. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, a couple of my thoughts are, if you're a channel that goes on other channels and then shows your channel, we know who you are. The second part of that is, if there's a man in a deposition about something as serious as child pedophilia or worse, and you have a smirk and you have to grab onto the paper, that's simple body language. That's not anything that we don't need to debate that. That's not something that's subjective. We're not saying that's his background or we don't know him. We don't know what's in his mind. That's a simple thing that people can see and say, okay, that guy's bad. And when we get into conversations where we're going to pretend like, okay, we're just going to debate both sides for YouTube clicks and views, well, then what are you doing here?
So here we go, a bunch of more assumptions. See, this is the problem with you. This is what I was bringing up. You make up assumptions and then you read people's intent. You're a mind reader all of a sudden. Can I have tomorrow's lottery numbers, sir?
Okay, hang on. Speakeasy.
Going on.
I know, Algo, that Speakeasy restreams because he told us that last time he was up here. So I know that he's sharing, I'm assuming, my stream on his channel. I don't have a problem with that. I do think, Speakeasy, that it'd probably be more honest of you to just say that you are when you come up, but I assumed that you were this time because you were before. So
what do you mean honest of me? I don't understand.
Most times, a lot of people don't like being restreamed, but no, I don't have a problem with it. Like I said, so calm down. Calm down. Take a breath.
Me of being a liar.
No, I didn't say that. I said it would be. I think it would be more. Maybe I should have said more upfront instead of honest. If we want to get into semantics, I think it would be more upfront of you when you go on a stream to tell people that you're doing that. I already assumed that you were because you did that last time. So I don't have a problem with that. So I don't want people to get defensive on my behalf that you're streaming on your channel. That's fine.
Why would it matter?
People can. Well, a lot of people don't like to have their content restreamed live, and if they are, they like to have it known.
Wait,
I don't want to debate that with you, Speakeasy. I don't care if you agree with me or not.
I'm just explaining for like this guy that has a problem with it.
Well, and I'm explaining for you. A lot of people do have problems with that. I've seen that over and over again on YouTube. So I don't. You're fine.
All right, but like if you're on a public stream, anybody can restream it.
Right, yes, you can.
Right.
But I think it's more respectful to let people know. That's all I'm saying. I don't have a problem with you. I assumed that you were. and you're fine.
See, now you've accused me of being a liar and disrespectful for absolutely no reason.
No, I did no such thing. I hope you'll go back and
how many times
re-listen to what I
shake after
actually
I
said.
piss too, or like, do I have to tell you
Okay,
everything?
if you're
I'm
going
doing?
to be disrespectful, then I
I'm
don't
not the
want you
one
to be
being
here. But
disrespectful. I'm not the one.
that
being
what you just
disrespectful.
said is pretty
You called me
disrespectful.
a liar just now. That's
No, I
pretty
didn't.
disrespectful.
I said that I think
right?
it would be more upfront of
And then you
you
accuse
to
me
let people
of-
know. You can put words in my mouth, but everybody here is hearing what I said.
It's all
so.
live, so I don't need.
All right,
to
I'm going to
put
go
nothing.
ahead. Exactly. So I'm going to go ahead and read this super chat from John. He says, the machine is designed to protect itself at all costs. It is protected by puppets and clowns. The machine was created many years ago. Just change the names and puppets. Yeah, I believe so. I think that this is very long-term plans that are in play. And we're seeing, of course, these calls for division because they don't want us to be united to find our common ground and to stand up against them. They want their plans to play out. So it's divide and conquer in all ways that they can.
Yeah. So
hold on 1 second, Lynn. I see your question. The link is pinned at the. You're interrupting. Please speak easy. Just hold on a second. Lynn, you can join the panel by clicking the link that's pinned at the top of the Rumble chat. And if for some reason it's not showing up for you, if you dismissed it or something, let one of my mods know over on Rumble and they can grab the link for you. And the link is pinned at the top of the YouTube chat for anybody that wants to come up to join. Yeah, exactly.
Do you guys only like when like people that agree with you come up? Is that what the issue is?
Not at all.
No, not at all.
We've talked. We just spent the whole time talking about that.
Okay,
And-
it's like literally, I've done nothing wrong, right? You are the host. You
and I
don't
said
care.
that I
Wait,
have
can
no
I finish
problem
talking?
with you.
Can
I have no
finish
problem
talking?
with you. Yes.
Can I finish talking?
Go
now?
ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
Sure.
Take the floor.
Okay. So thank you. You're the host. You have no problem with it, right?
Right.
This guy came sideways out his mouth about we know who you are and this type of shit, right? So he's the one being disrespectful, and
I
you
wasn't
chose
sideways.
to point something out to me about what people feel. And if you're the host and you don't care, I'm not being disrespectful.
Which is why
by
I
not
addressed
telling
it.
you, wait, I'm not being disrespectful or less upfront or less anything if I didn't tell you something you don't care about, right?
What are you talking about? If you didn't tell me something I don't care
You just
about.
said I
I
would
said
be
to
more
you,
upfront,
I don't listen to what I
but
said
if-
again.
if
I'll
you
repeat
don't
it.
Care, then
I said
how would it be
I
more
understood
upfront?
what Algo was saying and why he was frustrated. And so, like the cunt situation I talked about earlier, I was clarifying that I understood that you were likely sharing my stream on
understand
your
him
channel.
being
Let me finish what
frustrated
I'm
for
saying.
you?
You just called me out for interrupting you. You won't let me speak on my stream. Thank you very much. I said that I didn't have a problem with you restreaming and that I'd assumed that you were, and that I don't have a problem with that, so that we could squash it. You don't need to get all defensive. I was saying also to you, which I think is the case in what I've seen from many streamers, that they don't like it when you come up and don't let them know that you're streaming their stream on your channel live in real time. It's a little bit different perspective than sharing something after the fact, doing a reaction video or sharing something like we do here, videos that are finished. It's a little bit different when you're doing it in real time. And a lot of people, whether you've experienced this or not, and I'd be surprised if you haven't, and your audience hasn't seen this, a lot of people do get defensive about it. I don't have a problem with it, and I don't have a problem with you. Keep it respectful, and let's move on.
And to your point, when you said I did that out of the side of my mouth, why would you title your stream Open Panel Purge if you weren't trying to purge her panel?
Do you know what an open panel purge is, or are you just assuming again?
I'm asking you a question. Why do you call it that?
You just said why I called it that. So what is an open panel purge?
What is
You
the
tell me. That's
definition
what
of
I'm asking
purge?
you.
How about,
So
how
what do
about
you
we
have
get
a
into that?
problem
What is
with the name
definition
of my
purge?
stream now?
I'm
Dude,
asking
you're
you
such
a question.
Girl, bro.
I'm asking
You're
you a
such
question.
a girl, dog.
All right, well, that's not being very respectful. I'm just going to stop right
how about
there.
you-
Okay,
how
hang
about
on, you guys.
Controlling the fucking channel and get the
Stop.
fuck off and quit wasting our fucking
All right,
time.
censored cactus,
Shit.
thank you.
So you can't
All right,
have
hang on.
opinions
You
here?
guys, listen, please. I don't want the entire chat and channel and stream to be derailed by one person getting offended by another person. So let's continue to be respectful and move on with the conversation. We're talking about divide and conquer. We have way bigger issues than something this petty. So let's put it aside, please, as I'm asking you all to speak easy, nod and grim all you want. I'm talking to you too. Put
I
it
wasn't
aside.
the one who started this. I was
Put it
engaging with the
aside. put it aside and move forward or leave.
Hey, I wasn't the one who started it.
All
Why
right,
aren't you telling them to put it aside?
let's stop and go ahead and move
She's
forward.
telling everyone. She's telling everyone.
I'm
She's
not kicking you
telling
off,
everyone.
Speakeasy. I'm just taking you down so you take a breath for a minute. I'll bring you back up in just a second. All right, Snooks, is there something that you wanted to share, or Dennis, or Cece, or are you just coming up? If it's to address the situation, I would prefer that we just move on. It's not a problem to me.
I just wanted to let him know that
she was asking me if I wanted to talk.
Well, I did say tell you. Go ahead, Snooks.
Go ahead. You got it.
Thank you. I came up here, and
Can I talk now?
I was, huh?
I'm just kidding.
It's so polite. I was sorry.
Go ahead, Snooks. Finish your thoughts.
I'm sorry, Indy. You know how much I love you and how I've always had your back. And I got very triggered. The chat was getting very
fine
triggered.
by me, Real American.
And I just was going to say, you are not one. Was he restreaming you and not giving you credit?
No, he's here. He's sharing my screen on his channel. Like I said, I knew that last time he did it. I don't have a problem with him doing that. Like I said to him, and I'll bring you back up, Speakeasy, but please don't interrupt. Like I said to him, I think that a lot of people do, as many of you obviously do, take offense by that because it seems like a gotcha type moment. I don't think that that's what Speakeasy's doing, and that's not what I've seen at his channel, so I don't have a problem with it.
No, like
I do have a problem with the rudeness.
I just want to wait a minute. I wasn't
that ego.
Just, I'm going to be done in just. I'm going to be done in just 1 second. Speakeasy, I just want to say to you, I've known Indy for 5 years. She's never called anybody on a panel a liar, which you accused her of. You did.
When you say someone's dishonest, what does that mean, ma'am?
She's
and
not
like
dishonest.
I said,
No. When you call someone dishonest,
I didn't say you were dishonest. I said it would be more honest. I said I said it would be more honest of you. And when you took offense to it, I said, then let me reword it and say I think it would be more upfront of you. You can go back and listen, and the people in your chat all heard me.
You guys are showing the ego thing right now.
Hold on, can I play? Can I play both sides real quick?
One of me, and you won't let me respond.
Really
to
sounds
okay,
like
I'm gonna go ahead and stop.
like
Speakeasy. Hold on. Let's go ahead and pause for a second, everybody. I really don't want the stream to be about this. I don't care. This is not what this is for. So I appreciate people coming to my defense. I understand, and I'm telling you, I love you guys, just like I'm sure people in his chat are coming to his defense. That's fine. I don't care. I would rather not spend the next hour, the last hour of the stream, talking about this. Well, I'm not here for that. I'm not here for drama. I'm not a drama channel. I'm not about any of that. So let's just please move on.
I'm going to drop off. I was going to bitch slap him, but I'm now going to drop off. And I love you very much, Indy.
And I love you for it, Snooks.
When somebody attacks you, I come out like a lion. I'm going to roar and start clawing. But now I'm going to drop off.
I love you for it.
He's very disrespectful to you. He's very arrogant. He's very pompous. And that's all I have to say. And Algo, rock on.
Take care, Snooks.
Okay. Love y'all.
Okay. Part of people being able to speak freely is that you can show your true colors. So
Andy,
some people
can I talk? I have a turn.
Yeah, go ahead, Dennis. Take your turn.
Who's that dude?
His name's Speakeasy.
He's not speaking very easy. Hey, dude. It sounds
so
like
everyone can talk shit about me, but the minute
because
I say
it's not your turn. We're taking turns.
Hey,
but you kicked me off for calling someone a girl.
Know your
role. I brought you down because you keep.
Just make sure.
I brought you down like I'm doing right now because you keep interrupting when somebody else is speaking.
You sound like you're having withdrawals of building pyramids, you fucking Hebrew.
No, okay. Go ahead and say what you're trying to say, Dennis, without being insulting if you can.
Okay.
Wow.
I just wanted to say hi. I haven't been on here for a little while, so and then I just jumped on, and then all of a sudden you guys are like, freaking out. So anyhow, how you guys doing? Are you guys having a good night? And could you just like just tell that guy to pound sand and play music or something cool?
Well, we already did our music side of things, but we did just play some videos, and maybe we'll pull up a couple more here in a minute. I actually do want to get back to the gun issue that we were talking about earlier and address that. So maybe we can move on in that direction in just a moment. All right. Okay. Thank you to Miss Puff Puff for the the Rumble rant. And he says Speakeasy is an Andrew Wilson fangirl. I don't even know who that is. And copying his TikTok invasions to go viral with an angry rage quit. I'm going to bring you up for this Speakeasy so you can respond if you want to. Pretty gay. He's even talking like Andrew Wilson. I don't know who Andrew Wilson is. I'm reading
Easy,
the Rumble
can you
rant.
read the back chat real quick, Easy?
No, I can't. Who's the racist one?
Durka
Which
Durka
one was
Muhammad
that?
Jihad.
Which one was the racist one a minute ago?
I missed whatever happened that was racist.
You
Sorry,
literally heard him say it, so don't act like you didn't hear him say
No,
fucking
I-
Hebrew. Don't act like you didn't
I
hear
did.
that.
I didn't hear that actually. Who
Okay,
said
well
that?
he yelled it pretty clearly and
Oh
loudly. So I
Jesus!
mean,
I
it's a
can
good look that you're
feel the
allowing the
gold
racist.
radiating off
Hey,
his
hey,
chest
hey,
on
hey,
your
hey!
necklace.
Can you kick him since you kicked me when I was interrupting? Can you do that?
Right.
See how there's not a fair treatment here? I just wanted that to be displayed, right? Because you guys literally started shit with me.
Okay.
Over something
Speakeasy,
so
I'm going to give
petty.
you
I
about
was
1
trying to
minute.
engage
I'm going to
in-
give you 1 minute
See
to
how I
respond, and
can't
then we're
finish
moving
talking?
forward.
See how I
1
can't
minute.
finish talking? You see this?
Fuck,
I
he's gonna
didn't start
he's
this
gonna
shit. I was
self-destruct.
engaging in the actual topic at hand of the videos. You have this passive aggressive woman up here that wanted to say some shit about me restreaming that has nothing to do with him. This ain't your fucking channel, and I'm sure Indy's not gonna fuck you. So stop being such a white knight, you loser.
All right. Bye, Speakeasy.
Bye,
I'm
motherfucker.
sorry that you
Bye,
weren't able to be a
motherfucker.
part of the conversation. Dennis,
dude, you got way
Dennis,
too many
don't
chances.
go
Bye.
down to his level.
Bye.
All right. Thank you for coming up. I'm sorry that it went this way, Speakeasy. I enjoyed when you came up last time. Like I said, and we talked about earlier here, I am about people being able to agree to disagree respectfully, and you've been very disrespectful to many people. I'm sorry if you got some disrespect in return. You can go to your echo chamber and get some hugs about it. Enjoy. Take care. All right. Thank you to those of you who came up. Censored Cactus, was there something you wanted to say if it's on a different topic? If it came up about that, then if you want to hang around for conversation, you're more than welcome. I'm glad you came to join in. And
I'm
thanks
much
to
better.
everybody for your encouragement.
I am much better now.
All right. I'm glad to hear it. Okay. Right. Save the drama. This is not a drama channel. I have said that multiple times. Lynn, the link is at the top of the chat, but here, you know what? I can actually grab it pretty quickly. I think.
You feel better now, Batman? Are we good?
There you go. There you
Are
go.
we good,
Lynn.
Batman?
I was never not.
I
good.
know. I snipped at you earlier a little bit. I had my headphone in, and I'm tone deaf in one ear, and Indy was quick to be like, "No, that was you," and I was like, "Oh shit, my bad."
No, I was never not good. I just
Yeah, me
wanted,
too, Real American.
I
know,
just
I'm-
wanted to know why he named his stream that he wanted to go purge streams. That's all I wanted to know.
And I didn't know that
Right, I
back
missed
when I
that
said
comment,
that.
Blue.
Yeah, I didn't know that he said that, and that's why I brought up. But anyway, we're not talking about it anymore. Out of respect
Good to
for
see
Indy,
you,
because that's
Scrog.
not like she said. We wasted way too much time talking about somebody that doesn't even matter. So let's all move
Right,
on with life,
exactly,
right?
dude.
Everybody, take a breath.
Yeah, I'm good. You
Well,
guys,
I needed
okay,
it.
one thing I will say, and I'll just go ahead and share this. I grew up in a household with 3 older brothers with very different worldviews, different religious beliefs, different points of view on a lot of things, and 2 very headstrong parents. There was an unhealthy level of debate and arguing in my house, and there was some really healthy lessons that I learned from it. I don't get frazzled very easily. So I definitely appreciate people coming to my defense, because I know I love you guys too, and I would do the same for you.
And I will tell you this right now,
But
like lawfully
it's laughable
was
to me.
blowing me up on my other phone and being like, Justin,
Right.
like maybe hit the end button, like Justin back out, like Justin. I'm like, no, I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna like.
Yeah,
he's
I
like,
did miss
no,
that comment.
motherfucker. He's like, no.
Right.
But,
you guys, I did miss the
like-
comment. Speakeasy brought it up, something about Hebrew. I missed it. I truly did. I'm not, you guys know, the main things here are being respectful, not being racist, and not having anything to do with pedophilia. So,
but
you
he
know, I'm
he
sorry I
was
missed
using that as an excuse to call you out on your shit. But so it wasn't up until you guys started talking about it that I was like, oh yeah, like I seen earlier that his gold thing was on the bottom of his screen, and so I assumed that he was restreaming. But anyway, we're not gonna talk about it, right? So I'll move on.
Right. Okay, thank you. All right, you guys. Well, let's go ahead and shift gears if you guys are good with it, because that kind of got derailed. Let's go ahead and talk about this gun issue that we were talking about earlier. I went ahead and pulled up. There's actually, the first video is not directly related to that, but it's a different gun law that was just passed. It's a positive thing. So we're going to go ahead and share that video first, and then we're going to go into the one that's relevant to what I was talking about earlier, and the one that's not positive. All right, here we go. This is Out of the Darkness. This is the channel.
What's up, family? Welcome back to Out of the Darkness. I am Q. Guys, one almost slipped past me. I wasn't paying attention and almost missed this monumental law that was overturned this week, which is going to have rippling effects across the country. And of all places, it took place in Washington, D.C. And I happen to believe that if it can take place there, it can happen all over the country. So this is good news for you blue states. As you guys know, I am a huge proponent of the Second Amendment. I'm a huge 2A guy. I absolutely love to practice, to shoot, to hunt. It's one of our favorite things to do around here. And so with that, I'm always looking and watching as it pertains to the Second Amendment. I know some of you guys may not have interest in that, and that's fine, but just understand that an armed society is generally a polite society, and we see major dictatorial moves after the people have been disarmed. And so I don't want to live in a society where the only people armed are criminals and crooked politicians. I said it. So anyway, getting back to this. So there was a bill that took place, or the law that was written, 15 years ago. It's been a while. But it was written in D.C., and it was much like many of the other bills when it was, it was fun and smart to go out for these liberals to put bans on high-capacity magazines. And so in the state of, or in the city, the District of Columbia, they said that they would not allow any magazines with a capacity of over 10 rounds. And so they required modifications to the magazines, or you had to buy all new magazines. Well, this young man was caught in the state, or in DC. He was caught with a high capacity magazine, a 30 round magazine. Now, once he was caught, he legally owned the firearm. He had no prior record or anything like that. But because his magazine, which was actually from the manufacturer of the handgun, he was actually put in jail and arrested and charged because of violating this rule. So moving forward, the DOJ and has challenged this, saying that the magazines are if the pistols come with these magazines, if these firearms come with these magazines, then it is a violation of the Second Amendment for the state or for the city or whoever it might be to take away people's rights to own such magazines. And they won this argument. They won the argument on the basis that law-abiding citizens buy a firearm, are able to carry that firearm in certain states, but then required to modify the firearm in order to live in another state or go to another city. And it's absolutely ludicrous. And the appeals court in DC actually went along with it and agreed. So I think that this is a huge development, because I believe that this is something that should be taken throughout the entire country. The DC court is now saying, or DC is now saying, they're going to appeal this to the Supreme Court, where I believe the Supreme Court will overturn all of these magazine bans throughout the country, which I believe is the right thing to do. We should never leave decisions about firearms up to liberals ever. Most of them have no idea what they're talking about. The judge in the dissent on the decision went on to say that these are not the types of magazines that people use in self-defense, that these are the types of magazines that criminals use. I don't understand that. I'm not a criminal. I possess these. I don't ever intend or never think I ever will commit any type of crime, and I hope and pray that I'm never put in that position to ever have to defend myself. But if I do, I promise you, it'll probably be with one of those magazines. But anyway, what do you guys think about this? Comment below. I'll see you next time. Be blessed.
All right, well, I'll go pulling up that next video. I want to say that is true here in Washington State too. They have had the ban on the more than 10 rounds. So I really do hope that the blue states mostly where this has been an issue will be able to get those removed, and that's a great win. So something that was a success. I'm glad that happened. And then we're going to get into this next video that is about the topic we were on earlier. Really quickly, I just want to say again, and then I do really want to keep moving forward. No, like I said already, one of the only rules here, other than being respectful, and kind of goes right hand in hand with that, is racism is not tolerated here. Usually, if it's a first-time offense or somebody has said something that's one time or a couple times all in one chat, they are timed out. And then they are allowed to come back in. And my reason for that isn't because it's okay that they're racist or that they have those beliefs. It's because, like all of us, I hope that people are keeping an open mind and we're getting stronger together. If I'm not an echo chamber, and that's my point, as you were saying earlier, Speakeasy. It's not an echo chamber here. So if there are people here who have different views, whether it's racism or bigotry or whatever the thing is, that's their thing. I hope that by being around other people and being exposed to other ideas, maybe they'll grow and learn from it too, because none of us are perfect. And like I said earlier, we have much bigger issues that we need to be uniting about instead of being divisive. So I'm going to move on from that. This next video is by Gun Owners of America. And this is the video that I was talking about earlier that has to do with the decision that just came through the Supreme Court. And then after this, Blue had sent the link to the actual court ruling. And so I'm going to read just a little bit of that.
The Supreme Court just issued its final decision in Case v. Montana, a Fourth Amendment case involving a warrantless entry into a gun owner's home. We covered the details of the case in an earlier video. But now the Supreme Court's decision has left gun owners with little legal protection if cops decide to become a community caretaker. Today on Law and Ammo, I'm going to discuss SCOTUS's latest verdict and what it means for the future of the Fourth Amendment and gun rights in the United States. The Supreme Court just ruled against gun owners and their Fourth Amendment rights, dramatically expanding the power of law enforcement to break into your home. Thanks to the recent decision in Case v. Montana, the Supreme Court has blessed warrantless home intrusions for what it calls community caretaking purposes. In fact, because they are acting under the auspices of do-gooders and not for law enforcement purposes, the court held that police do not even need probable cause of any crime to break down your front door with a battering ram. And so today we're going to take a look at what happened, the Supreme Court's decision, and what it means for gun owners. I'm Phil, and you're watching Law and Ammo. While this recent Supreme Court case may have been decided with an outcome in which we disagree, there's another case we cannot afford to lose. That's GOA's One Big Beautiful lawsuit against the National Firearms Act. While short-barreled firearms, AOWs, and suppressors are now tax-free thanks to President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill Act, the NFA's registration requirements remain. So please consider becoming a member at gunowners.org or donate to help us dismantle the National Firearms Act. Now back to the video. A few months ago on this channel, we covered Case v. Montana at length. I'll refresh your memory for the case, but for those who want all of the details, I'll link to our previous video in the description. Case v. Montana centers around the warrantless entry of a Montana man's home, a man named William Trevor Case. Montana police were conducting a so-called welfare check on Case. Then after much back and forth, the police decided to enter his home without a warrant before shooting him in the arm and arresting him. So what precipitated this welfare check and the warrantless entry? Case was known to the police, and earlier in the evening had called his ex-girlfriend and allegedly threatened self-harm. And apparently he told his ex-girlfriend that if she called the police to his house, he would harm them. Ignoring his warnings, Case's ex-girlfriend called the police. In response, 4 officers went to Case's home. As it turns out, a few of the responding officers were familiar with Case, having dealt with him in the past. They viewed this as a hollow threat, saying that he had a history of mental health issues and he had previously attempted suicide by cop. After arriving and finding the house locked, the officers stood outside for nearly 40 minutes, shining flashlights into the home and announcing themselves. Officers reported seeing an empty handgun holster and notepad, but no sign of Case himself. Then after all this time had passed, the officers declared that a sudden emergency existed. As their rationalization went, since they saw a pad of paper on the table, they could assume that this meant Case was writing a suicide note. So now convinced by a pad of paper that Case had harmed himself, the police went to their cars, retrieved their ballistic shields, drew their guns, and made entry into the home. That is, they battered down the front door. Their justification was that they were just engaging in community caretaking, because after all, people with your best interest in mind always bring ballistic shields and guns to protect themselves. After conducting a sweep of the home, one officer found Case hiding in a closet. Upon finding Case, an officer noticed a, quote, dark object near Case's waist. Assuming this to be a gun, the officer fired a shot which struck Case in the arm. As fate would have it, that dark spot turned out not to be a gun. But the officers later found a handgun in a laundry basket nearby. Having fully caretaken of the community by shooting the home's unarmed occupant, Case was transported to the local hospital to treat his police-inflicted gunshot wound. By then, objecting to his caretaking, Case sued. And his case made it all the way to the Supreme Court, presenting the court with this question: whether law enforcement may enter a home without a search warrant based on less than probable cause that an emergency is occurring, or whether the emergency aid exception requires probable cause. Translation to all of this: can the police break down your door without a warrant or any probable cause at all based on the thinnest justification that something inside might be wrong? Believing that the Fourth Amendment prohibits this sort of outrageous activity, we at Gun Owners of America filed an amicus brief in support of Case. And even though this case involved a tense situation and threats of harm, we can see how an adverse ruling could undermine the Fourth Amendment's protections for all of us. And so we argued to the court that the Fourth Amendment's original basis in property rights should control this case. Police trespassed on Case's private property, and so they should have obtained a warrant, plain and simple. Unfortunately, the courts below had not focused on property rights, but instead on whether the police were reasonable. And that standard of reasonableness is based on a federal judge's idea of what is and is not reasonable. As GOA explained it, if reasonableness is the standard by which the Fourth Amendment is to be interpreted, then the Fourth Amendment ceases to have any objective meaning. And to be clear, experience has shown us time and again that judges are often some of the most unreasonable people in the country. Not to mention, what good is the Fourth Amendment protection against unreasonable searches and seizure if the government can assert some vague community caretaking role and burst into your home with guns drawn for your own good? Let's play for you Case's lawyer's opening statement outlining our point perfectly.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. This court has never allowed state officials to force their way into someone's home without a warrant or probable cause. It should not start now. There is no liberty interest more deeply rooted in the Fourth Amendment than the sanctity of the home. The court has long recognized that physical entry of the home is the chief evil against which the wording of the Fourth Amendment is directed. And the facts here well illustrate what's at stake with such entries. The police entered Trevor Case's home without permission, a warrant, or even probable cause, and they ended up shooting him in his own house.
His argument seems pretty reasonable to me, but apparently the Supreme Court didn't agree. In a remarkable 9-0 unanimous decision, the Supreme Court ruled against Case, holding that, given the circumstances, the police did not need a warrant to enter his home. And so what does all this mean in practice? Well, according to the Supreme Court, police do not need probable cause to break into a gun owner's home without warrants and just shoot them. In a unanimous opinion written by Justice Kagan, she outlined the court's reasoning. In the 2006 case, Brigham City v. Stewart, this court held that the police officers may enter a home without a warrant if they have a objectively reasonable basis for believing that someone inside needs emergency assistance. The question presented is whether that standard means that officers must have probable cause for the intrusion as they typically would when investigating a crime. We hold it does not. To make matters worse, Justice Sotomayor chimed in with her own concurring opinion, and her position is truly bonkers. The risk of escalation by warrantless police entry is also heightened by the prevalence of firearms in nearly half of America's households. Thus, she claimed, police may employ more forceful tactics when they know a firearm is in the house. Hold on a second. Is Justice Sotomayor insinuating that police have more legal leeway to use force if someone is merely known to possess firearms? A warrantless entry into somebody's home and shooting them is already tyrannical, but justifying that use of force just because the victim happened to be a gun owner, that is unacceptable. Given the fact that gun owners are statistically more law-abiding than the average citizen, makes this statement by Sotomayor even more confusing. Treating gun owners as presumptively violent criminals is dangerous, to say the least. If the Supreme Court sees this warrantless invasion and shooting as community caretaking, I think I can speak for most gun owners when I say, please stop caring for me. With its case decision, the Supreme Court has created a lot of problems for itself and the country. Armed with increasingly broad exceptions to the Fourth Amendment's warrant requirement, law enforcement mission creep always results in the exception swallowing the rule. Meaning, if all the police must do is articulate some non-credible suspicion that someone inside may need help, they increasingly will rely on such claims to avoid obtaining a warrant before breaking down front doors. Oh, this flashbang? Well, that's for your own good, comrade, to keep you safe or something. Worse still, governments given the power to violate constitutional rights at will rarely give that power up voluntarily. The excerpt from Justice Sotomayor's separate concurrence, while not the holding of the entire court, reveals a lot about how some justices view gun owners, and how far some of them are willing to go in hollowing out the Fourth and Second Amendments. Giving the police more power to violate the Fourth Amendment is not what the founders intended, and we'll do everything in our power to help correct this decision in a future case. I'm Phil with Law and Ammo. Thanks for watching.
All right, you guys, pretty terrifying. I think that's what I was talking about earlier. Watching that made me think.
Me off.
Right, it should piss you off.
No, it pissed me off.
It made me think that we're already in without rule of law, because obviously we can all say and see clearly that goes against our Fourth Amendment. So how is it possible that has just gone through? I mean, it's terrifying.
Well, and they explained that in the ending of the last video was because, say if they were so if you have a fucking bullshit neighbor that you don't get along with, may or may not come from personal examples, but you got an asshole-ass neighbor that you don't get along with, that you've had verbal altercations with, and then they make a phone call, and there's 6 squad cars and a dog standing outside of your door, and you're like, what the fuck? And you walk out there and they're like, oh yeah, like we got a call. And I'm like, well, none of that's true. Well, who's here? Oh, just me and the kids.
Agreed, Mary.
Okay. Well, like, what about your wife or whatever? Well, my wife went to work an hour ago. And they all look at their watch and go, oh, that matches up with the timestamp of the call. Like,
well,
okay,
people said it's kind of like the red flag laws.
And that's exactly what I compared it to.
And we were talking earlier about objective and subjective.
Yeah, but
it makes it all objective.
Yeah, but the cat's out of the bag, because I'm understanding. Like, I felt super fucking offended. Like, dude, like I was in the point of being like, if I say no, I look like I did something bad. If I say no, you can't come into my house, because I could say no,
But
You should absolutely say no.
but
Actually, I could
no,
talk
trust
on
me, I
that.
agree with that. I agree with that. But I'm home alone with my 2 young children and everything, and it's like,
Yeah.
but
Really
also,
quickly, hold on 1 second. Justin and Lynn, welcome up. DS,
Hi.
thanks for coming back up. Glad to have you here, Lynn. And
Hey.
DK, the link is pinned at the top of the chat. I'll put the link in the chat again if you want to come up. And then Lynn and Justin, if you guys can click on the 3 dots below the panel by your pictures and go to, oh wait, maybe it's only on your own. I think it should say, edit avatar. If you just refresh it, right now we can't see your avatars, and since I highlight comments a lot, we don't get to see names much. So if you can try to get your avatars up, that would help.
my
Even if it's just
avatar
like your
won't pop up
initial.
on this phone. It'll only do it on the other phone.
Okay, well, if you're able to put something up, if not, I'd rather have you here than have you here, without the avatar than not at all.
Did that work?
No.
No, it didn't for her. Yeah, but so like it happened to me. Like it happened to me. Like I have a neighbor that I do not get along with and everything, and it's been a long time thing going. And it boiled down to where I had to file for further information and everything with the department. And I do have a camera in my living room. I do. And I submitted the footage from the time that they got the call complaint until the time that the department showed up. And I was like, okay, so are there going to be repercussions? Are you guys going to find out who called? And is there going to be repercussions? Because that's a fucking bullshit call. Like you guys showed up thinking that I was beating the shit out of my kids or my wife. Like that's a completely horse shit. And then I let you into my house on my own free will. And like I even told them, I was like, hey, like, I'm gonna hold my son. The baby's over there sleeping. Like, and like 2 cops can stand here or whatever. Like, and I'll walk with the rest throughout my house. Like, you can go ahead and open doors or whatever. Like, I'm not gonna let you dig through my underwear drawer, but like, like you can feel free to make sure there's not a dead body in here. Which I know I should have been been better and been like, no, fuck you, don't fucking, no, you ain't coming in here. But like when you're put in that certain situation, you kind of got to do what you got to do, and you got to use your
Angels,
discernment.
I'm sorry, Angels, that you were in a situation like that too.
I felt super fucking violated because like, I have food stored away. I have Second Amendment things. I have things of that nature, Like I got toolboxes. I got, like I'm not a fucking idiot. I'm a stay-at-home dad, but like, guess what? I had a career before I was a stay-at-home dad, and it's like I feel super fucking violated because guess what? Now that's just all on body cam. Anybody that wants to fucking look it up and request it, they all know what I have in my house. They all know what I have in my house, and I don't have a small amount of things in my house. Like,
right. So Justin, my friend Devil Dog says, "Know your rights, or you're gonna get cornholed or something along those lines."
Yeah,
and that's the thing, like
but it's like you got to play the best of both sides.
Is saying, like X is saying, I invoke my right to exercise my Fifth Amendment. And we see the elites or the deletes, as we call them. Welcome up, DK.
Trust me, I wanted to. Trust me,
I
I wanted to, but I knew it was the lesser of 2 evils because it's like I have nothing to hide. Like, do I drink? Yeah, I do. But are my kids fed, well taken care of? Is my house clean? Yes, yes, yes. Do I own a bunch of shit that is my legal right to own? Yes, I do. So come in. I have nothing to fucking hide. But you're not gonna dig through my underwear drawer.
Yeah,
but
hang on. So my understanding in that case is that he was legally. It sounded to me like he was lawfully a gun owner. They knew that he had a gun, and the reason.
Yeah.
I mean, if they knew that he had it, and he still had it, then it's lawful.
The department has even told me they have a file on me now. They have a file with my name, my address. Even if I move, and they're like there's a file on me. Before they even show up, that pops up on the fucking computer. There's a whole file that's like, hey, this man may be armed. Like, yeah, that's my fucking right.
Blue.
But if I'm if I do I go out and go fucking drink or whatever with exercising my rights? No, I don't, because that's not okay. But if I'm sitting at home watching TV, I'm probably carrying. I'm probably am. Fucking.
Yeah. All right. Grump, thanks for coming up. And Lynn, I see you're back up. Do you have any thoughts?
Leading me on, by the way, Indy.
Yeah, thanks for coming up,
on your
DK.
channel. Lynn sent me a link on my stream.
Yeah,
And,
wonderful.
yeah,
Thank you, Lynn.
I hadn't been here, so I came over to see what you were up to, and you're doing a panel. I like panels.
Well, did you have any thoughts on this topic that you want to share? Or you want to just come and hang out?
Well, I'm in New Zealand, so people in America don't like my take on things.
You might be surprised.
I grew up right across
okay.
the other side of the ocean from you.
Yeah, but now, to be honest, because I've actually spent the last, I don't know, probably the last week or so
Right,
on
Blue.
various voice chats and panels and things. And I've been asking people in America if they actually know what their Second Amendment is. And strangely enough, they actually only know one part of it.
All right, we tend to focus on the gun part of it.
Yeah, but that is it. But it's like the right to bear arms. But there is also the right to form state militias. But when I bring it up, everyone's like, oh, you're Fed posting, you're trying to incite, what are you telling us we should go and do? And they get all defensive.
Oh,
It's caused a few arguments over just that one thing.
Right, lawfully,
but it
good
is still
point.
your Second Amendment.
A well-regulated militia necessary to have a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Florida, like the
also
state
more
of Florida,
people
actually
listening.
has a state militia. The state of Florida actually has a state militia, and
Which is fine, but irrelevant to the Second Amendment, kind of, because...
no, it's not. That's exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah, it is actually
That's how.
exactly what
Yeah,
he's
that's
talking
exactly what he's talking about.
No, I
because
mean,
it's not governed. It's
Okay, but
governed separately.
I mean, it's not the government militia.
Yeah, it's state.
It was even before the state had any charge in it. It was a well-regulated militia necessary for a free state, comma, the right of the people to
keep and bear arms.
Keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Yes.
Because we didn't have a militia. We had the people.
regulated-
It was us. It was us.
Yeah,
If
but
I may,
that's
the
thing.
word regulated
If
in this
you're
case means
regulated,
well
it's
trained.
legal
Well
and
trained.
covered.
Hold on, let's make
So
sure
regulated.
you guys that we're taking turns just because
Yeah,
nobody
Grump
can
will
understand
go.
us if we aren't. Hang on, I'll go. So Grump, go ahead, and then we'll go to DK.
Just because the word, maybe people don't realize that this is what it meant at the time. The word regulated doesn't mean controlled by any government entity in particular. It means funded and trained. There is an argument to be made that either Congress or some government entity should be providing firearms. There's an argument to be made there. Not many people are trying to make that argument, but it's funded and trained.
That's also why there's been so many periods in time where they've asked these young men to show up with their own firearms to go militia up on whatever it was, via the government. I'm during how many wars were there compared to how many that there weren't, that they showed up with the rifle.
Yeah, but that's where the regulation part is. They have to actually get trained.
Yes, I know. Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily have to be trained by the government, and each state is allowed its own militia to be able to make sure that the state control doesn't get out of hand.
Well, yeah, and DK, I'm not arguing against what you're saying. I'm actually on your side because I know that
I get you.
you know American law probably better than half of most Americans. Like,
yeah, I actually, strangely enough, I actually do. But I get given shit about it all the time.
Okay, let me read these. Let me read these here. Hold on, DK. Let me read these from Blue Unicorn. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the state will have a militia. There we go. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed to protect ourselves from the state militia. Yeah, right. Exactly.
Bada boom boom.
That's not the definition I read.
No, and I'd say maybe.
No, I think he was being more humorous or tongue in cheek on that. I
To
could
be
be
honest,
wrong. That's how I
at
take
this
it.
point, I don't know anymore.
So
the definitions of everything are getting changed all the time. So
So
the fact that they've manipulated the words in it, from what I read, I mean, to be honest, I need to find an actual copy of the Constitution and read the actual words correctly. But it's manipulated from what I thought it meant. It's not. I didn't think it was for the people to fight the state militia. I thought a state militia was actually separate from the state control.
It is separate though, because like the state that I live in actually has enough money left over afterwards, because like we don't suck daddy's tit for everything, because we make our own money. But it's like we have do we have federal, like what is it, like the National Guard or whatever, or reserves or whatever like that? Yes, we do. But we also have a separate entity that is literally like what's called the Florida Guard, which is paid for and funded
Angels,
out
we should
of
have the
the
right to
floor,
them, actually.
which is paid and funded out of the Floridian surplus of their own money. And
that's
not
also-
every state can do that. Not every state can do that because not every state makes a surplus in money.
That's also kind of a point of confusion
okay,
as far
Blue,
as
I
the
stand
state
corrected.
militia.
Yes, and that literally is, well, I mean, like to me, the definition of like that's why that part of the militia to me makes it. Yeah, I get what you're saying though, but yeah.
Right. Okay. So we have some different interpretations. It sounds like, but I'll just say, I always thought that militia was for the people. I didn't think it was run by the state or the government at any level. I thought the militia is.
Well, as long as it's back down to the state level, that's still one step higher, because how do laws work? Laws work by.
No, I'm not saying the state level. I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying it's at the
federal.
citizenry
Federal doesn't
level.
supersede state, so at least that's one step closer to home. Correct? Like
Right,
that's
but
the way
that's
I
still
see
not
it.
at the level of the people. That's not the
Yeah.
same thing.
I was
That's
still a hell of a lot closer.
Okay,
so Justin, we know what you were saying about DK. We heard yours. Right, Growl. What is your understanding of that? Is it at the citizenry level or at the state level?
Yeah,
for
my
militia?
impression was it was under citizenry level.
Mhm.
And it was
Yes.
in case of state or the government, but that's
And-
why you needed a militia at the citizen level in every state.
Yeah, but then
In
you'd be
case
considered a
state
domestic T word if you're
But
organizing
that
like
is the
that
part
at the
that's
state
unlawful.
level.
Having the
Well, the thing
militia,
is, that's what
it's the
that's
right
what
of the people.
Constitution is about. It's so
Right.
that
And
the
that's
government
where-
It's
can't
about
get so
protecting
big.
our. Hey, hold on, DK. It's about right. The Constitution is supposed to be protecting our rights given to us as by God, our God-given rights.
Yeah, our God-given
so
rights.
it's at the human level. I mean, at the citizen level, not at the state or any level of government. But Grump, I wanted to hear what you had to say about this.
It's kind of both. So and I linked the U.S. code, the Cornell definition of it in the back chat, and I wrote it out in your
thank you.
channel's chat. I'm not live right now.
Yeah.
So it's the
Thanks
organized
for
versus
letting us know.
unorganized. Yeah. The organized versus unorganized militia. The organized does include like the National Guard and anything government that's government started organization. The unorganized militia, as defined, is all males over the age of 17. But when in an organized fashion, they do defer to the governor of the state. That's who the commander-in-chief is for all militias.
Do you
whether
see
it's
how
organized or
how the
unorganized.
laws get wishy-washy though when you start using that second after that comma? Is because like
Right,
say if
exactly
me, you, Dick, and Harry all live in the same state, and we all go to the gun range twice a month. Now we might all be interpreted as, even though we just see each other as, you're like you're my mutual, we're all part of a mutual aid group. So there's nothing wrong with that. But then as soon as we make them, as soon as we defend life and property together with the four of us, now all of a sudden we're labeled as something way more, something a lot more that we're not.
Okay, but I'm not interested so much in the labeling of it. I want to know where our rights actually stand legally.
We don't have much rights these days.
Right, which goes back to what I was saying. It seems like we're in rule without, what is it? World
Without
without
rule of law,
without rule of law. Without rule of law, right. It seems like we're already there because
We are.
there's obviously a multiple tiered, maybe two-tiered system in play. And we're at the bottom of it.
I don't
We're
disagree.
the trolls.
I don't
Right.
disagree. And
Which
and
is
that-
exactly when, in my mind, we were told that we would need a militia, a well-armed
Yes.
militia for times such as
Necessary
these.
for a free state.
Isn't that what our forefathers
points to
told
that.
us? Our forefathers have warned us about all this shit. They warned us about all this.
Well, one thing I would interject quickly as I can is that
it's worthy in DK.
If you think about your own family, your own people that you love, if somebody's coming to infringe on you, do you have the right to defend them? And the answer is unequivocally yes. If you go try to pick a rose and there's a thorn, you're going to get stung. God built self-defense into this realm. And the Second Amendment, in my opinion, is the articulation of God saying you have the right to defend yourself.
It's recognizing it.
Hold on.
Yes, exactly.
I want to hear the articulation
hang on one
behind.
second. Well, let me finish. A well-regulated militia necessary for a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, is the articulation of what I see a rose having a thorn.
Okay.
There's also an interesting one with that regards to what's considered arms, because a lot of people focus just on, firearms or swords or whatever, as opposed to anything that can be used to defend yourself, such as like body armor.
Your freedom of speech could be your self-will arms, and that's been attacked as well.
Actually, on that point,
that's separate, but
separate argument.
There's a bill in Washington. I think it's HB 2320. I think that's which one it is. That's going after means of manufacturing that can be used to make firearms or arms.
Thought crimes.
Of course there is.
They're trying to go after like 3D printers or CNC mills or lathes or other machines like that, and the files behind it.
They're trying to do that in Colorado too. Colorado's trying to do it too.
Yeah, they're trying to do that everywhere, which is why I don't leave my 3D printer in my house, because I don't want to get accused. Or my tap and die set in my house. It all stays in my storage unit because I don't want to get accused of a thought crime.
Fair enough.
Constructive intent.
Crazy.
Yes, exactly. It's a fucking thought crime. Could I do it? Yes. Did I think about it up until I thought about it? No.
There's a lot more restriction on that coming with the data centers and the surveillance state that's coming into play.
Right.
That's something else I'm surprised more people aren't protesting about.
Right.
With the data centers.
Because they have us divided and distracted about a billion other things. That is something that we should all have common ground about, right?
Totally.
It's all a distraction. Yeah, we all agreed that it's a distraction.
So
you guys, how much of it's a distraction, or is it all working towards exactly the same goal?
Yes, it's part of the Agenda 2030 plan for sure.
I think I think a lot of the pieces come together. I mean, we talk about that a lot here, but yes, agreed.
To answer our New Zealand friend here, two things can be true at the same time. There,
right?
It is a distraction, and the distraction is working to further a goal.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
And those things and the distractions don't mean that they're not true either. A distraction can be something that's actually real, just like a false flag can have real deaths.
That was me that said the distraction thing, not the New Zealand guy.
Never let a good crisis go to waste, right?
Oh,
no, sorry. I just didn't want things to get misdirected like it did earlier.
No, but they create the crisis to either hide something else they're doing, or that crisis is the thing that will generate public opinion so that they can then carry out the thing they wanted to do in the first place.
Oh, it's almost like what's happening right now after the files got released, and then we all gonna be like, oh, look over there, scroll. Look over there, scroll.
Yep.
Oh, ball.
And even on the note of the files, you have so much distrust in every step of it that neither side's going to believe everything
or anything.
By the way,
True.
It's on my other computer, but I'll try and get it over here somehow. I got sent a link that is to all the videos that were disguised as PDFs.
Mm-hmm.
So I've actually got a link of someone who's actually gone through them and actually converted them all to the video files. Most of them are just prison security cameras. There's like.
Are you talking about the videos that were supposed? Are you talking about the ones that were supposed to be redacted, but people found a way around them, or are you talking about the ones that were embedded?
The ones that are embedded. The ones that were called PDFs. And yeah, you've got to change it to MP4.
Right.
Yeah, someone's actually gone and done it because I started doing it myself, and then I got sent the link. It's like, here's all of them. I'm like, sweet, I don't have to do it myself now.
Well, I will say this. One of my favorite shirts that I wear quite often out when I do rarely leave my house and everything, it says on the front and the back, it says, "You see my tinfoil hat, I see your blindfold." And I'll get told quite often, like, just in the checkout line and stuff, it's like, dude, I really fucking like that shirt. Like wow. And I'm like, yeah, it's a pretty fucking powerful statement, isn't it?
Right.
It fucking is what it is until it isn't. Like, it just sucks to suck these days. It really does. Like, I don't know how else to say
We're gonna
it.
be fine.
Like,
We're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine.
It comes down to the point that some are so indoctrinated that it hits cognitive dissonance point, where if you tell them something that is contradictory to what they've been told and they believe so strongly in, they'll shut down and just instantly challenge you. They aren't even prepared to listen.
Yeah, it breaks their brain.
Yep.
It literally breaks their brain.
Okay, but I think that ties in with that first video that I played at the beginning of the night, by David Icke, that he's seeing that more, somebody who's been in it since the beginning of the 90s, if not before, who's saying that he's seeing that more and more people are becoming aware and are becoming accepting and having their minds opened. So, I do think that there are more of us that are awake and aware and on the same page, whatever we call ourselves on the spectrum of division in any case, than there are those who don't know. I really do think there are more of us. So let's take some hope in that,
Oh, yeah. It keeps increasing all the time. And I think the name David Icke, or the word David Icke uses, is Watiko.
it's really weird after you played that video. I never had a face to David before this, but I was like, now that I got a face to it, I'm like, ooh.
Wow.
Oh, I've been watching him for years. I don't agree with everything, but
I've heard shit about him for many, many years, but I never had a face of the name, which makes a
I'm glad
profound
you do now. Yeah.
difference in my head, which is the way my thought process works.
Okay, DK, make sure you're waiting, and because you're talking over people a lot, and I want to hear what you have to say, and I want to hear what they have to say.
Yeah.
So
Sorry,
let's try
I was
to
just saying,
take
you go
turns.
look up some of his videos if you've never seen him. There's lots.
Again, like how I said, I've
haven't been able to
listened
hear-
to him for many years, but I never put the face and the name together, which made a really profound, it was a profound statement to me all over again by putting a name to the face.
Nice.
Lynn, I haven't gotten to hear from you
brain
yet, and
works.
I'd really like to hear what you have to say. I'm glad you came up. Do you have any thoughts you want to add about any of this? Lynn, that was you. I don't know if you got to hear when I said your name. But if you have anything you want to share, I'd like to hear from you.
Yeah, right now I'm just listening to this. So I thought I had something to say, and then I'm like, oh, no, I'm just going to listen,
We shift gears kind of quickly too sometimes. So
Lynn,
feel free to jump in.
I'm gonna give you a little piece of advice. Get out a pen and a piece of paper, because this is what I do. This is what I do personally. Every time I come into Indy's chat or a couple of other chats, I grab a piece of paper and a pen, and I write shit down. Because it moves quick. It moves very quick. It fucking moves quick.
Yeah. Well, also just jump in, Lynn, if there is something you want to say. Please do jump in.
Before it gets too far away, also super quick.
Yeah.
Federally and in Texas, okay, currently, as of right meow, manufacturing a firearm for personal use, you can manufacture without a license, without being an SOT, a federal SOT, which
Anyone
is a special occupational taxpayer. Anybody can do it as long as you are not otherwise prohibited from having it. That means if you're a felon,
any state can do that as long as you don't sell it. Any state can do that as long as you don't sell it.
Other states can have other restrictions. I can just speak about federal and Texas.
Even some of the most restrictive states
Justin. Hang on, Justin.
Super quick. So you can manufacture anything that you would otherwise not be prohibited. Like if you're not a felon, if you can get a tax stamp for something you haven't made yet, because right now we still have to have tax stamps for a suppressor.
Yes, you still got to do your Form 1 or your Form.
For any other weapon.
Hang on, Justin.
You cannot you cannot
I'm
manufacture a full auto because that would be manufactured after 1986, and we still have the Hughes Amendment from 1986. Other than that, you can manufacture anything. Just if it would require you to have an NFA tax stamp on it, you still have to get that tax stamp. Currently, that may change sometime soon, but it hasn't yet.
How about that?
Yeah, me either. But I'm just saying, hey, what is legal right now, both federally and in Texas?
Nothing is legal
Texas is the best
right
country.
now. Nothing is legal right now.
Yeah, thank you, brother. You knew exactly where I was going with that.
There is nothing legal about anything that's going on right now.
Yeah.
Nothing.
I'm a dinosaur.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I think we are already in the without rule of law. And most people, I think, we're still trying to live under this other paradigm that we grew up thinking was true, and we're not there anymore.
Right. Say that one more time, Indy, because that is so important for actually where we're at. Please say it one more time.
Well, I think that we grew up with this framework that we have these laws in place, and we're not under that anymore. We are already without rule of law. It's just the illusion that we're still under.
Well, you've actually been under state of emergency since September 11th. It has never been rescinded by any president since then.
Right. It's kind of like how we were under emergency authorization in Washington State for like 4 years after 2020. Our governor didn't let it go for quite a while.
That reminds me of two things.
Here's another interesting thing, though. If they do actually overturn the 2020 election and say everything that Biden passed is illegal or was never legal in the first place, so how many things did he pass that everyone's blindly following that would suddenly just not be a thing anymore? But then again, does that mean that we just have to follow Trump's everything right now?
Right.
And I'm saying we because,
the auto pen. Auto pen.
But, I'm saying we because it's like the things that he's doing now are having international impact.
And in my opinion, it's because they're all in it together and it's a global agenda that's being pushed forward. So they're not acting on behalf of our country. They're acting united on behalf of the globe. They want control of it all.
Yep.
Which comes back to those two things that I was reminded of. One, the worst.
Hold on, DK. Hold on, DK. Go ahead, Dragon Slayer.
Okay, that just brings two things to mind. One, the worst atrocities in history were committed by governments against their own people. Mm-hmm. And the second one is if you trust the government, you don't know history.
Right. Yeah. Good. I like
Ask
that.
the natives.
Well said.
Governments in quotes.
Yep.
Okay. There was a pause. So I think we're going to go ahead and shift into a couple of things. We are getting close to the end here. I have a video. I'll go if you'd pull that up. This is by a channel called Forgotten History. And this is something that I love this channel. I really do. It's a great channel, you guys. I've shared a couple things from him before, rather. But yeah, please go check it out. And this is about something that I think is kind of ties in with a lot of things we've talked about tonight. And I'll just leave it at that. You guys can piece the pieces together. But also something that I didn't know about until pretty recently. So I was glad to see him do a video about this and learn a little bit more. But it has to do with Killdozer. And if you know what that is, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more people acting out in resistance. And you can decide whether you think this is appropriate form of resistance or not. But let's go ahead and watch this and then we'll talk about it after.
His name is Marvin Heemeyer.
Yes,
say his name.
History.
That was a great listen.
Hold your thoughts. We're going to talk about it after. Let's all get on the same page first. Here we go.
Killdozer, say his name. Woo.
The lies, the corruption, the feeling that no one is listening. And in a small mountain town called Granby, Colorado, one man decided he had enough. What he built wasn't a protest. It wasn't about money. It was about making them feel what he had felt. ignored, trapped, cornered.
Well, God blessed me in advance for the task that I am about to undertake.
To some, he was a monster. To others, a martyr. This is the story of the man they wouldn't listen to until it was too late. Who was Marvin Heemeyer? Was he a domestic terrorist or just a man pushed too far by a corrupt system? And is violence ever justified when every peaceful path is blocked? Let's try and find out.
Hello, I'm Mike Droberg, Marine Corps veteran and filmmaker, and we will try to answer these questions on today's episode of Forgotten History.
Marvin Heemeyer didn't start out as a villain. He wasn't violent, he didn't make threats. He didn't carry signs or scream at town halls. He just wanted to run his business. A muffler shop tucked behind a concrete plant in the quiet corner of Granby, Colorado. Population just over 2,000. A place where everyone knew everyone, and if you weren't born there, you were always an outsider. And Marvin, he was definitely an outsider. He'd served 6 years in the U.S. Air Force, stationed at Lowry Air Force Base. Trained in missile maintenance, which was precise, mechanical work. The kind of job that required discipline, focus, and a trust in the chain of command. But after leaving the military, Marvin learned that not every system runs by honor. Now a welder from South Dakota. Outspoken, proud, self-made. The kind of guy who fixes snowmobiles, helped organize races, and didn't like being told what to do. He bought the property at auction in 1992 for $42,000. It didn't have a sewer hookup, but that was fine. He rigged up a makeshift septic tank using an old concrete mixer drum, and for a while that worked. But then the town changed. Granby was growing, and in 2001, the local government approved a zoning change to allow a nearby company, Mountain Park Concrete, to expand and build a large batch plant right next to Marvin's shop. Marvin opposed it. He said it would trap his property, limit his access, and ruin his business. But the town approved it anyway. Soon after, the town ordered Marvin to connect to the municipal sewer line, but it wasn't that simple. Because of the property's slope and the distance from the main line, he would have needed to install a 100-foot pipeline and a lift station at his own expense. Estimated cost, $70,000, more than he had paid for the land by itself. The town suggested a cheaper option, installing a proper septic system, but Marvin rejected that too. To him, being forced to pay for any of it was government extortion. So he did what Marvin always did. He took matters into his own hands, and he started illegally pumping waste from his shop into a nearby irrigation ditch. When the town found out, they fined him $2,500 for health violations. He paid, but included a note that simply read, "Cowards." But it didn't end there. The concrete company even offered him an easement, permission to connect to their sewer line, if he would just stop opposing their expansion. He refused, and that's when the dust started. After the plant went operational, Marvin said the concrete dust coated everything on his property. His tools, his customers' vehicles, and even the air inside his garage. He claimed it was hurting his business, driving away clients. And no matter how many complaints he filed, no one cared. But when he left too many cars on his lot, the town fined him. When his septic setup failed code, the town fined him. But when the concrete dust blanketed his shop every single day, nothing. To Marvin, this wasn't a misunderstanding. This was a conspiracy. The town council, the mayor, the Dochev family, he believed they were all working together to push him out, and he said as much on tape. He tried to play by the rules, hired lawyers, filed complaints, attended meetings, but in his mind, the system was never going to listen. By 2003, Marvin Heemeyer had stopped trying to be heard. He no longer showed up at town meetings, no more appeals, no more letters. The man who once tried every legal channel now spent his nights alone in the garage. And in that garage, he built something no one saw coming. A Komatsu D355A bulldozer. Ordinary at first glance, but what Marvin created was anything but. He welded half-inch steel plates around the cab. Then he added poured concrete between the layers, 2-foot thick armor in places. He installed surveillance cameras protected by bulletproof glass. He ran those feeds to monitors inside the cab, built custom ventilation, air tanks, a firing port, even a cooling system for the engine. He sealed the cockpit from the inside. This wasn't a machine built for intimidation. It was designed for war. Neighbors had no idea what he was doing. Some thought he was working late. Others assumed it was just junk storage. In truth, Marvin had spent over a year turning that bulldozer into a tank. And he documented everything in audio tapes he recorded himself.
Once they get that in their mind, that's the only thing that's reasonable. Well, I've developed that philosophy to a point, maybe even to a higher point, because I am going to be unreasonable.
He believed God had chosen him, that his cause was righteous, and that what he was building wasn't revenge, it was justice. In his mind, he wasn't planning an attack. He was preparing an act of divine correction. And on June 4th, 2004, Marvin Heemeyer entered the machine he had spent over a year building. He climbed inside the cockpit, secured himself in, bolted the armor shell down from the inside, sealing himself in for good. And then he started the engine. At 3:47 p.m., the bulldozer burst through the side of his muffler shop. Steel, brick, smoke. The town had no warning. His first target, the concrete plant that had started it all. He leveled it in minutes. Then he moved through town with surgical rage. City Hall, the police department, the local newspaper office, homes owned by town officials, a hardware store, a former judge's property. One by one, each location tied to someone who had wronged him. People called 911 in panic. Police swarmed. They fired pistols, rifles, even armor-piercing rounds, but none of it worked. The dozer was too heavily reinforced. At one point, a SWAT officer climbed onto the moving bulldozer. He tried dropping flashbangs into the exhaust and camera ports, hoping to blind or disorient Marvin. But there were no openings. Everything was sealed tight. Helicopters circled. Roadblocks were set. Still, the dozer moved forward. Slow, deliberate, unstoppable. Heemeyer had no escape plan, no demands, no interest in negotiations. For over 2 hours, he left a trail of destruction. 13 buildings, no civilians killed, no police officers shot. It wasn't until he reached the Gamble's hardware store that the plan, whatever it truly was, started to falter. The floor gave out beneath the dozer, collapsing into a basement. Marvin tried to free the machine. He rocked it, revved it, but the dozer wouldn't budge, and just like that, it was over. Inside the steel box, Marvin Heemeyer took out a handgun and ended it all, himself. When the dust settled, Granby looked like a war zone. 13 buildings destroyed, millions of damage, and one man dead. It took 12 hours and a blowtorch to cut Marvin Heemeyer's body out from the machine. Inside the cockpit, investigators found water bottles, a Bible, a .50 caliber rifle mounted to fire through a port in the armor, a .223 caliber rifle, and a handgun, the one he used to end his life. The dozer's interior was sealed tight, fully self-contained. He hadn't just built a weapon, he built a tomb. And in 2005, the government dismantled the bulldozer, cut it into pieces, sold the scrap. No museum, no public display. The goal was clear: to prevent it from becoming a symbol, to make sure no one could point to it and say, this is what happens when you ignore a man long enough. But the monument didn't need to be metal. It was a memory. Online, Marvin Heemeyer became something else entirely. A folk hero, a warning shot, a symbol of rebellion against bureaucracy, corruption, and silence. They called it Killdozer Day. Every June 4th, the internet remembers. He's been immortalized in memes, graffiti, music, and conspiracy threats. Some wear his face on shirts. Others tattoo the dozer on their arms. The message, you can only push a man so far. But not everyone calls him a hero. Critics say he was selfish, delusional, that he chose violence over community, that he wrecked lives and businesses that had nothing to do with his feud. And maybe they're right, but Marvin Heemeyer left behind no apologies, no regrets, just his own words carved into cassette tapes.
I am going to sacrifice my life, my future, to show you, my miserable future that you gave me, to show you that what you did was wrong.
He didn't ask to be forgiven. He just asked to be remembered. So, was Marvin Heemeyer a madman, a martyr, or something else entirely? Let us know what you think in the comments below.
All right, you guys. Well, looks like there's a lot of consensus so far in the chat. But like I said, this was a story that was relatively new to me, and I was glad to learn a little bit more about it and get to see some of the footage. And please also go and support that channel, Forgotten History. It's a great channel, and he covers a lot of really great information. Right? His memory lives on. That's right, Bonnie. Go ahead, Elgo.
That's the man who wanted to be left alone.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I thought of that, Elgo. Right. Right. The men who want to be left alone, and then what happens when they're not. And we've seen that over and over again play out in all different ways. Ruby Ridge, and I mean, there's a lot of examples.
Yeah.
Right?
Don't they say it's always the quiet ones?
Right.
Well, we're not all that extreme, but a lot of us just want to be left the fuck alone.
Right, exactly. It is a sad story in a lot of ways, but I think it's also like a triumph in a way. You know, he went out on his own terms and didn't give in. He didn't fold. He went down swinging.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's definitely easy to see how he got to that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Waco
If you
too,
watch,
right, Pilgrim? Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
But unfortunately, that's not the way that they're going to see it. They're gonna do what they got to do first, and then ask questions later, whether or not everybody agrees with his whole story. Like, it's still going to end up in a whole tragic fucking fiasco.
Oh yeah, well, and it's one of those things. There's always three sides to a story. It's his side, her side, and the truth.
Right.
Well, that's two
We
sides
talked
of
about
it,
that
yeah.
earlier.
And I agree with the two sides.
You can look at
I see what
Waco.
you're saying there too, Tiger. I think that's the sad part of it. Tiger said, I don't ever find any kind of suicide inspirational.
I know,
Right.
broke my heart,
No.
Tiger. It broke my heart when he did that.
Right, Bonnie. He took a stand. Yeah. Right. And even though, I mean, he did take his own life, I would say he was a martyr in a sense too.
Yeah,
But
towards
now-
overreach.
Now, how would that be looked at in our present day if that would have been what happened? He would have been
Well,
labeled. He would have been
I think
labeled
there's
an
already
extremist.
All right, a domestic terrorist is what he would probably be labeled.
exactly.
That's the term they use. Right, but who cares what they label? That's I think that's kind of the point.
Yeah, call what you want.
I mean,
Right,
the
they
whole
can
point
call
of
it what they
labeling
want.
is to silence.
Right, there you go. Yeah. Yeah. All right, well, any other thoughts on this? I'm not trying to rush it. If you have something you want to share, please do up on panel. I know there was some great conversation in the chat during, but we are going to kind of shift gears here. I have a couple really kind of lighthearted things I want to share, sort of palate cleansers, before we do our final thoughts up on panel. Anybody else have anything they want to say about Killdozer before we move on?
Careful of those basements.
Breaks my heart.
Right. Good call.
We don't have basements in Florida. It's not fair.
No, yeah, I've heard that. That's true.
Oh, I was muted. It said that Timothy McVeigh cited Waco as his reasoning for why he did Oklahoma City. The federal overreach and tyranny from
I remember seeing that.
The siege of Waco.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not endorsing anything. Just
Right, D, the farmers
is-
with their shit, literally, in the UK. Good connection there.
France too.
Maybe some inspiration.
Remember the standoff a few years ago with the ranch?
Yes.
Was it the Bundy Ranch?
Lavoy Finnegan.
Yep.
Lavoy
Clive and Bundy.
Bundy Ranch. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Bureau-
How long do you think
BLM
before that's going to get?
It's BLM, the Bureau of Land Management, the federal organization, not the other BLM. Is two different BLMs.
Right.
6
Thank you
years
for
ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How long do you think before that incident is going to be included in with the Killdozer, the Ruby Ridge, and the Waco?
It should be today.
A lot sooner than you think. I'll tell you
Yeah, it
guys
should
shit
be
about
today.
that in back chat if you guys want to know more about that. But
Well, I will say we're going to be staying after backstage to talk for a little bit, and we can have conversations there that we can't have up on YouTube. That's part of why we do hang out back there. The link, I'll put the link in the comments after the stream on Rumble and on YouTube. So if you decide you want to come and join us, we're usually back there for a little bit. And it's just like here. The link is pinned. You can come on back. It looks just like it does up on panel. You can stay muted and not show your face. You can just be in chat, or you can unmute and speak. It's totally laid back and up to you.
Where's your Rumble?
If one of my mods would drop the link, that would be great.
Yeah, please.
It's Crimson Veritas. It's a totally different name. So yeah, if you can grab that link.
Branding.
I know. I had it before I started streaming, and then I didn't know how to change it, and now I can, but I haven't. And I figured it might be good to have it be different in a way. But anyway.
It's good.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and pull up, like I said, a couple palette cleansers. Yeah, Uvalde, right? Ugh. Okay. This first one, I've had this to share so many weeks, and it always gets bumped, and I almost did it again tonight, but I'm going to go ahead and share it. This is by Tix Tips Truths, and this is the channel of the woman who's the driver. And you guys, this just cracks me up. Part of it cracks me up just because of the circumstances that this even occurred, but also the woman who is the driver, who you'll know in a minute. It's very short, but you'll see she has such a positivity about her in all of the videos I've seen where she's interacting with people and, kind of showing her disorder. And I think she has a great spirit about her that is really encouraging. So this is Tix Tips Truths. Here we go.
My name is Gina. I do have Tourette syndrome. Okay, have you ever heard of that? I have, yeah. Sometimes it. Oh my God, are you okay? Oh my, do you have a heart condition?
No, I've got narcolepsy. Did I just like blank out? Holy sh!
Oh, did you fall asleep?
Holy cow.
We don't have very much longer on the ride.
All right. Like I said, I think that they both have such a great sense of humor about it. And they actually went later and met up again, and they've become really good friends and have done some other videos in that series too. So anyway, go and check out her channel, you guys, if you need some just laughs and, something a little bit more fun and making light of heavy situations, which sometimes we need to do. All right. This one is this is a story that I had read a while back in an article. And Navy Vet has a video posted of someone reading or telling this story on his channel. And so this is from Navy Vet 103, and just something I thought was really interesting. I think you can look at this from a faith perspective, which is how I first looked at it. But I think that there's something in it for us conspiracy theorists, so-called conspiracy theorists too. All right, here we go.
So one of my favorite stories
is in a mother's womb where two babies, and one turns to the other and says, "Do you believe in life after delivery?" And the other replies, "Why, of course, there has to be something after delivery. Maybe we're here to prepare ourselves for what will be later." "Nonsense," said the first. "There's no life after delivery. What kind of life would that be?" "I don't know," said the second, "but there'll be more light than here. Maybe we'll walk with our legs and eat with our mouths. Maybe we'll have other senses we can't understand now." First goes, "That's ridiculous. Walking is impossible, and eating with our mouths, that's absurd. The umbilical cord is what scientifically supplies nutrition and all that we need, but it's far too short. Life after delivery is to be logically excluded." And the second says, "What if it's just different than it is here? Maybe we don't need that physical cord anymore." The first goes, "Okay, if there were life after delivery, then tell me, why has no one ever come back from there? Delivery is the end of life, and in the after delivery is nothing but darkness and silence and oblivion. It takes us nowhere." And the second says, "But certainly we'll meet Mother, and she'll take care of us." The first goes, "Mother? You actually believe in Mother? If Mother exists, where is she now?" And the second goes, "She's all around us. We are of her. It is in her that we live. Without her, this world would not and could not exist." And the first says, "I don't see her. It's only logical that she's not here." To which the second replied, "Sometimes, when you're in silence and you really listen, you can perceive her presence. You can hear her loving voice calling down from above."
Oh, don't know where that came from.
It's a classic.
I think it auto-played maybe. All right. Okay. Thanks again to everybody who's been here tonight. For the most part, we had some pretty great, peaceful conversation. Sorry for the drama kind of thrown in the mix, but that's part of live streaming. And, I'm glad that we get people of all different ideas and all different kinds in here. That is part of what I've always hoped for, is that we would not be an echo chamber. And I think we achieved that in some sense tonight. But thank you so much to everybody who came up for music and everybody who's been here for conversation. The music at the beginning was amazing. So if you missed it, there was so much talent up on panel, and I was able to share some great indie musician videos as well. So make sure you go back and watch. A couple things really quickly, and then I'll go around the panel and see if there's final thoughts. So be thinking if there's something you want to say or add it here at the end. But we do have the Backstage Speakeasy coming up on Friday. The Backstage Speakeasies are kind of like what I was just saying. We do backstage after the stream. We watch movies. So sometimes we listen to concerts or watch documentaries. This week it's Friday the 13th. And so the videos that we have coming up are pretty heavy. There's a couple that were on our list and I thought they kind of fit Friday the 13th. We'll be starting with Nefarious, which is a story about an exorcism. But it has some really great information in it. And actually there are a couple interviews with exorcists that were done on the Sean Ryan show recently. I'll probably share those links there on Friday. And then the second movie, I keep forgetting which the second one is.
Manhunter.
Thank you. Manhunter. Yes. Yeah. And it's a really well done movie too. Thanks, Algo. So come and check that out on Friday. If you're not into heavy stuff, then I promise next week we will do some lighthearted stuff. I think we have a couple kind of like lighthearted movies that we're going to watch with Jim Carrey. So that's probably on the docket for the next Friday. Also, stay tuned. I'm going to try to do a members only stream this week. And I'm also hoping to do another Down the Rabbit Hole on Thursday, probably at 6 p.m. Pacific, which is 9 p.m. Eastern. So I will try to get that up and posted as soon as I can. And I know for sure I can do it. But I'm glad that so many of you gave me such positive feedback about the Down the Rabbit Hole stream, because those are really fun for me to do. And I liked having the chat there and just being able to talk about the videos and, kind of look at some of these silly conspiracies and things together. Some of these things that the world presents on the world stage. And, we can kind of talk about it and go through it together. So thank you, everyone.
Right on.
Okay. Algo, you want to start?
Well,
Final thoughts for tonight?
Yeah, you're welcome, since you said thank you.
Yeah.
But I would also say that everybody who gets to be in this place, dude, you are our tribe. You are literally our tribe. And as we move forward through this crazy place where they're upside down and downside up, you're our people. And so let's stay connected. Hang in there. We're going to be fine.
Well said. And yes, we are stronger together. All right, Justin, thank you for all of your support tonight, too. It's such a blessing, Justin, and I'm so glad that you came up. Any closing thoughts from you, Justin?
Well, how do you follow what Grumple just said? Like,
that was
that literally what it is like, Indy, you brought together, which is why when things went a little bit haywire earlier this evening, you had people lining up down the block, being like, no, fuck that shit. You know, like, you know, you got people because, you know, you have literally, you created a place for like-minded individuals. That's a very fucking beautiful thing. Good job.
Oh, thank you for that, Justin.
Good,
and thanks to
good
all
job.
of you who are here and a part of it. So I'm glad for all of you. And I do love all of you who tried to come up to my support or to show support. And, you know, I love you guys. All right. Grump, any final thoughts?
Yes, ma'am. I think this is the first time I've caught more than just for some reason, it's like the last few weeks, I've caught just the very end of
Yes.
because you
I'm
only go
glad
live
you're here.
once a week, right? Yeah, no, great. Glad I could wait. It's Monday. I got something to check on. I only still caught a little bit, but hey, this is right up my alley. This is kind of where I focus. This kind of hey, is trusting the government really? I mean, is that really in your best interest? How do things impact you locally? That's what the kind of stuff I like to talk about, and like practical application of things, privacy, security, things that everybody has a vested interest in having an interest in, really. But this is anytime if anybody wants to talk about, his name is Marvin Heemeyer, say his name. Anybody wants to talk about some Marvin Heemeyer, I'm there for it. Thanks for doing this. And
I'm so glad that it worked out for you to come up and join the panel tonight, Grump. It was good to get to talk with you a little bit more this time. And I hope you can stay if you want to and talk backstage too. The link will be pinned for anybody else who wants to come and join us backstage, guys. You crack me up, Boot. Love it. All right.
This is so funny.
Right. DS, any closing thoughts from you? And you are muted, Dragon Slayer, if you have some closing thoughts.
Yeah, so first off, I would advise caution with throwing the word tribe around here. We've seen the tangents that those go into.
Right.
Hey.
Outside of that, just, thanks for having me up on panel and throwing out the invite for people. Conversation, discourse is always important, and it's part of what keeps everyone as a community.
Right. Absolutely. I'm glad you were here tonight, DS. It's good to get to talk with you.
And following up on the previous, there is some stuff in the works. It's probably going to be a few weeks out, but there will be more content coming out.
All right. Glad to hear it. Are you going to be posting on your Dragon Slayer channel or your a minute detail?
That part's to be that's to be determined. It'll probably go under a minute detail.
Okay. I'm going to grab that link here in a second and put it in the chat for anybody who wants to.
Yeah, put it in the chat so
sub
my
them
wife
up.
can sub to it and make sure everybody else does too.
Of course. And what was I going to say? And then, of course, let us know, DS, and you can, send me a DM or whatever, and I'll make sure we get that shared out once you get it going.
Oh, yeah, we'll do.
Yeah. All right.
Indy, did you just cuss? Did you just say shit?
I do say that, but I didn't just now.
Uh-oh.
Did I? Maybe I did, and I didn't realize
I think you did. I think you did.
I don't think so. Censored Cactus, any closing thoughts?
Just take care, everyone. Watch your six, and it's springtime's right around the corner. If you can start planning something, try to get a plan going.
Yeah, love it.
Great.
Yeah, that's good.
Always.
Some progressive things we can be, or some things we can be doing that are productive. Yeah, I like that. Tangible things to do. Okay, DK, thanks for coming up and joining us for the first time tonight. It was good to get to hear from you. Any closing thoughts?
Oh, look, that's what it looks like. Look, that's what it looks like.
Oh, look at that. There we go. Face with the name.
Yeah. See, I stream on Rumble myself as well. I was going to ask to restream you, but after that little bit of drama with the other guy before, I didn't even ask.
No.
All right.
Usually when I go on panels, I ask if I can actually restream it when I'm on a panel. But yeah, sweet as. After that, I was like, no, I'm not even going to ask. But yes, I stream as well. It is my screen name that I stream under, and it's only on Rumble. But yeah, this is the first time I come on your channel, and you let me on a panel straight away without knowing me. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, I did have somebody vouch for you, which is how it rolls around here. But yeah, I'm really glad that you were able to come up and get to hear what you had to say.
Yeah, Lynn linked it on my stream because my stream's going, but I'm playing something else on my other computer. But yeah, Lynn linked it on my channel, and I was like, I actually thought it was someone else at first, and then I was like, oh, wait, it's not. And yeah, came along, I was like, oh, holy crap, they're doing a panel. Awesome.
Well, I'm so glad you came up.
DK, if you ever need some like scratch the bottom of the barrel content, I went over to that Homeboy's channel.
Let's just leave that alone. Let's just leave that well enough alone. Thanks.
No, I don't. Yeah, I'm not, the same thing as Indy said. She said she doesn't do the drama streams. Right. Neither do I.
Good to meet you, DK.
It's not beneficial, really.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that you're a part of it, and I hope you'll be back. I did just drop the link.
Yeah, I followed and liked as soon as I got here and stuff because I've actually only really started using Rumble for like the last 5 months. Like I did start last year, but I was only posting like one thing a week.
Yeah, DK, if you're able, okay, wait, I think I just found it. I want to get your link to your channel on Rumble. I'm grabbing it here so I can share it.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
And DK, tomorrow night I do a stream.
Well, hit me up. You can pretty much hit me up on my Rumble stream because I stream 24/7.
Oh, nice.
I do have Discord and Telegram, but yeah, my Rumble stream's on 24/7. So yeah, hit me up there, man.
Nice. Yeah, I got a Rumble stream tomorrow night, cool. 9 p.m. Eastern time.
What do you do over there, Algo?
Right, you've changed. Your daylight savings has changed. Mine hasn't.
I know it's fucked it all up. Yeah.
Algo, what do you do over there on Rumble?
I have conversations and play music and kind of not so dissimilar, but yeah, we dissect the things.
Cool.
All right. So DK, I put your link in the chat, and I'll grab yours and drop it there. Actually, I put one of my Tate. If you could grab Algo's link and put it in there, that'd be great.
I think the only two people I know in chat are Swarthy and Lynn.
Yeah. All right.
Well, it's nice to meet you.
Yeah, it is. And thank you so much again to everybody who's been up here tonight for the music and for the conversation. It's been a really great night. We got a lot in and a lot covered. This final song that I'm going to pull up, and then we'll be hanging out backstage for anybody who wants to join, is by Blue Unicorn. And, well, it's a cover of Blue Unicorns. And this is his cover from Across the Universe. So much love. Yeah, I love the song. And Blue unicornizes it and makes it his own.
Grab my headphones.
All right.
Nice.
So if you guys want to stay up on panel and hang out backstage after, you're more than welcome. The link is pinned. And again, I'll put the link in the comments in a few minutes on this stream and over on YouTube and over on Rumble. So if you guys decide you want to come and join us, anybody, you are more than welcome. All right. Algo, can you make that full screen real quick before we play it?
Got it.
And so this is Blue. And Blue, thank you for coming in and being here. And I always appreciate your input. And yes, it is a great song, Camellia. Okay, here we go. Across the Universe. Have a great night, everybody. Much love to all.
Words are flowing out like endless rain into a paper cup. They slither while they pass, they slip away across the universe. Pools of sorrow, waves of joy are drifting through my open mind, possessing and caressing me. Jai Guru Deva Om. Nothing's gonna change my world. 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 Images of broken light which dance before me like a million eyes. They call me on and on across this universe. Thoughts meander like a restless wind inside a letterbox. They tremble blindly as they make their way across the universe. Jai Guru Deva. Nothing's gonna change my world. 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 Sounds of laughter, shades of light are ringing through my open ears, inciting and inviting me. Limitless and underlying love which shines around me like a million suns and calls me on and on across this universe. Jai Guru Deva. Oh, nothing's gonna change my world. Nothing's gonna change my world. Nothing's gonna change my world. Nothing's gonna change my world.